Chapter 17. A Rhodi, yet not a Rhodi. The next morning, a pile of clothes were laid out on the side table next to Dylan's bed. She got up and looked at them oddly. It was an oriental kimono with silky orange fabric that had shimmering designs of tigers crouching inside tangled forests. The dress had long slits that rose up on each side. They stopped slightly below the hips. The sleeves ended at the wrists, draping down to the floor. There was a thick belt that was meant to be fastened around the waist, and a pair of orange hair sticks decorated with dazzling silver gems. She went to the wardrobe and opened it, peering inside. The drawers were filled with more kimonos, an array of dresses, and also street clothes, ones that appeared designer and very expensive. She instinctively reached for the jeans, but hesitated, looking toward the dress. She was a Rhodi and Rhodi on. She might as well look like one. She slipped the kimono on, clumsily attaching the belt. She wrapped her hair up in a loose bun with the hair sticks, the curls bouncing out and cascading down in loose tendrils, framing her face. She'd been given small, embroidered slippers that matched the dress, which slid on easily. She looked in the mirror and stared for a second. She'd never worn anything like this in the past. But now that she had it on, she felt like she had finally come into herself. When she stepped out into the hallway, she saw that she wasn't alone in her choice of dress. Devin had on an emerald jacket with black pants that were slightly baggy around the legs and belted at the waist. Taladin and Vanna both looked like Rhodi masters. They wore elaborate robes, one pink and one blue. While Taladin's robe was fairly simple, Tavanna's glimmered each time she moved. A large design of a crane was embroidered up the front of the robe. Although it suited her, Tavanna seemed fairly uncomfortable. April May was the only one who had worn traditional Rhodian clothing, made special by tailors she paid. Now all of them appeared to be warriors of old. It made Dylan miss her. "You dyed your hair," Dylan said, noticing that Tavanna's vibrant purple shade was gone to be replaced with a black that matched Taladin's. "It was time to go back to my natural color," Tavanna said, glancing at Taladin. "I changed it after Ray died to deal with my grief, and now I suppose that it's finally time to move on." Her lip trembled slightly, though she held her stature. Devin leaned on her shoulder. "You don't move on when somebody dies. You just move forward." Tavanna grabbed his hand lightly. One by one, the others filtered out of their rooms. Tito took one look at the Rhodi and let out a scathing laugh. "Man, what a freak show! Y'all look ridiculous!" "Be nice, Tito," Liana said. "It's the way of their people." Tito snapped his mouth shut and mumbled, "Yes, Mom." "You look great," Enfys told Dylan, scanning her over with his sharp blue eyes. Dylan tried not to blush, remembering she had promised herself that she wouldn't encourage his efforts to chase her. "Aw," Jenna said, biting her lip. "I want a dress like that. Why didn't I get a dress like that?" "Thanks, guys," she told them. Obviously, the Rhodi were the only ones that were allowed to wear the Rhodian attire. Everyone else was wearing normal street clothes. Everyone except Saffron. She came out of her room in a black kimono similar to Dylan's, with designs of purple lilies fluttering down the sleeves, her hair flowing freely down her back. Dylan wondered why she'd been permitted to dress like the Rhodi, but figured Ordo-chan must have mistaken her for one. No doubt he sensed her craft and how powerful it was when she entered the room. Saffron caught her looking and walked to her side, saying, "I know, Tigress. I am not a Rhodi, but I am not one of the others, either. I was given this dress by Ori-chan, and so I will wear it. I am neither here nor there." Her head dropped. "I am nowhere." "Would you like to be a Rhodi?" Dylan whispered, quietly, so the others wouldn't hear. Saffron shook her head. "I don't think so, dear sister. I am an ex-hunter, and that is more than enough. I don't have the heart of a Rhodi." Dylan took her hand and squeezed it. "We'll see." right, you're all ready, Yuki said, with a beaming smile far too bright for early morning. Today we're taking a tour of the rest of the palace and then of Rhodi. I'll be your guide for the rest of the week. Afterwards, you'll be free to roam as you please. A week? Are we really staying that long? Devin said, turning to his master. We aren't sure how long it's going to take for Nellie to get better, so we might as well stay, Tavanna said. She added in the mind speak, and we no longer have a home. It'd be best to stay here until we formulated a cohesive plan. Devin nodded. Yuki bowed to them before saying, All right, everyone form a line and follow me. Yuki took a large step forward. Someone dropped from the ceiling and tackled him to the floor, a blade at his throat. Yuki let out a loud, screechy scream, pushing the figure off of him and clutching his throat. His attacker was a girl around Jenna's age, with her hair in 2 buns on each side of her head. Songsai, I told you to stop doing that, Yuki screamed, his voice high-pitched and cracking. Songsai let out a loud giggle, somersaulting backwards onto her feet. You're too easy to fool, Yuki. It's so much fun. We have guests. Quit being so rude, Yuki yelled, regaining his normal tone of voice. They're Rhodi, just like any other Rhodi. What's so special about them? Songsai said. Tavanna's right there, Yuki hissed, his eyes darting back to glance at the Rhodi master. Songsai's eyes widened. She gave a quick bow, saying, Forgive me, miss. I didn't know that you're the great Desmodandre. That's all right, Tavanna said. It's a formality that hardly any of us recognize. But you're very important, ma'am. You're our founder incarnate, Songsai insisted. Songsai, King Oru-chan is our leader, Yuki said sternly. You know that. I know. Doesn't mean I want to admit it. She gave another quick bow to Tavanna. I won't disturb you again, miss. I'm sorry for the trouble. She then scuttled off down the stairs with a little glance behind her. Forgive my sister, Yuki said with a weary sigh. She doesn't know her place and has often disagreed with Oru-chan. She believes that another leader should take the throne. Is that even possible? Devin asked. The only way another Rhodi could take Oru-chan's place is if they were to challenge him to a duel. Yuki said. If he was defeated in combat, then that Rhodi would become king or queen. But my master is very powerful, therefore, no one has been foolish enough to challenge him. What do you think? Jenna piped up before anyone could shush her. Yuki paused. I am loyal to my master, and so believe he should be king. But I won't deny that you have a place above most of us, dear Tavanna. He tilted his head toward her. Now come along, we have a lot to see. The group followed Yuki around the various rooms of the palace, which seemed endless. They'd only seen a small part of it. There were dozens of ballrooms and grand dining halls, each room more elaborate than the last. Rachel's hideouts had always been grand, but not even the Hunters Guild could compare to the elegance that was the Imperial Palace of Rhodion. Stay close to me, if you will. It's rather crowded outside, Yuki told them as the guards opened the great doors to the city. The group descended down hundreds of steps to the cobblestone streets below, where architectural marvels towered above them. Beautifully structured buildings veered somewhere between ancient and modern as hundreds of Rhodi came and went. All of them were wearing the traditional Rhodian dress, with the masters in robes and the students in traditional Rhodian uniforms. Dylan didn't see anyone wearing jeans or t-shirts. Now who looks ridiculous? Dylan smiled. Tito adjusted his shirt. He held his head high and walked with a cocky swagger, trying to disguise his awkward appearance. These are the training compounds where we teach martial arts and combat tactics, Yuki said, leading the Rhodi to several gigantic fields. Some were wide open, and others were filled with training equipment and weapons. Dylan nearly squealed at the giant balance beams at the far end of the compound. One was as high off the ground as some of the houses in the city. She couldn't wait to try them out. We try to limit our time here, Yuki said. Even though learning how to defend ourselves is important, we rarely have the opportunity to use our combat skills. You mean you've never seen a battle before? Devin asked in disbelief. None of us have. Rhodi hasn't been involved in a fight, not since the masters of our masters founded the great city, Yuki informed them. Dylan found that impossible to believe. She'd only been a Rhodi for a few years, and she'd been in more battles than she could count. But here in Rhodi there were thousands of warriors who had never needed to defend themselves in the real world. A Rhodi who had never been in a fight. Well, that was unheard of to Dylan. I wouldn't suggest going to train until the afternoon, Yuki told the group. The compounds are always swarmed in the morning with students. Later in the day, everyone splits up to work on their crafts. That much was obvious. Rhodi were everywhere in the compound, sparring and practicing with each other eagerly. There was barely a patch of grass left open. The group watched as Rhodi battled fiercely on the compound, not only with fists and kicks, but with katanas and spears as well. Two people around Dylan and Devin's age were beating the sense out of each other with huge smiles on their faces, using moves the students had never seen before. They were not only fast, but powerful as well. Wow, Devin said. They're really good. Hitomi and Kichiro are at the bottom of their class, Yuki said as he turned on his heels. It's really nothing impressive. The twins glanced at each other as the group hustled to keep up with Yuki, who was heading toward a large stone temple. Wow, Dylan whispered to her twin as they walked away from the compound. I thought they were good. We're really behind. Don't worry about it, Taladin said quietly to them. You guys became Rhodi late, and I'm pretty sure these kids have been training since their masters could teach them how to make a fist. But we're the students of the great Taladin and Devana. We don't want to embarrass you because we suck, Devin mumbled. You could never embarrass us, Tavana said. You've been in quite a few battles. These students have never even seen a hunter. Be proud of that. Yuki gestured up to the stone temple. This is our great museum and library. All the ancient Rhodian texts we have are inside, as well as modern books written by popular authors. The museum holds artifacts from the ancient days and an exhibit on the history of, Desmodandre? Yuki said rather quickly, glancing at Tavana. Wow, Devin said, the light flashing off his glasses. I can't wait to get there. Hold on, super geek. Don't wet your pants in excitement, Tito said. Shut up, it's really cool, Dylan said, impressed herself. She didn't read much, but she couldn't deny that the combination library-museum was impressive. Maybe for you, I'm still looking for something that I can do, Tito said. This isn't our city. It's theirs. Stop ruining the experience, Enfys told him. Books have a lot of words. Too many words, Jenna said, giggling. Too many words? Oh, really, Jenna? Enfys said sarcastically. Yuki crossed the street and led them down the middle of the city. Buildings, both small and large, clustered together along the street. The group sidestepped rickshaws and people riding horses, while storefronts sold food, clothing, and wares of all kinds. This is the merchants section. Many of these stores are devoted to olden crafts, such as woodworking and apothecary work, but on the other side of town there is a mall and a supermarket and many other modern conveniences like movie theaters and arcades. We even have a nightclub for some of the students and younger masters, Yuki said with a smile. A nightclub? Really? Have you ever been there? Jenna piped up in excitement, jumping on Tito's back. Yuki's mouth twitched. As far as my master knows, of course not. Rhodi was a combination of the old and the new, and was absolutely huge. Eros was an average-sized city, but Rhodi easily dwarfed it 12 times over. As they got further into the city, Saffron shrunk against Dylan, frightened of all the people closing in on them. Dylan took her hand gently and smiled at the girl encouragingly, saying, It's okay, Saffron. I'm right here. Saffron pressed against her. I want to fly away, sister. But for you, I will stay. Most of the houses are gathered on the south side of the city, Yuki said. That's where the city tapers off and grows into nature. The river underground helps us grow our gardens, plants, and crops. It's really beautiful this time of year. They came to the biggest building of all, a giant round structure made entirely of stained glass. Beautiful designs of dragons, cranes, tigers, and other animals were composed out of the glass, forming a lovely oriental scene that sparkled in the desert sun. There was even a window of a griffin. I've never seen that before, Saffron said in appreciation. Yuki opened a shimmering door and walked into the building. The group followed, their mouths dropping open at the scene before them. Hundreds of Rhodi were within the building, and they were glowing. Multiple crafts were whizzing around the room as Rhodi practiced using their crafts. Students threw tiny balls of magic back and forth to each other, laughing loudly. Rhodi turned invisible on the spot, flew through the hall without wings, lifted heavy objects with barely a finger, grew into giants and then into ants, and multiplied themselves easily. These Rhodi had crafts none of them had ever heard of before, and they performed them effortlessly. But as the group watched, they realized that the Rhodi within the room didn't have just one craft or two. They had multiple gifts, and were able to switch back and forth between them quickly without a care in the world. "This is our great crafting hall," Yuki said proudly. "The crown jewel of Rhodian. This is where we grow our crafts and come together to learn how to make them better." "These Rhodi are amazing," Taladin said in awe. "Is it normal for them to have so many crafts?" "You can expand your crafts over and over and over if you practice enough with them and learn to go further within yourself and your crafting ability," Yuki said. "I thought you would know that, being a master, but I suppose fighting Rachel all these years hasn't left any time for you to experiment and strengthen your crafts like us." "It's like what you said, Saffron. Your soul has many doors, and apparently, so does everyone's," Dylan said, turning to the girl. Saffron seemed impressed. "I didn't know anyone else could split their crafts besides Rachel, Savannah, and Tristan, and myself, of course. See, you're not so different after all," Dylan said, nudging Saffron with her elbow. The girl smiled and said, "Perhaps, sister." Yuki led them throughout Rhodian, and the more he pointed out, the harder it was to keep up. There was always more to see, more to learn. "Our economy is booming. Because of our healers, we've eliminated most diseases. Everyone knows Rhodi here, so there is very little crime. It's hard to steal or murder when everyone can defend themselves." Yuki laughed, as if the very idea of murder was comical and not a reality of life. No matter where they went, everyone seemed to know who Tavanna was. There were always hushed whispers from someone in the streets whenever they passed, and many Rhodi halted in place to bow quickly in her path, muttering, "Desmond-Andre," before running away, much like Songsai had done. "It was a mistake for Oruchan to bring us here. His loyalty is divided amongst the Rhodi. It's obvious some of them think you should be queen," Devin said to Tavanna, openly, so Taladin and Dylan could hear. "Not many enough. His people wanted us here, and to ignore them would be to sacrifice his own place on the throne," Tavanna responded. "He had little choice but to save us, which is why we need to assure him that we are no threat to his rule." "But we want to be a threat. We need to get you that crown," Taladin insisted. Tavanna scowled. "For now, we're guests. Let's observe." Dylan said nothing. She knew Tavanna never wanted to be a Rhodian queen in the first place. She was sure if the master had her way, she'd take Devin and run off to a faraway place where they could train and live in peace. But as Desmond-Andre, she had no choice. It was Tavanna's obligation to lead the Rhodi and bring peace to Crescentia. Dylan didn't know how to feel about the whole situation. Oruchan was awful, and he was going to let Crescentia fall into ruin in order to preserve Rhodian. But did that give Tavanna the right to storm into a city and take over a whole nation of people they knew nothing about? Taladin thought so. He was her master, so did that mean she needed to back him up no matter what, as Yuki did with Oruchan? No, she wouldn't do that. She loved Taladin endlessly, but she couldn't do something that she felt was wrong. If the people of Rhodian wanted Tavanna, then Desmond Andre would rule over all. But if they wanted Oruchan, Oruchan would stay. Dylan knew Tavanna would follow her morals regardless of how the war turned out in the end. The only way Tavanna would become queen, the rightful queen, is if Rhodian asked her to. So that's the grand tour, basically, Yuki said. There are still many parts we haven't covered, but we'll get to them tomorrow. No thanks, Tito complained. I'm done with walking for a while. This place, Saffron said in awe. It's a Rhodian paradise. For you, it's heaven, Dylan said. Absolute heaven. Only the Rhodi had been permitted to dine with Oruchan that evening. Everyone else had been forced to eat elsewhere by order of the king. Dylan was irritated at Oruchan's little snub. He obviously deemed Rhodi superior to all others. Oruchan must have found out that Saffron wasn't technically a Rhodi, and therefore she had been excused from the dinner. Taladin, Tavanna, Dylan, and Devin gathered around Oruchan's gigantic, ornate table, watching warily as the king prowled from his quarters and swept into the dining hall with hungry eyes. His gaze hovered on Dylan's longer than the others before he took his chair. I want to say thank you for giving me back my bow, Devin said to Oruchan nervously as they sat down at the table. I thought you might keep it and give it to a stronger Rhodi. We don't steal here. That bow belongs to you as much as your craft does. To give it to someone else would be a great dishonor upon me, Oruchan said. An honor is something my people value above all. I would have lost much respect was I to steal the Rhodian weapons from a student of Tavanna's. Dylan used a set of chopsticks to devour the dumplings in front of her. The food was wonderful, as was everything in Rhodian. Dylan found it both stunning and slightly strange that these Rhodi excelled at everything. The only thing these Rhodi couldn't do was the very thing they had been created for, and that was to fight. I had heard your wife, Oruchan said, with a distasteful expression as he looked at Taladin, is with child. Congratulations. We don't have half-breeds in Rhodian, but I suppose that with time, your child will grow to be just as powerful as the others. Taladin looked as if Oruchan had slapped him across the face. Dylan had no idea how to respond, nor did anyone else in the room. Tavanna swallowed and said, Taladin is an exceptional warrior, but I know that no matter what the child becomes, he will love him or her all the same. Yes, I suppose so, Oruchan said, rather dryly. Tell me, Tavanna, have your students been bonded yet? You can't expect them to grow strong until they have partners. Dylan and Devin have only been Rhodi for a few years, Tavanna said. I don't feel the need to pressure them into finding partners until they're ready, if they so choose to have one. Our Rhodi are assigned partners as young as 2. This seals the bond early and gives the Rhodi time to grow up together. After a lifetime of being bonded, they mold into one and the same. By the time they are ready to become masters, the partners are practically unstoppable, Oruchan said. You are crippling them by keeping your students separated. Being bonded so early doesn't give either Rhodi time to grow, Tavanna protested. They haven't even had time to explore the dream state, yet alone. The dream state is forbidden here in Rhodian, Oruchan said abruptly. Any Rhodi found going into it is banned from the city. It was decided after Hilmar that the dream state would only expose us if any hunters were found wandering about it. Well, in that case, Tavanna said stubbornly, I know that if I was bonded with my brother any sooner than I was, it would have been a disaster. It's not a decision to take lightly, so the student should always decide who their partner will be. The master always knows better than the student. That here is a rule in Rhodian, Oruchan said strictly.
Dylan has taught me more than I've ever taught her, I'm sure. Taladin cut in. She's a miraculous teacher, due to her kind heart. Audichan's eyes flashed toward Dylan, and he grinned slyly. Of course, I'm not surprised that she's the exception. No one dared to speak after that. After a time, the group finished their dinner, and the twins looked to their masters to excuse them. It had been anything but a pleasant meal. Taladin cleared his throat and said, Well, it's getting late, and we've had a long day. Of course, Master Taladin, Audichan said as he stood from the table, heading toward the door. He then stopped and cast a careless glance over his shoulder. You are very lucky to have such a student under your care. If I were you, I would watch her closely. He left the room rather silently. The Rhodi got up quickly, hustling toward the door and out into the privacy of the hallway. Was that a threat? Devin asked, glancing at Taladin. It better not have been, Taladin said darkly. It's fine, don't worry about it, Dylan said, waving her hand. The crazy ones are always attracted to me. I'm worried about it. I'm worried about everything he says, Savannah said. Everything they do here is backwards. Bonding Rhodi together as young as 2? That's mad. The ancient masters would have never allowed it. Everything's so different here, Dylan said. I know that I'm a Rhodi, but I don't feel like one here. It is rather odd, Savannah admitted. I've never quite heard someone being referred to as a half-breed before. Yeah, my unborn child isn't a half-breed, whatever that is, Taladin said. And if he or she gets treated badly because of some sort of strange prejudice here, then I'm definitely not going to stay. We probably won't be here that long, Savannah said. Let's just see how the week turns out. Chapter 18. You already know. Around midnight, there was a knock on her door. Dylan got up and opened it to see Jenna standing brightly on the other side. Jenna, what's going on? It's late, she said, wiping sleep from her eyes. Tito wants to go to the nightclub, Jenna whispered in excitement. He's telling all the kids to get ready. This is our second night here. We're not even allowed out of the palace, Dylan said sleepily. We'll be back before the adults even know we're gone, yep, Jenna said, waving her hand. Where's your sense of adventure? Come on, Dylan, please. Dylan let out a sigh. I don't have anything to wear. Yes, you do. From behind her back, Jenna brought out a slinky black dress. I borrowed this and a couple of other dresses from Songsai for you and Saffron. You've already made friends with Songsai? Dylan said in surprise, before shaking her head. Never mind, that doesn't surprise me. I guess I'll go. Jenna said, letting out a squeal. She threw the dress into Dylan's hand and said, Be ready in 10 minutes so we can sneak out. Dylan sighed and went to her closet. A pair of black flats were lying on the floor that matched the dress, and there was a long-sleeved shrug that she could put on to hide her scars. Thank Desmondre. Saffron walked in, looking stunning in a flouncy purple dress that was lined with feathers on the skirt. I was wondering if you had any makeup, Saffron said. There isn't any in my room. Dylan headed into the bathroom and pulled out one of the drawers from the counter. Surprisingly, there was a large collection of makeup gathered in a silky bag inside. That's weird, Dylan murmured to herself before tossing the bag to Saffron. Here, use whatever you want. Saffron headed to the mirror and quickly dabbled on some blush, applying a thin fuchsia lipstick and creating wings at the edges of her eyes with eyeliner. I haven't worn makeup in ages, Saffron said. It feels nice to put it on again. You look great, Dylan said. She slipped on the black dress, the shrug, and the flats, nearly choking when she looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was little more than a tube that ended just before her mid-thigh, and it pushed up her breasts. She felt naked. Taladin can't see me in this. He would lay an egg. Your master will never find out, Saffron said.
handing Dylan the makeup bag. "Here, I'm done with it." Dylan looked at it blankly, unsure of what to do.
"I've never worn makeup," Dylan said, "not even at Taladin's wedding."
"Really?" Saffron's eyes widened. "I can help you. Here." She sat Dylan on the bed and bent over, beginning to paint her face. Dylan's eyes watered as she applied the mascara, and she tried not to rub the lipstick off as Saffron coated it on. "This is uncomfortable," Dylan complained. "It's a lot of work for nothing." "You'll change your mind in a minute," Saffron said, and she stepped away to reveal Dylan's reflection. She gasped in surprise as she gazed in the mirror. Saffron had made her eyes look larger, her lips fuller. Any blemishes she had faded away under the concealer. The girl in the mirror looked like a perfect Far Eastern doll, with tan skin that shimmered and glowed in the dim lighting. Dylan realized that with makeup on, she looked a lot like her mom. She swallowed a bulge in her throat. "I actually really like it," Dylan said in surprise. "I don't like how it feels, though." "You won't notice," Saffron said. "Not when all the boys are looking at you." Dylan really didn't want any boys to look at her, especially one boy in particular, but she knew that couldn't be helped now. Jenna walked in, letting out a little cheer when she saw Dylan. "You girls look amazing! I can't wait for the guys to see you!" "Jenna, what are you wearing?" Dylan asked. Jenna was wearing a strange combination of a tank top and shorts that were made of shimmering black fabric, the shoulders dazzled with many golden jewels. "It's a jumpsuit! Isn't it cute?" she said. "It's something," Dylan said. "Is Nellie coming?" "She can't, because the infirmary will notice if she's gone," Jenna said, shaking her head. "But she said she was coming next time. The boys are meeting us outside. Come on, let's go!" The girls crept quietly through the hallway, tiptoeing down the staircase and taking a small door out the back to the city streets. Nobody noticed them slip away. They followed Jenna around a dark corner where they met the boys, who were all dressed simply in t-shirts and jeans. Enfys gave a double take when Dylan rounded the corner. He went to say something, but Tito cut in and said, "Damn, girl, you look sexy." "Be still, you disgusting parasite," Saffron said, shoving Dylan past them both. "She's not interested."
"That's fine. The ladies will be all over me tonight," Tito said.
"Whatever you say," Devin said, shaking his head. He glanced at his sister. "I didn't even recognize you. A little much, isn't it?" "Do you need new glasses? She's perfect," Saffron barked in his face. "Saff, be nice," Dylan said. "Let's go, let's go," Jenna pleaded, bouncing in place. "I'm tired of waiting." The teens hurried down the streets of Rhodi, ducking into dark places every time someone walked by. Within a few minutes, they could hear the music, and as they turned a corner, the kids came to a building that seemed to pulsate with loud music and screaming. The door was open, and the kids joined the massive crowd of teenagers filtering into the club. Inside, they were met with a massive room surrounded by lights that flashed different colors, and a dance floor that lit up with each swell of the bass. The floor thudded with every drop of the speakers as ear-shattering music rang out. Velvet booths surrounded the dance floor, while a bar buzzed with activity in the corner, and a DJ spun discs atop a large stage. All of the young students had abandoned the traditional Rhodian dress, opting for more casual wear for the club. Jenna let out a loud yell and grabbed Tito's hand, dragging him to the dance floor. Enfys went sullenly to a booth and sat down, looking around while his foot tapped to the beat of the music. Dylan wanted to join him, but she didn't want to sit with him alone. It left way too much room open for conversation and other things. She turned to Devin, but before she could ask him what he wanted to do, Nellie rounded the corner, wearing a tight blue dress that matched her eyes. "Nellie!" Devin said, his face instantly lighting up. "What are you doing here?" "One of the younger nurses helped me sneak out," Nellie said with a giggle. I can't stay long, but I really wanted to check this place out.
That's so cool, he said, grabbing her hand. Want to dance?
Sure, she said.
And before Dylan could say anything, both of them were gone.
She looked at Saffron, who was slowly moving to the music. I think I want to dance too, Saffron said. Want to join me? Dylan wasn't sure how to dance at a club, but as she peered at all the Rhodi clustered around the floor, she figured it didn't look that hard.
Sure.
Saffron was a very good dancer. She moved her body like she did as a bird, using flowing movements during slower songs and sharp, articulate jibes when the pace increased. Dylan more or less tried to follow her, but she felt out of place among all the athletic Rhodi. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned around.
I'm gonna get out of here. This really isn't my scene, Enfys said. I'm going to the music cafe down the street.
Okay, catch up with you later, Dylan said. He narrowed his eyes when she didn't protest any further, but strode out of the club without another word. Dylan tried not to feel bothered. She instead pressed herself closer to Saffron, trying to match the rhythm of her body to the music. Don't worry, sister, Saffron said. Boys are more trouble than they're worth.
You've got that right,
Dylan shouted back at her. After they'd been dancing for a little over an hour, Dylan told Saffron she was thirsty and headed over to the bar to buy them some drinks. 2 soda waters, she told the barman. He barely glanced at her before handing her a blue substance that frothed and fizzed inside the cup.
What's this? She asked, looking down at it. It's something to make you feel good, the barman shouted. It'll only take one for a little girl like you.
No thanks, just the soda, Dylan insisted. The barman gave her a funny look before fulfilling her request. She scanned the crowd, trying to find Saffron, but she had lost her friend in the fray. A familiar whoop rang throughout the room, and Dylan turned in absolute dread. Tito and Jenna were up on stage, and a funky, upbeat tune was thrumming through the bar, replacing the instrumental techno music that had been playing before.
Oh no, Dylan thought. What the hell are they doing?
Hey, ladies! Tito yelled, and the girls screamed.
This song is a little tune I'm sure everybody remembers, but me and my friend Jenna are gonna put our own little spin on it.
Someone from the crowd threw the 2 microphones. The bass thudded 3 times before Tito began half-rapping, half-singing the words to Make My Hips Sway. By Desmodondre, Dylan whispered. The crowd enthusiastically cheered and began jumping up and down as the 2 sang, Tito filling in all the rap lyrics and Jenna subbing in when the female solos were required. Dylan had to admit they were very good together on stage. She'd seen them goofing around and choreographing dance moves at the cottage to the song, but she'd never thought they would actually perform live. When the song's end neared, Tito jumped off the stage and began to crowd surf as the masses carried him throughout the club. Jenna continued to sing. A couple of boys came up on stage, lifting her onto their shoulders and bouncing her up and down to the bass. Someone's having a good time, she thought glumly. Tito and Jenna were definitely in their element. The song changed, and Tito and Jenna began singing an entirely new ballad, urging the crowd into a drunk, raging monster that only became crazier with every note. Dylan cast her attention away from the stage and started navigating through the crowd to find Saffron. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Devin and Nellie making out enthusiastically with each other in one of the velvet booths. Ew, gross, she thought. What was it about the nightclub that made everyone she knew go crazy? She finally found Saffron leaning against a wall, breathing heavily. I barely made it out of there alive, Saffron laughed. When Tito and Jenna took the stage, things got insane. I see that, Dylan said, handing her the drink. Want to dance some more? I don't think it's wise to go out there again, Saffron giggled, brushing her hair back out of her face. You're likely to get crushed. Let's go sit down then. They took their seat at a velvet booth and slowly sipped their drinks, watching as Tito and Jenna worked the crowd. As the night went on, Dylan danced a few more times and had a few quick conversations with people she didn't know, mostly guys who were trying to hit on her. It all seemed terribly awkward. The later it got, the more out of place Dylan felt. She wasn't exactly having a terrible time, but she was nowhere near having as much of a blast as everyone else was. The only one who seemed more uncomfortable at the club was Saffron. She'd been perfectly fine when they got there, and had spent most of the first few hours dancing and having a good time, but as the night went on, she seemed to realize where she was and began retreating into herself. Saffron cowered in the booth, sipping slowly at her drink, averting her eyes and murmuring to anyone who bothered to pay attention to her. "Saff, what's wrong?" Dylan asked, scooting over to her friend. "You've been hiding over here forever." "I don't do well in crowds," Saffron said. "Or around people. I want to fit in, I really do, but I know I'm different. I can't make any friends here." She gestured to the crowd. "Come on, you were having a great time when we arrived," Dylan said, yanking her arm. "I'll help you. We'll do it together." Saffron got up from the booth and backed away, shaking her head. "I'm making a fool of myself by being here. I'll head back to the palace. You'll have more fun without me." Dylan watched Saffron head out of the club without another word. As she saw her friend leave, she knew how she felt. Even though they'd found thousands of Rhodi, Dylan felt like she couldn't relate to any of them. All she wanted to do was fade into the background. Tito and Jenna were still performing. How they'd gotten the permanent job of entertaining the crowd tonight, she didn't know, but it looked like they weren't going to leave anytime soon. It crossed her mind to join Enfys in the coffee shop. Bored out of her mind, she decided that it was better than sitting alone and trying to fend off guys. Dylan walked out of the club and headed down the dark road to find the coffee shop. It wasn't far, tucked away on the corner, the only shop that was still open this time of night. She headed toward the door, but before she could open it, she looked in the window of the shop, hardly able to believe what she saw. Enfys was on stage too, but unlike Jenna, he wasn't flouncing about. He must have gone back to get his ukulele, and he played it softly as he sat on a stool placed on a small stage, singing into a microphone. The shop was absolutely packed, and everyone, no matter what age, was staring at the searcher as he drew them into his song. Enfys was playing his heart out, the same burning expression on his face that he'd had when he'd played for Dylan. Several girls sat at the edge of the stage, looking up at him with adoring eyes. Enfys glanced down while playing and smiled at one of them. The girl giggled furiously, her cheeks turning red as she whispered to her friend. Feeling embarrassed, Dylan turned to go back to the club. But then Enfys noticed her in the window and jumped off stage in the middle of his song, running after her into the street. "Dylan," he said, "wait up." She ignored him, increasing the speed of her steps. She needed to get away from him. "Dylan, would you wait?" he said, grabbing her arm and wheeling her around. She spun to face him, glad it was too dark for him to see her true emotions that were spread all over her face. She hated that people could read her like a book. "What was that?" he asked, stringing his ukulele over his back. "I just came to see where you were, that's all," Dylan said. She crossed her arms and said, "It's clear you're doing fine." "Fine? I'm doing great," Enfys exclaimed. "Dylan, this is the biggest break I've had since Sorsha broke up with me. They want me to come back every night and play. People actually care about my music instead of just ignoring me or complaining about it." "I care about your music," Dylan said defensively. "But that's great. It's cool that you actually have a regular gig now." He stared at her. "You're not acting too happy about it." "I am. Really," she insisted. "You should get back in there. Your fans look like they want you." She gestured to the door. "Okay," he said slowly.
He headed back to the shop before he paused, his hand on the door handle. Dylan, I'm sorry that I made it weird with the song last night, if that's what this is about. You didn't make it weird, I just have more important things to worry about, Dylan said, doing her best not to snap at him. Right, Enfys said sharply. Saving the world, I get it, whatever. Enfys headed back into the coffee shop. Dylan let out a low growl from her throat, forcing herself to stay human even though she could feel tigress fur rippling under her skin. She headed back to the club, pushing her way through the crowd until she reached the bar. I want whatever you gave me earlier, Dylan told the barman. The barman smiled. I knew you'd come back. Take it easy. One is all you need, he said, handing her a cup. I want another one for my friend, she told him. The barman's eyes widened, shaking his head. You better be careful, little girl. I'll be fine, Dylan said, taking a large gulp. The liquid burned on the way down and made her eyes water, but Dylan forced herself to take another sip, pushing the drink down. She could already start to feel the effects. Her whole body felt warm, and the room began to spin when she finished her first drink. She didn't feel in control of her movements, and she stumbled away from the bar, holding on to the wall and trying not to spill her second drink. Dylan knew she shouldn't have another, but then she thought of Enfys, and she felt angry and hurt. Anything to stop the pain, she thought as she recalled Enfys's angry blue eyes when he'd headed back into the coffee shop, and she finished the rest of the second drink. The substance hit her like a wave, halting all function of her brain and making her feel incapable of speech or thought. The loud music made her head hurt, and her stomach churned with every clumsy step she took. Even worse, all she could think about were those piercing blue eyes, burning her up with something that was both beautiful and terrible. All the drink had done was made her feel worse, and she had no idea where any of her friends were. She could barely make her way around the room. Are you all right? A girl asked. She came up to Dylan and laid a hand on her shoulder. Dylan opened her mouth and threw up. Several people jumped away from her with screams and disgusted noises. Dylan? She heard a familiar voice say. Her stomach dropped as she turned to see Enfys, who was pushing people out of the way to get to her. She felt herself turn red from embarrassment as he stared at her, covered in vomit and on the verge of tears. Here, Enfys said, pulling a napkin out of his pocket and handing it to her. By Desmodondre, lass, how much did you have? I saw her drink too, but she might have had more, the girl told him as Dylan slowly wiped the mess off her face. Are you her boyfriend? I saw you two come in together earlier. Enfys avoided the question as he said, Thank you so much for looking out for her. Anything could have happened in this club with all these guys around. Girls have to look out for each other, she replied. Enfys bent down and picked Dylan up, cradling her in his arms. We need to get you out of here, lass, before things get worse. Dylan wasn't sure how things could get much worse, until she felt the urge to throw up again. She tried to focus on breathing steadily as Enfys carried her out of the heat and loudness of the club and into the cool streets of Rhodi. It's a good thing I decided to look for you, Enfys said. Where'd everyone else go? She moaned and held a hand to her mouth. When they got to her room, Dylan stumbled out of his arms. She crawled to the toilet, leaning over the edge and throwing up once more. Enfys ran inside and held back her hair as she gagged. Let it all out, lass, Enfys said grimly. I've had more than I can handle quite a few times back in Dundee. You're in for a long night. She sat against the bathroom wall, and Enfys gave her a cup of water. She sipped at it gingerly, and he asked, Do you want me to stay with you? No, get Saffron, she mumbled. I don't want you to see me like this. All right, lass, I'll get her. Did you get in trouble with the shop because you left? Dylan asked, worried. He shook his head. Nah,
They just want me back extra early tomorrow. Okay. He left the room, and Dylan's lip quivered. She'd made herself look like such a fool. So much for trying to act like she didn't care about him. Things were such a mess. Saffron ran into the bathroom with a washcloth, wiping Dylan's face. "Sister, what happened to you?" she asked. "I just left you an hour ago." "It doesn't matter. I've just had too much to drink," Dylan said, hating the way her voice slurred. "I feel like shit." "You need to drink more water," Saffron said, refilling the glass Enfys had given her and starting the shower. "A cold shower will help, but we need to get you into bed so your body can heal." Saffron helped her shower, which Dylan was thankful for, because if she had to do it alone, she was pretty sure she would have fallen and hit her head. Saffron gave her a nightgown and helped her into bed, placing a trash can on the side of the bed just in case. "Thanks, Saffron," Dylan said as she laid her pounding head down. "You're a big help." "I drank too much too often after my escape from the asylum," Saffron said. "It didn't make anything better, but I learned what to do after I felt sick." "You should get to bed. It's really late," Dylan said, feeling her eyes close slowly. "I can't sleep at night, sister. Most of the time, I stay up and watch the stars." Saffron changed into a griffin and strode over to the window, her eagle eyes glimmering in the dark light. "I have too many nightmares to sleep soundly." "I have nightmares too," Dylan said with a yawn. Saffron let out a soft coo, and Dylan found it calmed her, like nothing else would in the world. Chapter 19. Seeking Refuge. Saffron had closed the drapes so the sun wouldn't hurt Dylan's eyes the next morning, which Dylan was grateful for. She woke up with her head pounding harder than it had the previous night, though her nausea was gone. She felt like she'd been training for 3 days straight. She wanted to get out of bed, but her muscles felt flimsy, so she stayed under the covers. The details from the previous night were groggy, but she remembered that it had been a disaster. She moaned, pulling the blanket over her head. She'd looked like a total idiot in front of Enfys, and word had probably gotten around to everyone else about how drunk she'd been. She glanced at the clock and realized that it was late in the morning. Yuki had already left with the others to give them a more in-depth tour of Rhodi. Dylan thought she'd seen more than enough of Rhodi last night, and was glad she hadn't been forced to go with them. There was a knock on her door, and Taladin walked in. He was carrying a large bottle of red liquid. He set it down next to her bedside table, brushing her hair back. Dylan tried to think of an excuse as to why she was still in bed, but came up empty. "Hey, Thunderbolts, how do you feel?" he asked. "Terrible," she said. "Why are you still here?" "I told them you're sick and that I'd join them when you woke up," Taladin said, handing her the bottle of red liquid. "Drink this. It'll help the hangover." "You know about that?" she said in shock. "I swear you kids think we're dumb," Taladin said. "We knew exactly where you were going last night. We just thought you guys would have the brains to stick together." "Everyone kind of went off and did their own thing," Dylan said. She found her mouth rather dry and reached over to take a sip of the red drink. "But I didn't think I was going to get drunk." "I'm guessing it wasn't for fun, either. I heard you and Enfys had a fight," Taladin said. "It wasn't a fight. My feelings just got hurt," Dylan mumbled. "Yeah, and drinking isn't the way to cure that," Taladin said firmly. "You're just trading one thing for another." "I can't trade drinking for cutting if I haven't stopped yet," Dylan said quietly, looking down. Taladin stared at her as the meaning of her statement sunk in. She pulled her sleeves down over her wrists, he noticed, running a hand through his hair. "We're starting your therapy sessions back up again, immediately," Taladin said. "There isn't enough time. We're stretched enough as it is, trying to get used to Rhodi," she said. "I don't want to hear it.
Drink all of that, he told her, pointing at the bottle. We've come too far for you to start backsliding now. Tonight, we're working on it.
I want saffron, Dylan said. Can you send her in here, please?
I suppose.
He left the room. Dylan could almost feel the sadness radiating off of him as he did so. Not only had she embarrassed herself, she'd let her master down after he thought she'd been doing so well. She wondered what the others thought of her, and if they'd heard about her argument with Enfys. It was irrelevant. She didn't care what anyone said, so long as nobody guessed the truth. When everyone got back from the tour, they gathered in a private room for lunch. Dylan sat with Saffron at the end of the table, looking down and trying to avoid Enfys's eyes. The searcher hadn't said anything to her yet, and he was acting like nothing had happened. The rest of her friends were staring at her curiously, so she supposed that nobody had blabbed about what happened, but it didn't stop her from feeling scrutinized by everyone in the room. At the other side of the table, the adults were arguing.
We can't keep waiting around, Tavanna. Now is the time to act, Taladin insisted, slamming his fork down and sending food splattering everywhere.
Taladin, be still. You're not a barbarian, Leanna lectured. Tavanna has to decide what to do.
Great. That should only take 6 months,
Taladin grumbled, sitting back in his chair.
Do you think Rhodi should go to war or not?
Otter-chan has already made up his mind on the issue. The only thing I can do is challenge him for the throne, but I can't do that now. I can't walk in and usurp the kingdom without knowing a thing about this place. Tavanna shook her head. You gave a great suggestion when you said 6 months, because that's precisely the amount of time we need to make an informed decision.
6 months? Tavanna, are you crazy? Rachel might take over the world by then,
Taladin protested. I know, but the world's going to have to wait, Tavanna said. A week's worth of time isn't enough to decide whether we should stay or go. We need to get to know these Rhodi on a personal level before we inspire them to wage war. And what if they don't? What if they don't want to fight? Devin asked. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. We need these Rhodi, Tavanna said firmly. Without them, there's no backup plan. So they waited 6 months. As Dylan watched from afar, Enfys quickly grew to be the most popular musician in Rhodian. He played every night at the coffee shop and in various locations around the city. He was so busy with his music that he had little time to spend with Dylan or anyone else. It made her happy in a twisted way, because he focused on falling in love with the crowds and the music instead of her. He was pursuing his dreams and passion, and Dylan felt relieved to fall into the background as he became more and more famous within Rhodian. Tito and Jenna had grown particularly close during their time in Rhodian, though not in the way everyone expected. After their little stint at the club, they were requested to perform almost every night. An entourage of adoring fans followed them everywhere, with the crowd behind them growing bigger and bigger every day, becoming the talk of the city. Soon, the two had their own little clique. Tito was often seen with his arms around 2 or more girls at a time wherever he went. I thought you and Tito were dating, Dylan asked Jenna during a lunch at a cafe as she watched a particularly busty blonde sit on Tito's lap.
Oh, we broke up like a day or maybe 2 after we started dating,
Jenna said cheerfully.
We make much, much better best friends than boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my partner in crime.
I thought you liked each other, Dylan said.
He never really seemed into it when he was kissing me. I wasn't his type. Besides,
she said, as a brawny Rhodi smiled at her from across the room,
I've got other options.
The massive Rhodi flexed his muscles at Jenna. Dylan forced herself not to roll her eyes as Jenna practically drooled on the table. While her friends became happier and more successful in Rhodian, Dylan felt herself drawing away from them. She was glad that Jenna and Tito finally had a large group of friends as neither one of them had been particularly popular back in their hometowns, and she couldn't be more ecstatic that Enfys was finally on the way to achieving his dream of being a musician. She felt out of place around them, though, so she drew back, away from Tito and Jenna because she hated being around large crowds, and away from Enfys because she was afraid if she grew close to him again, he would continue to pursue her. That she couldn't allow to happen. When she turned to her brother, she found him so wrapped up in Nellie that she may as well have been invisible. Now that Nellie was fully cured, the two spent their time investigating Rhodi and disappearing for long periods of time. She saw more of Oru-chan than she did of her brother, and that disturbed her. Surprisingly, she spent more time with Saffron than anyone else. The girls often slept over in each other's rooms, talking late into the night and practicing with each other in the empty training compounds when all the other Rhodi had long gone home. It astounded her that her worst enemy had quickly become her closest friend. But Saffron was just as fanatic a friend as she had been a fighter, and so she stuck with Dylan like glue on most days. Saffron, however, would not go anywhere where there were people, so Dylan was forced to leave Saffron in her room whenever she wanted to journey outside the palace walls. No matter how hard she tried to convince her to leave, Saffron was too afraid to go with her. "I am a creature of the night, dearest sister," the griffin told her as she stood with her wings open, ready to leap out the window and into the skies. "I don't belong with people. I want to go with you, but I can't." Even Taladin seemed distant. Leanna was ready to pop, and he was often scattered about trying to make things ready for the baby. Dylan only saw him during her training, and his mind was always elsewhere. The only time he paid attention to her was during their therapy sessions, and the progress she was making there seemed to have come to a screeching halt. She couldn't tell Taladin what was bothering her, because even though he would understand better than anybody what it was like to be strung out over somebody you couldn't have, he wouldn't understand why it was Enfys. "I suppose it's for the best," Dylan thought. If she was going to defeat Rachel and fulfill April's vision on her own, she needed to cut ties with those around her so they didn't get hurt. Her loneliness was kept at bay by training non-stop and by exploring Rhodi whenever she could. There was always something to do in the city, so she was never bored. She only wished somebody was there to experience it with her. At the same time, she was too frightened to ask anyone to come along on her explorations. Dylan couldn't exactly say she was unhappy in Rhodi. It would be a wonderful place if she felt she was allowed to share it with someone. The only one who seemed as sad in Rhodi as she was Tavanna. The queen paced around her room frequently and often went to the royal meetings with Oru-chan, though what they were about, Dylan wasn't sure. The master stayed in her room as much as Saffron, and ventured out only to teach Devin when she could catch him without Nellie. Nobody really noticed. Everyone had become so wrapped up in their own lives that anyone else's was an afterthought. They had all been very close before they had come to the city, but now Dylan felt like they were all strangers. Rhodi, though it'd been a dream come true for most of them, was separating them slowly. Every week, Oru-chan requested that the Rhodi attend one of his private dinners, and Dylan hated all of them. She'd hoped that Oru-chan would grow bored with her as a student, and only insist that Taladin and Tavanna attend. The opposite had never been truer. Oru-chan seemed fascinated with Dylan, and talked to her more than anyone else attending. It didn't matter how bland the answers she gave him were, or how quiet she pretended to be. He always stared at her, even if they weren't talking. She felt as if Oru-chan was hungrily hiding in the bushes, growling eagerly for something she had, and she didn't like it. The dinners were usually boring and uncomfortable, but on one particular night, they ceased to be. Oru-chan raised his spoon and said, "We have news of what's going on in the other world, if you care to hear it." "I'd be glad to," Tavanna said, while Dylan tried not to scoff. The other world was what Oruchan called Crescentia. He refused to acknowledge that any other country existed. Dylan was surprised he even bothered to keep up with what went on outside Rhodian. However, this was the first time they'd gotten any information in months, so she leaned in to listen. Rachel has taken over most of the free states, as well as the borders, Oruchan said dully. Devin dropped his spoon. The rest of them froze around the table, the food souring in their mouths. Oruchan cleared his throat. There are only a few states left to fight her off, including Dundee and Adamaris. It won't be long now before she has them both. I see, Tavanna said, and the master kept her expression vacant. And are you sticking with your current plan of staying silent? I am, Oruchan said. He continued eating with a thin, cruel smile, as if he knew his answer grated everyone around him. Dylan's stomach churned. She forced herself not to vomit all over the table. Tavanna went back to eating her dinner calmly, but her hand shook slightly with each bite she took. Oruchan continued smiling throughout dinner, and it took everything Dylan had not to scream at him. It was as if the Rhodian king was happy that Rachel was eliminating anyone from Crescentia who didn't have any crafts, to keep the bloodline pure from the possibility of any more half-breeds. He's just as terrible as she is, Dylan thought with revulsion, unable to believe that she was eating this man's food and living in his palace. After dinner, the Rhodi panicked. They flew to their quarters, where Dylan screamed, "He's awful! All those people are going to die, and he doesn't even care!" "Hold on, maybe he was lying," Devin said slowly. "Lying about what?" Dylan spat. "Why would he tell us that Dundee and Adamaris are the only free states left? It makes better sense to keep us in the dark so we don't start trouble," Devin said. "It's a challenge. He wants to see what I'm going to do," Tavanna said. "He can't live with all these people talking about me. He wants me to make up my mind if I want to stay and challenge him or go." "He doesn't want to fight you. That's a fool's wish," Devin protested. "He doesn't think he's going to lose. I can see it in his eyes. He thinks I'll leave," Tavanna said. "That's insane. Oruchan is an old man. There's no way he stands a chance against you," Devin said. Tavanna bit her lip. "I'm not so sure. If he wasn't that powerful, another Rhodi would have challenged him by now." "We need to get everyone together," Taladin said. "Now. It's time we had that meeting and figured out exactly what we're going to do." It took 3 hours to track everyone down, and another hour to steal Tito and Jenna away from their entourage. The group sat in various chairs in a circle around Tavanna's elaborate room, listening intently as Taladin filled them in. When he got to the part about Dundee, Enfys and Jenna jumped up, faces pale. "We have to go. Our mom and dad are out there," Enfys said. "Rachel isn't going to make a move yet, but she's going to soon," Tavanna said. "I'd give it a month before she strikes Dundee." "So rally the Rhodi," Enfys said. "Let everyone know what's going on so we can stop the guild. We don't know if they're going to stand behind us. They could say no and kick us out of Rhodian," Devin protested. "Give me a break," Tito said. He leaned against the wall and tipped his fedora over his eyes. "They eat up anything I say. They'll fight." "What Tito means is that these people are super, super good at heart," Jenna said. "They'll want to help save Crescentia." "I haven't met anybody who isn't nice here," Dylan agreed. "They're all wonderful people. The only asshole of the group is Oruchan." "Well, that's usually how it is. The bully is always in charge," Tavanna mumbled.
"They won't want to do anything. These Rhodi are a group of pacifists," Taladin said, "which is great in its own way, but we're not going to defeat Rachel by sitting in a circle, joining hands, and singing campfire songs." "Why not? It's something we haven't tried," Tito said. Nobody laughed at his joke.
The Rhodi were nearly destroyed before when they refused to fight. We can't do that a second time,
Tavanna said. Then you have to challenge Oruchan, Tavanna. You have no choice, Taladin insisted.
Something came to Dylan. The thought of tearing these people away from happiness and throwing them into chaos and war bothered her. Maybe we shouldn't fight, Dylan said, and everyone turned to her.
What? Taladin said, shaking his head. Dylan, I know you're scared, but not fighting isn't an option.
No, I can see her point, Devin said, stepping in. Look at everything these Rhodi have been able to achieve, simply because they were busy strengthening their crafts instead of waging war. They can cure illnesses that are pronounced as death sentences in most of the states, and their crafts are unlimited. These Rhodi have made this city a beautiful place. I know, Tavanna said gently. It's amazing what these Rhodi are able to do. And I'd be more than happy to let them continue doing that and never fight a battle again. But Rachel is going to come here and tear everything apart. All of it. No matter how you feel, the fact of the matter is if Rachel owns everything but Rhodian, sooner or later, she's going to find out it exists. In order to keep all these beautiful things, we're going to have to protect them.
Oruchan is a despicable human being, but you can't say Rhodian hasn't thrived under his rule. They've created a utopia in the middle of a desert. There's no crime, no poverty or homelessness, and no sickness. Everyone's doing really well here. It would be wrong to come in and disrupt that with anarchy, Devin said.
But at what cost?
Enfys said. He put a hand on Devin's shoulder.
Devin, you're my friend,
and I understand that for you, this place is paradise. I know you've been hungry and homeless before, and here, you feel that will never happen again. You belong here. He grimaced. But I'm a searcher, and if we sit around here and do nothing, they're going to destroy my paradise. Dundeen is all Crescentia has left. It's all I have left. The Hunters Guild is gonna destroy my people and my way of life if Rhodian doesn't do something to help.
I love Rhodian, but I love Dundeen more, Jenna said. And I love my friends. Enfys and I have given up everything in order to help you guys bring down Rachel. We haven't seen our parents since we left home. We've traveled with you for almost 2 years and have done everything we could to help you. And that's the way it's been with Searchers and Rhodi for hundreds of years. We've always served you. I'm not gonna say you owe us, but...
Jenna bobbed. Devin nodded.
I know, Jenna. We do owe you a lot. I'm not gonna deny that. Rhodi, Searcher, or just plain human being, we're all Crescentians, Tavanna said. And to lay in luxury while others die for our secrecy unknowingly is wrong. Sacrifice of the individual for the greater good is no sort of greater good at all. If nobody wants to fight Rachel, then I'm having my memory erased and going back out there. You can remain if you wish, but I have to do something to stop her. I can't stay here while she's killing innocent people.
I will follow whatever you decide, no matter what. You're my master, and that's the vow I made when I became a Rhodi, Devin said. But we're always looking out for others. Why not start looking after our own race? Oruchan is right. Crescentians have no respect for Rhodi. Devin bitterly crossed his arms. I know better than anybody that we all have to look out for our own, Taladin added quietly. My baby is due any day now. But if we're in a position to do something to protect Crescentia, no matter how small it is, we have to do it. Otherwise, we're just helping Rachel to enslave everyone.
And like I said, she's not going to wait around once she figures out we're here, Tavanna said. She'll take everything she has and completely crush us. We need to fight her now, before Dundeen falls and we lose everything. These Rhodi have never seen a real battle before. I don't think any of them have ever killed someone, Nellie piped in. They might be useless against the guild. That's where you're wrong, Tavanna said. Look at them. They're always sparring with each other and surprising one another by falling from ceilings and whatnot. They're restless. They like being at peace, but they're warriors who don't wage war. Put them on a battlefield and it'll come naturally to them.
Killing people doesn't come naturally to anyone. Nellie's right. They're probably useless, Devin said.
Dylan got up from her seat. I believe in them, she said. They've been training for years, and they know by instinct what to do in a fight. Most of the students here are better than you or I could ever dream of being, Devin. It's not easy when you're out there fighting for your life and watching your friends get hurt. She paused. But when you're on the battlefield, you know what to do in order to stay alive. We can't drag a whole society into a war that isn't theirs, Devin shouted. This is their war. Look around you, Devin. The Hunters Guild wouldn't have been created if the Rhodi had done their jobs. But they got lazy and allowed terrible people to do what they wanted, exactly like they're doing right now, Dylan said. The only way to settle this is to have another vote, Tavanna said. Everyone in favor of bringing Rhodian into this, if we can, raise your hand. Everyone but Devin raised their hand. Devin looked in astonishment at Nellie, but she shrugged and said with a sad face, I'm sorry, Devin, but we can't let all those people die. It isn't right. Devin sighed, then raised his hand. If everybody's in, I'm in. I just think this might come at too high a cost. The war is going to cost everybody something, I guarantee that. It doesn't mean it's not worth fighting for, Tavanna said. Tomorrow, I'll go to Orutan and challenge him for the throne. Let's hope and pray he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Tavanna sat down wearily in her chair, and everyone took it as a sign to leave. Dylan headed to her room and began to close the door, but before she could, Devin slipped in. Hey, she said, slightly irritated. Decide to drop in? He ignored her jibe and said, Dylan, I don't know if this is right. I have a really bad feeling about this. We don't have a choice, Devin. We all have to make sacrifices here, and if exposing Rhodian means saving Crescentia, we have to do it, she said flatly. We don't have to do anything, Devin insisted. I'll always stand behind Tavanna, but she's wrong on this one. If you tell Taladin you don't want to fight, he'll back out too, because of the baby. He, more than anyone, will be able to convince Tavanna to stand down. And then what? We tell Enfys and Jenna they're out of luck? Sorry, but we're too cowardly to do anything to save your home? Dylan shook her head. Don't ask me to do that, because I won't. They've done too much for us. There has to be a way to save Dundee and the rest of Crescentia without letting Rachel know about Rhodian, Devin insisted. There has to be. There isn't, Dylan snapped. Taladin isn't the only one Tavanna will listen to. You're her student, and the closest thing she has to a son after she gave up Harmony. You're her pride and joy, the heir to Rhodian if Tavanna ever takes the throne from Ardachan. I don't want to be an heir. I don't even want to be a prince, Devin whined. I had no idea that was the responsibility I was agreeing to when I took my vows. Well, Tavanna doesn't want to be queen, so it looks like you're in the same boat, Dylan argued. She grabbed her brother's arm firmly. Look, we had no idea what kind of life we'd be leading when we took our vows, but that doesn't make them any less important. I swore to be a Rhodi until the day I died, and that I would protect others with my life in order to bring peace to Crescentia. Doesn't that mean anything to you anymore? But peace is here. We've found it in Rhodian, and to disrupt that would be the opposite of being a Rhodi, Devin argued. I'm the one keeping my vows, not the one insisting on waging war. War is here, Devin. Whether you want it or not, it's on our doorstep, Dylan said. And I'm not about to turn tail and run from it. She started toward her bed, but Devin grabbed her and spun her around. Our whole lives, we've been running from the Hunters Guild, fighting the Hunters Guild, losing everything we had to them and their sick creed, he said. We haven't had a spare moment to just be kids, and we're almost adults.
There hasn't been a day our whole lives where we've had a moment's peace until we got here. These past 6 months have been the best of my life. I haven't had to worry about anything except becoming a better Rhodi." "That's great," Dylan said. "But just because living here has been awesome for you doesn't mean it has been for me." "I don't think you know how to rest, Dylan," Devin said quietly. "I think the only thing you know how to do anymore is fight. If Rachel was defeated tomorrow, you wouldn't know what to do with yourself, because you can't stop fighting. It doesn't matter if it's with yourself or with other people. You've always got to be struggling with something, otherwise you'll go insane." She stared at him, unsure of what to say. She knew what he'd said was true. I guess it's my tigress blood. "I want to stay here," Devin pleaded. "Don't you see that if we let Rachel know about us, she's going to come here and throw everything into chaos? Here, I can be with Nellie and not be afraid that someone's going to hurt her. Don't you want to be with Enfys?" Her eyes flashed downward, and he said abruptly, "You can lie to yourself, but not to me. I know you like Enfys, and I know the only reason you're keeping yourself away from him is because you're afraid April May's vision will come true. But if we stay here, maybe that vision won't come true at all, and you'll be able to be with him. I know that's what you want." "I don't know how to feel about Enfys. I really don't," she said honestly. "But we can't put our personal feelings ahead of what's right. Tavanna has always been the leader, and I'm willing to do what she says. Unless we expose Rhodi, Crescentia is done for. That's the bottom line. I'm not willing to give up the secrecy of thousands of people for a long shot, and I'm definitely not giving up Nellie. I almost lost her once," Devin said. She put a hand on his shoulder. "We knew when we took our vows what we were giving up. Taladin and Tavanna told us that we might have to sacrifice everything, even each other." "Not her," Devin said slowly, shaking off her hand and backing away. "I'm going to protect her with everything I have. I'll back you guys up when we reveal Rhodi, but don't ask me to break up with Nellie because we're fighting a war, because I won't. I've sacrificed enough." "You haven't even told her you love her yet, and you've been dating her for months," Dylan said. "What are you so afraid of?" "Mind your business. At least I can be honest with myself about how I feel. You're in love with Enfys. I know it, and you know it. But I also know you'll be damned before you admit it to yourself." He left the room, slamming the door shut. She felt like going after him and lecturing him, telling him that his relationship shouldn't come before the cause, but she knew she couldn't. If she was in his shoes, Enfys would look at her with those blue eyes and she'd just crumble. She knew it. She fell back on her bed with a sigh. She never could have imagined love could be such a dangerous thing. It made warriors lay down their bows and do reckless things. They couldn't do this without Devin, but it seemed her brother was bound and determined to fight them all. Chapter 20. The Battle of Two Masters. Dylan felt an unquenchable nervousness churning in her stomach the next morning. Tavanna was going to challenge Oruchan today. She knew she had no reason to be scared, and that Tavanna was the best Rhodi there was, even better than all the warriors they'd witnessed in Rhodi, but something didn't feel right. She anxiously followed behind Taladin, who looked none too sure of himself. Maybe she should have listened to Devin and tried to convince her masters again that exposing Rhodi was a terrible idea. She knew Tavanna would do anything for Crescentia, but all the same, Dylan didn't want Tavanna getting hurt. The group gathered together in the hallway. They followed Tavanna in a straight line to the throne room, where the master threw the doors open and walked in like she owned the place. That was good. That sort of confidence would be exactly what she needed to win today. "Oruchan!" Tavanna yelled, and the king sat forward on his throne, looking at her. "I will ask you one last time. Will you consider sending aid to Dundee and gathering an army of Rhodi to stop the Hunters Guild?" "You already know what my answer is, Tavanna. I must give a firm no," Oruchan said.
the slightest of smiles on his face. He was overly cocky, as if he knew what Tavanna was going to say already. Dylan hated him. She knew it was wrong, but she did. "Then I challenge you to a duel for the crown of Rhodian," Tavanna said, and the entire throne room gasped. Oda-chan didn't storm about in a rage of fury, nor did he scream. Instead, a terrible, elated look spread across his face, and he said, "It's about time, Master Tavanna. I was wondering if you'd ever challenge me. But I suppose Desmodondre couldn't stay a peasant forever." Tavanna narrowed her eyes at the king. "So where do we battle? Here?" "Oh no, Desmodondre. We will fight in the palace training arena," Oda-chan said. "All of my people must see who is defeated, so the true warrior can be proclaimed ruler. Tradition states that the battle must take place at sunset." "Sunset it is," Tavanna said. "What are the rules for this duel?" "There are no rules. Whoever surrenders first loses," Oda-chan said. "They are as simple as that." Tavanna gave a quick bow to him. "I'll be ready." "So will I, Tavanna. I hope that you are prepared," Oda-chan said, leaning back on his throne casually. It didn't take long for word to get out. By noon, all of Rhodian had heard of the challenge, and the palace was swarming with thousands of people ready to take their seats in the arena. The twins popped in before everyone else and looked around, trying to get their bearings of the place. It was huge, with thousands of red velvet seats encircling a wooden-floored arena that was painted with designs of dragons, tigers, and other creatures. The group had been given primary seats right in the middle of the arena, where all the action would be happening.
"Watch him, Tavanna. Don't let him get behind your back, otherwise he'll take you down."
Taladin fastened leather arm guards and knee pads on Tavanna in a spare locker room, while Leanna pulled her hair back. The master didn't seem nervous about the fight, only determined. "I can do this, Tal. He might be strong, and I don't know his fighting style, but he's sure he'll win. That'll get in the way," she said.
"Don't underestimate him, okay? Be quick. Watch out for low blows, and make sure to strike him when he's not paying attention. He's going to taunt you. Use that to your advantage," Taladin said. Dylan was pretty sure Tavanna knew all this, but it gave Taladin something to do, so nobody said anything to him. The master seemed extremely worried, and kept babbling on about battle tactics as Tavanna stared straight ahead, looking at nothing. "Just don't go into labor until I'm done, all right?" Tavanna said to Leanna, grabbing a staff that she'd borrowed from the palace armory. "Don't worry," Leanna said, placing a hand on her extremely round stomach. "This baby isn't due for 2 more weeks yet. Babies come when they're ready, not when we're ready." "Devin?" Tavanna said. Her student hurried to her anxiously. "Yes, master?" "Oda-chan is going to do everything he can to beat me out there," she said, looking him straight in the eye. "No matter what he does, you cannot interfere. I'll try to get it over with quickly, but if I can't and he gets the best of me, you have to stay put. Got it?" "Got it," Devin said. "Devin, I'm begging you," Tavanna said again, and this caught his attention. "No matter what happens out there, you must control yourself." Devin nodded, whispering in a low voice only those close by could hear. "I won't let you down, Mother." Tavanna looked pointedly at Dylan, and she said, "I'll hold him back, Tavanna, I promise." "Good." She sighed and twirled her staff at her side. "I wish they'd all hurry up. Seems silly to wait so long." "It's probably not tradition. He just said that so he has more time to get into your head," Taladin said. "Good luck and don't worry, Tavanna," Devin said. "You're the greatest Rhodi alive. Oda-chan doesn't stand a chance." Dylan agreed. Tavanna had nerves of steel. It was one of the reasons she was able to take on Rachel so well. If she could fight the Red Huntress and survive, Oda-chan would be no problem. An hour before sunset, Tavanna headed into a private room near the arena. Taladin went with her, leaving the rest of them behind so they could head up to the private seating. "Are you worried?" Enfys asked the group at large when they sat down. He kept on fidgeting,
and his hands and feet bounced to a tune that no one could hear. Dylan tried not to notice. Enfys always pretended to be playing music when he was nervous. It was one of the things she liked about him. "It's gonna be okay," she said. "It's not like she has to fight Rachel again. Desmondandre is the best Rhodi that ever was and that will ever be," Saffron said confidently. "She will win today. It won't be an easy victory, but she will be queen." "Savannah's gonna smoke that old man. It'll be easy," Jenna squeaked.
"I just hope she kicks his ass quickly so I can eat. I'm starving,"
Tito complained. Devin didn't say anything. He was perched on the edge of his seat, leaning over the balcony and staring at the arena below. Dylan took his hand. Worry filled up his face. "It'll be okay," she said. "This is Savannah, best of the best." He swallowed. "I don't know if I can stop myself from going in there if she gets hurt." "You have to, otherwise she forfeits," Nellie said on the other side of him, and she grabbed his left hand. "We'll stop you no matter what." Yuki walked into their box, counting them.
"Good, you're all here," he said. "My instructions were to sit with you."
"Just to make sure we don't interfere, right?" Devin said flatly. Yuki looked away.
"If you want to call it that, then yes."
Dylan was glad for his honesty. Yuki was clumsy and fumbling at times, but at least he was truthful. As she looked around the arena, she saw that the crowd seemed to be split into two distinct parts. Half of the people appeared to be rooting for Oruchan, while the other half were clearly supporting Tavana. "Yuki, what's going on?" Dylan asked him. "Why aren't more people upset about Oruchan being challenged?" Yuki folded his hands together.
"My master isn't as popular as many think. He's been a good ruler overall, but he isn't very fair. He's made plenty of enemies in the past few decades, not to mention that some people don't believe it's right to let Dundee fall."
"They know?" Dylan asked in surprise.
"Our king is open and honest with everyone. He shares news of the outside world with our people, so no one feels compelled to leave. Not that anyone wants to. If you desire to leave Rhodian, your memory must be erased. It's the law."
5 minutes before the event, Taladin took his spot between Leanna and Dylan. "How is she?" Leanna asked.
"Fine, really. A little bit too calm, to be honest,"
Taladin said.
"She needs something to give her an edge."
"She'll come alive when the time comes, don't worry," Leanna said. Drums began playing an ominous tune, and the chattering of the arena went silent. Tavana appeared through a small door on one side of the arena. She was met with a strange combination of cheering and booing. It would seem the crowd didn't know what it wanted. On the other side, Oda-chan stepped out, and as he did so, Dylan's eyes widened in surprise. For as old as he was, Oda-chan's body was rippling with muscle. He wore nothing but a pair of pants and carried no weapons. For some reason, this only made him seem more dangerous. When Oda-chan appeared, there was neither cheering nor booing, but complete silence. It was weird. Either these Rhodi respected him greatly, or they feared him. It could possibly be a combination of both. Tavana and Oda-chan walked to the center of the arena. A Rhodi master strode out, raising his hands and speaking loudly to the crowd, his craft projecting his voice so everyone could hear. "The rules are thus," he stated. "One ruler shall be proclaimed when one Rhodi surrenders, either vocally or until death." "Until death?" Devin cried, and Dylan felt a tremor ripple through her stomach. She thought that Tavana only had to beat Oda-chan. She didn't realize that if her master didn't submit, Oda-chan could kill her. She glanced at Taladin, and her master said with a stony face, "Tavana knew what she was getting into. We have to trust her." Tavana didn't seem bothered by this revelation. She had locked her eyes on Oda-chan and was as still as a crane in the water. Dylan knew Oda-chan would have to kill her before she gave up. "Come on, Tavana," Dylan thought. "We can't have you dead." "On my signal, we will begin," the announcer said, raising a hand. 3, 2, 1. The announcer dropped his hand and disappeared in a puff of red smoke. The red fog spread throughout the arena, and the two masters launched at each other, dissolving into the red smoke so no one could see them. "What's happening out there?" Devin said anxiously. Dylan tried to peer through the thick mist, but she couldn't see anything. Eventually, the fog dissolved, and they saw Tavanna and Odo-chan dueling fiercely in the middle of the room. The crowd began roaring. The two Rhodi were battling with a fierceness that Dylan hadn't seen before, not even during Tavanna's fights with the Red Huntress. Tavanna brought up her staff and tried to bash Odo-chan across the face, but Odo-chan ripped it from her hands easily, snapping the staff in two across his knee and throwing the broken pieces aside. Tavanna delivered a roundhouse kick and Odo-chan ducked, landing a blow to her face. Tavanna responded by grabbing Odo-chan and hurtling him across the room, tossing him down to the floor and pinning him to the ground so she could choke him out. Odo-chan tossed her off like she weighed no more than a doll. The two proceeded to battle while the crowd cheered with each blow.
"You're never gonna get him down this way,"
Taladin growled, both in his mind and vocally.
"Finish this, Tavanna."
She must have heard him, because her pace seemed to quicken, impossible as that seemed. Tavanna landed a quick punch to Odo-chan's face, but a kick from him sent her flying to the floor. She grabbed him by the ankle and tried to flip him onto his back, but the king somersaulted forward, landing a harsh blow to Tavanna's leg. A loud crack rippled throughout the stadium. Tavanna screamed loudly, and Taladin did as well, both their faces twisting in pain. Taladin grabbed his own leg, and Dylan grasped his hand, trying to get him to focus on something other than the pain. He squeezed back so tightly that all the circulation vanished from her hand. Tavanna pushed herself upward, bringing out her wings. She soared into the air, her hurt leg dangling limply, and flew toward Odo-chan with her fist extended, aiming toward his forehead. Odo-chan grabbed her arm and yanked it as she flew by, twisting it behind her back. There was another loud crack, and the crowd moaned as Tavanna screamed once again. Taladin slumped over on the side of his chair, his mouth opening and eyes shut as his face once again crumpled in agony. Liana rubbed his back, and Dylan's face went from one master to another, unsure of what to do. Odo-chan changed into a tiger, letting out a low growl as he pounced toward the master. Tavanna rolled out of the way, avoiding Odo-chan but doing nothing to stop his charge. The tiger grabbed hold of one of Tavanna's wings and bit down hard, sending feathers flying and blood spattering all over the floor of the arena. The crowd groaned, disgusted. Tavanna started crying, and Taladin gazed at her intently, his lips moving silently as he comforted his sister. Dylan knew Taladin was doing everything he could to keep his sister fighting within the mind speak, but what was the point? No one could win with injuries like that. She was done for. Tavanna reached toward the broken piece of her staff and plunged the stick into Odo-chan's side. The tiger roared in pain, ripping out half of the staff with his teeth and leaving a part of it wedged into his skin.
"That's it, Tavanna,"
Taladin said so loudly they all heard it within their minds.
"Don't you give up."
Through her tears, Tavanna grabbed the other piece of the broken staff and launched herself toward Odo-chan, raising the staff high. She plunged it into his other side. Odo-chan cried out once again, biting down hard on her broken arm. The scream she gave brought tears to Dylan's eyes. Unable to take it anymore, Devin jumped up from his seat. He grabbed the edge of the balcony and put a leg over it. "We can't interfere," Nellie said, and she snatched his arm. For once, Devin didn't listen to her, and tried to leap over the side of the balcony. Dylan leapt up and grabbed him, trying to stop her brother from charging into the fight. The girls couldn't hold him alone. Enfys got up from his seat, dragging the boy down. "Stay here, mate. We can't help," he said. Devin's glasses were knocked askew. He appeared more terrified than Dylan had ever seen him. "We can't just sit here and watch this! It's sick!" "We have to," Nellie told him, and she brought his face close to her chest. "Don't watch." Devin did as he was told, and hid his eyes within Nellie's shirt. Dylan couldn't blame him. This fighting, it wasn't Rhodi. It was carnal, something inhumane and barbaric. They had thought Odo-chan would abide by the rules of Rhodi when he fought. Apparently, they'd been wrong. Blood littered the floor of the arena from both opponents. Both stood looking at each other, breathing heavily. Odo-chan strode forward, and Tavana raised a hand, but he batted her aside with his paw, scratching her face. He then bent his face down. Odo-chan ripped off a chunk of Tavana's broken leg. He swallowed the flesh with a fresh growl, diving in to devour more of his foe. Dylan tried to quell her stomach as Tavana's blood rippled down Odo-chan's mouth, making a feast of Tavana's leg as he ate her alive. Jenna threw up. Enfys was pale in the face, white as a ghost. "Tavana," Taladin whispered in horror, tears running down his face. The crowd moaned in revulsion, and multiple people looked away. "What's going on?" Devin cried, still buried in Nellie's shirt. "Nothing," Dylan said. "Nothing at all." She had to suppress the urge to feel disgusted with herself. Never, not once as a tigress, had she ever thought of eating her foes. "He is not a tiger," Saffron said viciously. She leaned over the balcony furiously, shaking her fist. "He has no idea how to be free." Dylan yanked Saffron back down in her seat and forced herself to watch as Odo-chan went in for another bite. But Tavana was ready for him, and using her wings, she forced herself into the sky. She positioned herself above Odo-chan, and with her good arm, came crashing down upon Odo-chan's neck with her elbow. Odo-chan instantly transformed into a man the minute her elbow hit his neck, lying still with open eyes. It was over. She'd paralyzed him, and he was unable to fight. Tavana was the clear winner. "The new ruler of Rhodian," the announcer proclaimed victoriously. "Queen Tavana!" Devin leapt over the side of the balcony the second the crowd began to cheer. Taladin followed him, going to Tavana and sinking to her side. The two men lifted the new queen up and began carrying her to the infirmary, her head hanging limply. A group of servants came and put Odo-chan on a stretcher, tailing Tavana to the hospital. "Come on, guys, we need to get to the infirmary," Dylan said. Nellie threw out a hand and said, "No, trust me, you don't want to see that. It's going to be messy." "How do you know? I thought they healed you instantly," Enfys said in confusion. "It's not instantaneous. The wounds he gave her are going to take a lot of crafting power to heal. It'll be painful for her," Nellie said. "But I broke my arm one time fighting Saffron, and Odon was able to heal me in seconds," Dylan said in confusion. "It was probably a simple break. I saw Rhodi with broken bones come in when they were healing me. Sometimes it was easy to fix, but if the leg is shattered, then it gets hard," Nellie said. "What about Odo-chan? That has to be impossible. He's paralyzed for life," Enfys said. "They'll be able to fix him, but it's going to take everything they have. We should stay away," Nellie said. Dylan stood there, feeling useless. What do we do? "I think I lost my appetite," Tito said in revulsion. "Me too," Jenna said sickly. "Let's go back to our rooms," Liana said, "before anyone stops us and asks us questions." That was a good point. The group turned, hurrying out of their seats and into the arena. They passed Yuki, who seemed to be in a state of shock. Dylan touched his arm lightly, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" "I didn't know he was capable of that," Yuki said. "I'd seen him fight before, but it was just practice. There were rumors in the city that he eats the people he kills, when he goes out looking for those trying to expose Rhodian, but I never believed them." "I suppose they're true," Dylan said. She was so thankful Tavana had won. She couldn't imagine being forced to sit there with her family and friends while Odo-chan munched on Tavana's corpse. I'm glad your master won," Yuki said. "That was a tough fight. I've never seen anything like it."
You should go be with your master. He needs you, Dylan said. Yuki let out a low, humorous laugh. He doesn't need me. He doesn't even realize that I'm gone. He'll call for me when he's fully healed and he needs something. Oh, okay. She stepped back. See you later. He nodded, walking away. Dylan felt bad for him. She couldn't imagine what it was like to not be close to your master. Sure, Yuki probably had parents somewhere in the city, but as a student of Rhodi, he probably spent more time with Oda-chan than anyone else. It had to suck having a teacher who never believed in you and who thought you were a failure. Even before she and Taladin got close, letting him down had always hurt her in some way. She wondered if Yuki could find another master, but she knew that was impossible. No matter how disappointing Yuki was, Oda-chan would never let him leave. Taladin and Devin were standing in front of Tavanna's bedroom when they got there. Taladin was leaning against a wall, wincing in pain occasionally, while Devin paced in circles. Cries of agony could be heard echoing through the door. They decided to... Taladin gasped, and he held a hand to his arm. To put her down here, more private than the infirmary. What are they doing in there? Dylan asked in horror. Trying to repair the bones and heal skin over the muscle, Devin said. They can't make the part of her leg that Oda-chan ate grow back, so they're just trying to fix it. They won't let us in, say it's too distracting. We should get out of here, Liana said, laying a tender hand on Taladin's shoulder. For now. I'm not going to leave her, Taladin spat. We can't do anything for her. Let's just go walk around, get some fresh air, Liana suggested. Yuki came running up the staircase, out of breath and looking wild. Master Taladin, he exclaimed. There's rioting in the south part of the city. They're insisting Oda-chan should be king. What? Taladin exclaimed. Take me to them. Kids, stay here. Where you go, we go, Dylan said, putting a hand on her katana. Lead us to them, Yuki. Smoke funneled from the farthest part of Rhodian into the dark night sky. The group ran into the residential districts, where several houses were on fire. Rhodi were fighting in the middle of the streets, and although no one had gotten hurt so far, it was clear Tavanna's overrule wasn't going unchallenged. Taladin ran into the middle of the street and separated the two groups. His students made a circle around him. Dylan unsheathed her blade, and Devin held his bow high. Saffron transformed into a griffin, bearing her beak. Jenna and Enfys stood by, ready to fight. Even Tito had his fists up, though he looked ridiculous. Rhodi, Taladin cried. My sister has won the crown honorably. There is no reason to cause riots in the city streets. Oda-chan has led us peacefully for many years, while this outsider comes to bring us war. She doesn't belong here, a Rhodi shouted in response. Desmondandre is ordained to lead us. Only a fool wouldn't follow her, another Rhodi shouted back, and the crowd erupted into a fray of insults and threats. The twins looked at each other, and Devin said, I don't think we're going to get out of this without some sort of fight. Let them. It's about time they learned how to get blood on their hands, Dylan said. She crouched down so she could spring forward, preparing to change. But before she could, the crowd hushed. All eyes turned to the ruins of a small, smoking house as a winged woman landed before the wreckage. Tavanna was upon it, her broken arm in a sling, wings dragging on the ground behind her as she limped into the wreckage, the scars on her face weeping blood. It was obvious she was in extreme pain. But the master stood proudly, throwing her head back with all the authority of a queen, and said, The first rule of our kind is that Rhodi don't fight other Rhodi. Let there be peace in our streets. Nobody said a word. Tavanna limped higher onto the pile of rubble and shouted, The first thing we have to do is work together to rebuild this house. Who lives here? I do, a Rhodi said, coming forward with a small family at his side. It was destroyed in the chaos. Then I shall provide the funds from the palace treasury to fix it and restore everything you've lost, Tavanna said. She looked around at the wreckage and said, "I understand that many of you consider me an outsider and believe that Order-chan would make a better ruler than I. But even though I come from a different place, my heart still beats with the blood of a warrior, as does yours. My craft glows with a light that is within all of us. I wasn't born or raised here, but this is the home of the Rhodi, and so I consider it my home as well." She paused. "Many people say that I'm Desmodondre incarnate, come to lead Crescentia into a new era. But whether that is true or false, I have come to say that we cannot let Crescentia fall. I would have never challenged Order-chan if he had agreed to send aid to Dundee and stop the carnage that the Red Huntress is causing throughout the world. But he did not, so I had to take the throne for myself. Many of you don't want to go to war." She looked each of them in the eyes in turn. "I understand that. You're happy here, with peaceful lives uninterrupted by sorrow or pain. But while we enjoy all the pleasures life can give us in this Rhodian paradise, Crescentians all over the continent are dying and being oppressed under the Hunters Guild. Their blood cannot be the payment for our personal heaven. And no matter what we may say, the Red Huntress will come here. And if she comes here, we lose everything." Savannah hobbled off the pile of rubble, falling down slightly. Taladin caught her and helped her rise to her feet once more. She looked at the silent crowd, gathering the last bit of her strength. "I won't be a queen that forces her people into a battle, but I ask that you trust me and follow me there. For our future, and for the future of our kind, we must fight Rachel until our last dying breath. The Hunters Guild must be stopped. It's them or us." Taladin supported his sister as she limped away from the crowd. The riot dissolved, most Rhodi stepping forward to help repair the houses that had been destroyed. Taladin offered to carry her, but Tavanna shook her head, saying, "No, they have to see me strong." Once they got to the palace, Tavanna finally collapsed on the floor of her bedroom, breaking into tears. Taladin and Liana rushed to her side. Devin glanced at his master, scared and unsure of what to do. None of them had ever seen Tavanna break before, and it was terrifying. The master wiped her eyes and said, "What's done is done. It's up to them now." Dylan sighed, feeling defeated. Like she predicted, Tavanna wouldn't force Rhodian to fight if they didn't want to. It would take something groundbreaking before the citizens would willingly follow the queen into war. They'd won the crown, but were no closer to defeating Rachel than when they started. They had only made more enemies. Chapter 21. Dylan's Choice. A week later, there was a storm over Rhodian. Thunder rolled across the sky, awakening Dylan with a start. Lightning flashed in the window, and as she watched the storm outside, she thought of Tristan sadly. "I miss him," she thought idly. "Maybe this is his way of saying he's okay." She'd written her aunt and uncle since they'd been in Rhodian about Tristan's death, but hadn't received a response yet. She wasn't sure if that was because Order-chan was screening their mail, or because her relatives were too devastated in their grief to reply. They had to have heard by now. She heard a muffled sound on the floor and sleepily looked over the edge of the bed. She was startled out of her sleepiness when she recognized Saffron tied up on the floor, a gag across her mouth. "Sister, run!" Saffron cried wildly in her head. Dylan got up to release her, but was knocked back by a white tiger who leapt onto the bed and pinned her down. Oru-chan changed, fully healed from his paralysis. The lightning flashed to reveal a terrible grin stretched across his face. Dylan tried calling out for help, but Oru-chan covered her mouth and placed a barrier around her mind, sealing her off from fellow Rhodi. "That won't work, girl. I'm far more powerful than you could ever hope to be," he snarled. He grabbed her nightgown and ripped it down the middle, burying his head in her hair and inhaling deeply. By the time they realize we're gone, we'll be halfway to the Hunters Guild."
Dylan's eyes widened, and he laughed.
"Did you think I was so foolish to give Tavanna the throne on purpose? She walked right into my trap. Rachel promised me Rhodi and so much more."
He glanced down at Dylan eagerly.
"Once the Red Huntress is done with Dundee, she's coming here. When Tavanna's out of the way, the guild will own everything. And so will I, as Rachel's second hand."
Dylan struggled against him, but she found herself unable to move underneath his strong grasp.
"Our children will be the most powerful in all of Crescentia,"
Odu-chan hissed in her ear.
"I've waited all this time to find a craft like mine. Finally, I've found a woman worthy to bear my warriors."
Dylan kneed him in the groin. He groaned in pain, and she reached over to her nightstand, grabbing her katana. She shoved it into Odu-chan's side and pushed him off of her, running towards Saffron. Odu-chan grabbed her by the hair and pulled her back, throwing her to the floor and pulling the blade out of his side.
"I knew you'd struggle,"
he hissed,
holding his stomach. "It's the way of your craft. It's what'll make our children strong."
He reached for her again, but Saffron threw her body in front of Odu-chan, tripping him up. Odu-chan snarled and leaned down. He grabbed Saffron by the throat, throwing her across the room and into the wall. Odu-chan reached toward Dylan and said,
"Go and struggle as I try to take you, little tigress. It'll make the hunt more exciting."
The doors burst open. Enfys charged into the room, tackling Odu-chan and slamming him to the floor. The searcher began punching Odu-chan over and over until his face was bloody. Dylan crawled over to Saffron and untied her, holding the girl's head in her hands. "Saffron, are you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
Saffron mumbled. "It's you I was scared for, sister. I heard him creeping around in the hall and came to stop him, but he was too fast for me." "Saffron, your blood oath," Dylan said shakily. "You promised you wouldn't try to hurt any Rhodi but me. Is your craft—" "Odu-chan is so little of a Rhodi in his heart, my craft is still alive and well, sister," Saffron wheezed. "Do not worry. I am still the griffin." Taladin, Yuki, and several guards stormed into the room. Taladin ran forward and pulled Enfys away from Odu-chan, who was out cold. "What happened?" he asked, looking around the room. Dylan tried to cover herself up with the shreds of her nightgown. Saffron stepped in front of her, shielding her body from view. Yuki came and handed Dylan a robe, and as Taladin stared at Odu-chan and pieced together what had taken place, his eyes began burning with a furious rage. Odu-chan slowly began coming to. Taladin grabbed him by the collar of his robe, lifting him up off the ground with one hand and pitching him toward the guards. "Here, take him and throw him in the dungeons before I kill the bastard." Enfys's knuckles were bruised a dark purple. He breathed raggedly, with a murderous look on his face. Taladin took one look at him and said, "Bandage yourself up and go get some ice before your hand swells." "I'm fine," Enfys said shortly. "I want to know if Dylan's okay." Before she could answer, Leanna ran in, Devin following. The doctor knelt down, lifting Dylan's chin and peering at her neck. "Dylan, are you all right? What did he do to you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Dylan said weakly as everyone swarmed around her, pressing inward and not giving her any space. Dylan felt increasingly claustrophobic the closer everyone got. "I'm fine! I'm fine!" Everyone backed up quickly. She took a quick breath and said, "Saffron got hurt worse than I did. He just pinned me down and knocked me around a bit." "Don't worry about me, sister. It's you we're all concerned about," Saffron said. "I just want to be alone," Dylan said. She crossed her arms and sat on the bed. "Is that too much to ask?" "Where is he? I'll kill him," Devin said, bunching his fists up. "You're gonna have to get in line," Enfys grumbled under his breath. "Will everyone just stop?" she said.
Nothing happened. Taladin gestured to the boys gathered in the room. Let's give her some space, guys, and let Leanna do her job, he said. He herded them out quietly. Leanna sat on the bed next to Dylan, saying, I know this isn't fair, but I have to check you out, just to see if he bruised anything. Go ahead. Dylan let Leanna look her over, and when the doctor was satisfied she wasn't hurt, she straightened up and said, I'm glad you're all right, Dylan. Tavanna will take care of Orduchan. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm not, Dylan mumbled. Leanna glanced at her and said, I'm going to get Taladin. Try not to shut anyone out, all right? Dylan didn't answer her. Saffron came and sat next to the girl, putting a light hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? Yes, Dylan said, flinching away from Saffron's hand. I had no idea he was going to do that. He wanted you, Tigress. He saw the fire in you and wanted to control it, Saffron said. You had no idea it was coming. I should have. Dylan stood up, pacing around the room. He was always watching me, talking to me. He was obsessed with me. I should have known he would do something like this. I should have been prepared. I nearly got you killed. It isn't your fault, sister. I know how to defend myself, Saffron said shortly. Everything seemed to be falling apart, crackling into pieces and falling like broken glass onto the floor. Dylan stood in the middle of it all, unsure of whether to run or scream. Only one thought plagued her mind. I can't take this anymore, Dylan said abruptly, and she strode to the bathroom. Sister, what are you doing? Saffron called after her, but Dylan didn't answer, locking the door and sinking to the ground. She leaned over and opened a small drawer, pulling out a thin blade. She hadn't used it, not since they'd gotten to Rhodi, but she always kept it handy just in case she needed it, and she needed it now. She believed she was getting better. She'd foolishly thought she was done with this nightmare. She'd never be done. She'd always be like this, over and over for the rest of her life. It was the only way she knew how to cope. Sister, please, Saffron begged through the door. Don't do this. Let me in. Dylan bit her lip, fighting tears. This is how I handle things, Saffron. I lock people out and make the pain go away. Don't lock me out. Please, you can't do this alone, Saffron said. I want to help you. You can't help, Saff, she whispered, and 2 tears leaked out from her eyelids. No one can. Terrible things keep happening, and they never get any better. This is the only way I know how to deal with my life. Terrible things do keep happening, but you don't make them more terrible by doing this, Saffron said. You're stronger than you know. You told me once that you were better than this. Prove it to me. Dylan looked at the blade. I don't want to remember. I want to forget. You might forget for those few seconds, but it'll be so much worse when you're done, and then you'll just have to come back for more and more, Saffron said. I will do anything to help you stop, but you have to make that choice. I can tell you so many beautiful things, but you have to believe them. I've tried to quit so many times before, and it never worked, she protested. Try again, Saffron whispered. I know it's hard to quit, but every day you don't do this is a victory. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for us, for love. Dylan hesitated. She heard her bedroom door slam and knew Taladin had returned. Devin and Enfys were with him too, by the sound of it. Dylan heard Saffron whispering to them quietly. Someone knocked on the door. Sis, it's me, Devin said gently. Please don't do this. I love you. I love you too, Devin, she said. But this is too hard. It's too much. We're all here for you, lass, every step of the way, Enfys said. But you've got to let us in and put the blade down. I can't, she shouted, and she started crying. Don't you see that it's hopeless? I'm never going to get better. Don't give up, please, Enfys said softly. You need to keep fighting, Devin pleaded. You guys don't understand. You can't, she said. She put her head on her knees, tears trickling down her face. She looked at the shamrock bracelet dangling from her wrist, which she'd forgotten to take off the night before. She wore it so much it had almost become a permanent part of her body. She was letting Enfys down. She was letting everyone down. But it didn't matter. This was who she was. It was all she would ever be. She felt Taladin poke at the edges of her mind, asking her for a way in. She let him come inside. His presence enveloped her, surrounding her with this warmth and a soft light. I understand, he said. I know how hard it is to make this all go away. Dylan felt a burning in her chest. She laid a hand on her heart and brought out the glowing orange ball of craft that was within her, staring at the colors that jumped and swirled within. It almost makes it go away, she said, staring at this. My beautiful daughter, he said. I can't make you stop doing this, but I will be here for you, always. This is your decision to make. I can't imagine a life without it. It seems impossible. I don't know anything else. But you do, he said. You've told me so many wonderful things about your parents and your brother and your friends. You love so many people so dearly and with so much passion in life. You're a fighter, and yet you feel so deeply. It can be a curse to care about people as much as you and I do. It can also be a blessing. So many people never get to understand true love, but you let it flow through yourself so freely, just like the light of your craft. I never understood love until I found you. He came closer to her. You're the light of my life. My long-lost child finally returned like I told you long ago. It's killing me to watch you do this. Put the blade down and come be with us. Dylan dropped her hand. Her craft went whizzing back into her body. She stood up, looking at the blade glimmer in the light. So many years of suffering, all tied up into one little blade. And she was tired of it. Tired of the games, tired of the crying, and tired of wanting to be free from her addiction, but never fully releasing herself all the same. It wasn't triumphant or tumultuous, as she thought it would be, but merely a decision. Dylan shook her head and said simply aloud, I'm done. She grabbed a bunch of toilet paper and wrapped the blade up, throwing it in the trash bin. She opened the door and wiped her face, looking down at the floor. I threw it away, she said. It's gone. I don't want to do it anymore. Devin, Enfys, and Saffron immediately enveloped Dylan in a group hug. Taladin went into the bathroom and removed the bin, carrying it out the door. When he came back, he looked extremely relieved and said, It took a lot of bravery, Thunderbolt, especially after the night you've had. It could have been a lot worse, she said. I was lucky when the storm hit. It gave me some time to wake up instead of Oru-chan jumping on me when I was asleep. I think it was Tristan trying to protect me. She swallowed a lump in her throat. Is that weird? No, Devin said. I woke up to the lightning too. Now that you say it, I had this strange premonition this morning. I felt like I should keep an extra close eye on you today, and it's a good thing I did. I suppose April is looking out for us too. Taladin smiled sadly. I just heard a loud noise and came running, Enfys said. When I saw what he was trying to do, I lost it. Thanks, Enfys, she said softly. You came at just the right time. I'm so glad you didn't decide to do it, sister, Saffron said, though you might relapse or want to do it again. I know, Dylan said. But this time, I think it's for real. I made up my mind on quitting. I'm done for good. You have no idea how glad I am to hear that, Devin said. How glad we all are to hear it, Taladin added. You're more precious than jewels or silver, lass, Enfys said. It's about time you realized it. I want to be better, Enfys, she said. And after tonight,
I've finally decided I'm going to be. Chapter 22. Changed Forever. They all stayed with her that night and several nights after. True to her word, Dylan stayed clean. Although it wasn't easy, she was able to struggle through her temptation and become stronger and stronger. The final decision that she was truly done, had made all the difference. Oru-chan's trial was scheduled to take place at the end of the week. Tavanna would have taken care of it sooner if she hadn't been afraid for Dylan's emotional state. "Are you sure you want to do this?" the queen asked. Tavanna was dressed in an elaborate embroidered robe, her hair up in a bun. She wore a golden crown with jewels that shimmered every time she moved her head. The royal look suited her well, but she appeared to be anything but comfortable. "You don't have to come to the trial."
"I want to look into his eyes as he dies," Dylan said coldly. "I want him to know how powerless he is."
An hour before the trial, Tavanna instructed that all the citizens be gathered in the palace square for an important announcement. She sighed at the thousands gathered below her balcony, looking up at her expectantly. "I don't know what to tell them," she said, turning to Taladin.
"Tell them the truth," Taladin said. "It's the only way."
Tavanna walked out onto the balcony. Taladin and the twins followed. The Rhodi that was able to amplify voices was there, ready to make Tavanna's speech loud enough for all to hear. She raised her hands and the masses fell silent, barely a whisper echoing through the crowd. "Citizens of Rhodian," she proclaimed, "I have terrible news. Your former king and leader, Oru-chan, came in the night and attacked one of my students," she said, gesturing to Dylan. "He would have raped and abducted her, if not for the interference of her master and others." A gasp rippled through the crowd, and thousands of people began shouting angrily. The servant amplified Tavanna's voice louder, and she said, "But this isn't the worst of his crimes. He has sold us out to the Red Huntress and informed the Hunters Guild of Rhodian's location. Through questioning from the guards, he revealed that he has been working alongside the Red Huntress for months. She promised to make him second in command of the new Crescentia in exchange for sacrificing our race." Screaming erupted. The crowd began pushing each other as cries of terror devoured the city like a ravenous wave. Tavanna waved her hand. The guards in the crowd blocked the exit from the square, keeping the Rhodi in place. "We mustn't panic," Tavanna cried. "No matter what, we have to stick together. I know that many of you will want to flee, but I can promise you that no matter where you go, no matter where you hide, the Red Huntress will find you. She won't rest until all the Rhodi are dead. Which is why we have no other choice but to make our final stand. She plans to come here, to destroy everything we hold dear. We must raise an army and defeat her, once and for all." There was still a fair bit of screaming, but most of the crowd had fallen into a somber stupor, looking down at the ground like they'd already been defeated. "I know you think this is impossible," Tavanna said. "But the Red Huntress is not infallible. Most of you have never seen a battle, and there are those of you who are too old to fight. But believe me when I say this is the strongest group of warriors I've ever seen. You've been trained and know what to do. You just have to put those skills into practice." The people of Rhodian were silent once again. They looked up at Tavanna like lost, frightened sheep. "I know you're scared. I'm scared too," Tavanna said. "But I'm willing to die for you, my people, and willing to fight to keep my heritage alive until my last dying breath. We are the last surviving race that still stands against the Guild. Without us, Crescentia will crumble at the Red Huntress's feet. I know I haven't been queen for long, But I have to beg you to stand by my side. Those who wish to leave may do so. But I ask that those remaining spend their time preparing for war and joining the army that we will use to push the Red Huntress back into the hell from which she rose. Devana raised her hands. Will you join me? There was no response. Then, quietly, a corner of the crowd started chanting. Queen Devana! Queen Devana! They hummed. The chant grew louder and louder, swelling throughout the crowd until every Rhodi in the square had raised their voices in a tumultuous song. Queen Devana! Queen Devana! Devana stared at the crowd, an astonished look on her face. Then she smiled, bowing to them gracefully. The crowd erupted into a giant fray of cheering and applause, one that seemed to shake the very palace walls. Devana turned on her heels and walked back into the building confidently, her head held high. The chanting still continued.
Damn, Devana, Taladin said. That was impressive. I was sure they were going to wimp out on us.
You were destined to be queen, Devin said. It suits you well. You glow under that crown. Devana smiled at him. A reluctant queen I might be, but I have to admit that I'm an inspiring one. You're a good ruler, Dylan said. Rhodi Ann needed a queen like you. Perhaps. She put a finger to her lips and thought, the first thing we need to do is sentence Oru-chan. Then we need to figure out exactly when Rachel is planning to strike.
Queen Devana, a guard said at the door. Visitors were spotted near the gates. They're currently sitting in the dungeons. They claim to be searchers.
Bring them to the throne room, Devana said, before looking at the twins. Go get Enfys and Jenna, quickly. Dylan and Devin found the Ba siblings leaning out the balcony of Jenna's bedroom, staring in awe at the crowd. They still haven't stopped cheering. Devana was spectacular, Jenna said, giving a little jump into the air.
No time for that now, Devin said. A guard said they found searchers. Devana's bringing them to the throne room. Searchers, Enfys said.
The teens ran to the throne room, and Jenna threw open the door. Fergus and Sheilas were standing there with a large group of searchers, looking exhausted. Their clothes were ripped and filthy, but they were alive.
Mom! Dad!
Enfys said. He ran toward them, Jenna following at his heels. The little family embraced. Enfys pulled back, looking at his father and wiping his face quickly. Why are you here? Fergus held his son close, a hand on the back of his head.
Dundee was taken, my son. We had no choice but to leave it to Rachel. The searchers are scattered. I took those I could find and followed rumors of you into the desert.
And we're so glad we did, Sheila said, kissing Jenna's head. Our home is gone forever, Jenna said. Her lip trembled before she burst into tears. We lost everything. Fergus said something to her gently in their language. Jenna slowly stopped crying and she hugged her father tightly. Is Adamaris still standing? Devana asked them. Not that we know of, miss, Sheila said. The guild attacked Adamaris the same time they did Dundee, and when we fled for our lives, Adamaris was in sorry shape. That makes us the only ones left, Devana said quietly. We need to figure out what she's doing so we can prepare ourselves.
We have a bit of information, Fergus said.
I know the Red Huntress was planning a large party, a masquerade ball of sorts. She was going to discuss the ambush of Rhodi Ann with the former leaders of all the states. But that's where our intel falls flat. We need to get into that party, Devana said. But obviously we can't send you, my friends. You're exhausted.
Send us, Enfys said, grabbing his sister. We can get you all the information you need. I know you want revenge for our home, son, but throwing yourself into harm's way won't do us any good, Fergus said. Dad, you don't understand, Enfys said. Jenna and I have learned so much since we started following Dylan and Devin. We're real searchers now. We're prepared for this.
Fergus looked proudly at his children.
Spoken like a true boy, I'd say.
You need protection, however, Tavanna interceded. We need to send Rhodi with you, just in case things get sticky.
I'll go, Dylan said immediately. I'll protect them.
Me too,
Devin said. No, absolutely not, Taladin said, shaking his head. You aren't ready for this. We'll send a master or more experienced Rhodi.
None of the Rhodi that live here have any experience with the Hunters Guild. It would be like sending them in blind, Tavanna said. And obviously we can't go. Rachel would recognize us more easily than the twins.
Saffron can be our backup, Dylan offered. Have her fly above the place where the ball is held, and if things get too hot, we can call her in.
Taladin rubbed his face with his hand anxiously.
I really don't like this.
Dylan grabbed his hand softly. I know I can do this, she said. I'll be okay, Daddy, but you have to let me go. He smiled at her sadly, brushing her hair back out of her eyes.
Do I have a choice?
Once the searchers had been given rooms and fed, Tavanna ordered that it was time for Ordichan's trial. She decided to hold it in the arena and to make it open to the public at Dylan's request. He didn't just wrong me, Master, Dylan said. He tried to kill everyone in Rhodian. Everyone needs to see that he's a monster. All the same, that didn't make it any easier when Ordichan was dragged out into the middle of the arena, tied to a chair and made to sit in front of the hundreds of citizens who'd turned up. Dylan felt a withering, slimy feeling in her stomach when his eyes caught hers, and she nearly threw up until she forced herself to look away. Ordichan was smiling at her. You don't have to be here, lass. We can go, Enfys offered, grabbing her hand. They were sitting in the balcony above the arena as they had been before. All of her friends had turned up to support her, but even being surrounded by the ones she loved didn't make her feel any better when Ordichan was only a few feet away. Dylan swallowed. No, I want to see it. She leaned on Enfys's shoulder. Just don't let me do anything stupid. Tavanna came forward, trailed by Taladin. She looked at the old king with disgust, appearing as if she'd like nothing more than to smite him where he sat. Ordichan chuckled and said, You wear the crown well, Tavanna. Much better than I ever could. She cast a harsh glare down at the former king. Ordichan, you have been found guilty of attempting to abduct and rape a young student. You are also found guilty of high treason against Rhodian. I'd ask how you plead, but it seems rather irrelevant at this point. Resisting Rachel is futile, Desmodondre, Ordichan told her. In a few days, she'll have come and swept over the city with no more effort than lifting her finger. Your crown will be taken, and Rhodian will be destroyed. Whether that's true or not, you'll not live to see it, Tavanna said. Ordichan, I hereby sentence you to death for your crimes against our people. I considered keeping you alive, however, my brother was more than eager to convince me that you would only try to help Rachel if you lived. Of course he was, Ordichan said. After all, I tried to take his little girl, didn't I? Taladin's face welled up into a snarl. Tavanna looked at Ordichan stonily and said, I will do it, Ordichan. I'm not a queen who expects others to carry out her dirty work for her. Any last words? Ordichan beamed. I can't say I'm excited to meet death. However, it gives me some joy to think that you'll fail, and your little tigress will be given to Rachel to be dealt with as she pleases. He turned his gaze on Dylan, and that was when it happened. Feeling out of her own body, seemingly unable to control her actions, Dylan ripped herself away from Enfys and over the balcony wall. Everything happened so fast for the spectators in the arena, but for the tigress, all was in slow motion. Dylan pulled her katana from its sheath, burying the blade into Ordichan's heart as the crowd gasped. Ordichan died laughing. When Dylan came to, she was sitting in an abandoned hallway off the arena, breathing heavily and crying. Enfys was the first to find her. He looked at the Rhodian blade she had tossed across the floor, covered in blood. He moved it aside with his foot and sat down next to her, taking her in his arms. "Hey, lass," he whispered. "Don't run off on me like that. You scared the hell out of everybody." "I told you not to let me do anything stupid," she said, burying her head in his chest and shivering. "I'm sorry, Dylan," he said. "I wasn't expecting that." "I killed him," she said. "I can't believe it. I didn't plan to kill him. I just looked at him and thought about how he betrayed us, and I lost it. Tavanna was going to kill him anyway. It doesn't matter." "Yes, it does. I'm not a murderer. Or at least, I wasn't."
"Orutan was a nasty stain that needed to be removed from the world," Enfys said harshly. "He's gone now. He can't do anything to hurt Rodian again. That's all that matters."
"I feel so awful," she said. "Like a part of me has died." "You're fine," Enfys said, lifting her chin and looking her in the eyes. "You're fine." He put his forehead to hers and remained there, breathing just as hard as she was. He moved his head just a bit, so their lips were closer together than they'd ever been. If she moved, they'd be kissing. She could hear him inhale and exhale, feel his breath as it came in and out of his body. She leaned in, letting go of all control for a second. Then, just before their lips were about to touch, she pulled back. Enfys noticed. He put his head on top of hers instead. "See, lass, you're fine," he said, with a shakiness to his voice that was unusual for him. Dylan held back a shudder. This was awful. Being on the verge of losing self-control and wanting to anyway, but knowing you couldn't. Every part of her longed to be with Enfys, was dying to touch him. She wanted to tell him that she wished to be more than just friends. Her head was swimming and her stomach had those same stupid butterflies, but she couldn't do anything about it. She wanted more than anything to not care, to pretend that she didn't want to be with him. She wanted to pretend she didn't love him. That would never happen. She wanted to be with Enfys so badly. He was right here, yet he was so far away. It wasn't fair. Taladin came running down the hallway. He looked so shocked about what had happened he didn't even care that Enfys was holding her. He picked up her blade and knelt down to her eye level, looking at her bloody hands. "Oh, Thunderbolt," he sighed. He gave her a cockeyed, sad smile, shaking his head. "I made a mess of things again, didn't I?" she asked. "Not really," Taladin said. "Come on, let's get the blood off of you." She got up and walked with Taladin, leaving Enfys alone on the ground. As she glanced back at him, she saw he was staring straight ahead at a wall, looking devastated and desperate. Her stomach clenched. She forced herself to look at the ground. When they got to her bedroom, Taladin got warm water running in the sink and took a washcloth, scrubbing Oruchan's blood from her hands. He then began on her blade, not stopping until everything was clean. "I can't believe I did that. I slaughtered him," Dylan mumbled. "It's not exactly a great loss," Taladin said roughly, "but it certainly wasn't what everyone was expecting." "I feel so cold," she said, and empty." Taladin turned off the water and threw the bloody washcloth away. "It doesn't get easier, Thunderbolt," he said gently. "In fact, if I had to say it, it gets worse every time." "How many people have you killed?" Dylan asked. Taladin leaned against the sink. "Too many. I always try to spare a life, if I can, knock them out, disarm them so they can't fight back, but it's not always easy. Sometimes they're bound and determined to end your life if you don't end theirs. I was around your age when I killed my first hunter, actually." "I don't want to do it. I hate it," she said harshly. "I hate it too," he said. "But Rachel is coming to Rodian, and when we meet her on the battlefield, we're not going to have any choice but to take more lives. I know that it isn't right or fair that we have to kill people in order to stay alive,
But in war, it's something that has to be done. We're Rhodi. We don't have an option in that.
It just seems like war is pointless. It's murder for more murder, and eventually the whole world is turning around and killing itself,
Dylan said. The Hunters Guild fights for power and control. We fight for freedom and for peace so that war doesn't have to happen, Taladin said. I wish I could tell you the world could exist without war, but it's a reality of life, and until we move on into the life after, it's something we have to deal with. Some people claim we can live without war, but humanity can never do it.
Dylan wasn't sure if that was the truth, but she knew Taladin believed it. He looked down at the floor and asked, "Do you regret the vows you took now?" Dylan shook her head. "I don't ever regret becoming a Rhodi. I just wish I could stop evil without having to do all these terrible things."
So do I, Dilliana. But I do them so my wife and my baby can have a better life, and so you can grow up in a world where there isn't such destruction and misery.
He touched her face gently, raising it to look at him.
I could never live in a Crescentia filled with the poverty and slavery that Rachel is going to bring, and you couldn't either. So we do as we must. Some people are going to call you a murderer or an animal for waging war. Only you know what's right. You sacrifice so they can live. That's the way of a Rhodi.
Devin was at the door, peering in. "What's up?" he said. He looked at Dylan before walking over to her, giving her a hug. "Are you all right?" "I guess," she said. Without warning, Taladin sat straight up, looking panicked. "What's wrong?" Dylan asked. He didn't answer. Taladin fled out of the room, running away as quickly as his feet could take him. "What's gotten into him?" Devin asked. He shook his head and stated, "I know you feel guilty, sis, but don't. Oruchan got what he deserved." "That didn't make it my right to end him," she said. She sighed. "Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm not ready for this mission. There's no turning back now. We're leaving tonight for the masquerade," Devin said. "I think you're in control of yourself, Dylan. You would have never put down that blade the other night if you weren't. What happened with Oruchan was different. He wanted you to kill him." "I suppose," she said, but she wasn't so sure. "You can't let this get to you," Devin said firmly. "This mission tonight is extremely important. We have to get that information and find out when Rachel's attacking. If we don't, that'll be the end of Rhodian. For good." Chapter 23. Unexpected Feelings. "Stay still, sister," Saffron told her. "Just one more pin." Saffron finished working on Dylan's hair for the masquerade, stepping back and looking satisfied. "Perfect. I can't stand it when hair looks sloppy." "It's certainly not going to move," Dylan said, patting it lightly. Saffron had put Dylan's hair up in a half-up, half-down style, with super tight curls that flowed down her back. Saffron herself was wearing a tight black suit that would camouflage her with the night and make her difficult to see, her hair in a slicked back ponytail. Tavanna came into the room, holding a dress bag. "I got this for you," Tavanna said, hanging it on the door and unzipping the bag. "I thought it suited your personality. If you're going to go to a masquerade, you might as well make yourself noticed."
"I thought the plan was to not get noticed," Dylan said.
"That's Jenna and Devin's job," Tavanna told her. "You and Enfys will be in charge of making sure everyone is distracted so Jenna can get into that meeting." She gave Dylan a gold mask with sparkling edges that flared out like wings. "You'll want to wear this the entire time. If Rachel recognizes you, we won't get any second chances to hear what she's planning."
"So what am I wearing besides this thing?" Dylan asked, waving the mask.
"This." Tavanna pulled out a two-piece dress that was as fiercely orange as her eyes. Dylan didn't think much of it until she put it on. The top had long, flowing sleeves with a band that only covered her breasts. The skirt rested on her rounded hips and fell all the way to the floor. It contained a slit that went all the way to her mid-thigh, exposing her left leg. Her stomach was completely bare. It was much worse than the black dress Jenna had given her. "It's like I'm not wearing anything," Dylan complained, but at the same time, it was different. This dress made her feel powerful. She looked like the dancers of the desert she had descended from, an ancient princess that had ruled long ago. Even though she felt naked, she looked regal and elegant. Dressed like this, something about her commanded power and attention. She put the mask on and barely recognized herself in the mirror. There was no way Rachel would ever think it was her. "You'll certainly make an entrance," Savannah said. She handed her a pair of sky-high heels that matched the dress. No way. I can't fight in those," Dylan said, looking at them warily. "We don't want a fight. We just need you to walk," Savannah said, shoving them toward the girl. "I don't know if I can do that in those either." Dylan put them on begrudgingly and hobbled out into the hallway, where she was nearly knocked over by Tito. "Hey, watch where you're going," she said. Yeah, out of my way," he said, shoving her brother aside as he came out of his room. Devin fixed his emerald mask and said, "What's going on around here? Is everyone crazy today?" "Apparently." Dylan fixed his clumsily made tie, saying, "Where are your glasses?" "I'm wearing contacts. Can't wear a mask with glasses," he said. "Why don't the healers fix your eyesight so you don't have to wear them at all?" she said. "For some reason, they can get rid of cancer and cure paralysis, but haven't found a way to cure my bad eyesight," Devin said. "Believe me, I've tried. That doesn't make much sense. I suppose we've finally found something they can't do after all." She brushed off his suit and said, "See, now no one will recognize us." "I don't recognize us. What are you wearing? Scraps from the fabric store?" Devin said, glancing at her dress disapprovingly. "Savannah picked it out, thank you very much," Dylan said. "But I know Taladin is going to freak when he sees me in this." "Taladin has other things to deal with," Savannah said, striding into the hallway. "You're going to be taking orders from me tonight." "Other things?" Dylan thought, completely confused, but she shrugged it off. There was no way Taladin would ditch them on this mission if it wasn't important. They'd just have to make do without him. "Whee! I'm ready," Jenna said. She bounced out of her room in a slinky black dress that dragged on the floor, wearing a sparkling mask and long gloves. Jenna grabbed Devin's arm. Savannah looked at her sternly, saying, "Jenna, we need you to be serious. I know you're excited, but it's very important that you do your job." "You can count on me, Queen Savannah," Jenna said with a sloppy curtsy. "I'll get you whatever you need." Enfys walked out of his room, adjusting the cufflinks on his suit jacket. When he saw Dylan, he paused, freezing in his tracks and looking her up and down. His face slowly turned pink, and he swallowed. He walked up to her slowly, extending an arm. "I suppose you're my date for the night." Her legs almost buckled beneath her as he made the statement, all breath leaving her body as her head swam in circles. She wasn't sure she could do this. Enfys looked incredibly attractive in his suit, even more so than he had at the wedding. He was wearing a blue mask that matched the color of his eyes, adding to the aura of mystery about him. The whole idea of a masquerade was entirely romantic, but for once, she didn't find herself shying away from the idea of a passionate night. "I suppose I am." She took his arm gently. She wondered if she and Enfys would dress like this if they went on a real date instead of a mission. Would he be looking at her the same way he was now, like she was the only girl in the world? Or was it just the slinky dress? "We need you to leave immediately. There's an underground train that runs under Rhodi into a city called Sakir," Savannah said. "It's where Audichan sent Rhodi who'd chosen to leave the city after they'd had their memories wiped. Conveniently, that's exactly where you need to go.
Great, something easy for once, Devin said.
Not exactly. You'll have to cross the border without getting caught, and we don't have any passports. You'll have to sneak across, Tavanna said.
Easy! Nothing we haven't done before, right, Devin? Dylan said with a scared laugh. You didn't have searchers last time, Enfys said. It'll be entirely different. Sneaking across borders will be as easy as walking into the palace with us around.
I want you to take your weapons, at least until you get to the masquerade. Saffron will hide them until you get out, Tavanna said.
They didn't bother saying goodbye as they got on the train. It sounded too much like they wouldn't come back. Dylan didn't feel nervous or scared. On the contrary, she was excited to get back out in the field and do something. I guess Devin's right. The only thing I know how to do is fight, she thought. Once they were off the train, the teens climbed up a stairwell that led inconspicuously into the side of a mountain. In the distance, a small city glowed in the darkness. One building in particular shimmered like an opal in the night, with lights that flashed into the sky as hundreds of people flocked inside. That's where they needed to go. The border was the only thing that stood in their way. A long chain-link fence cut off the far east from Halistan, where the desert ended and yellow grass began. Guards patrolled the fence with spears, sweeping the area with flashlights. How do you expect us to get through them? Dylan asked as they ducked behind a pair of sparse bushes. Like this. Enfys began singing a low, simple tune, just loud enough so the guards could hear. At an instant, they stopped in place, wavering before they fell to the ground in a deep sleep. Enfys and Jenna grabbed the twins, smoke sprinting underneath the fence. The guards behind them remained asleep. Aren't they going to suspect something? Devin asked. They might find it a little weird that they're on the ground when they wake up, but by that point, we'll be long gone, Enfys said. The girls slipped their heels back on when they got to Sakir, trying to appear as if they'd walked out of a limousine instead of illegally crossed a state line. Saffron took their weapons and flew off once they'd reached the city limits, disappearing into the dark clouds. Jenna took Devin's arm and Dylan took Enfys's, striding up the stairs of the large mansion where the masquerade was being held. Lords in masks and ladies in ball gowns stared at the teens when they entered through the double doors, but the group paid them no attention. They had a job to do. When they walked into the ballroom, they were met with a large amount of people waltzing on a marble dance floor, in front of a grand staircase made of gold, and a fountain that appeared to be crystal. Large windows draped with velvet curtains displayed the gardens circling the mansion, and servants puttered around with silver trays, trying to go unnoticed. The ceiling was pure glass and showed off the glimmering, starry sky. A band in the corner of the room played an upbeat, Far Eastern tune that sounded extremely exotic, yet was mixed with modern tones. They'd walked into a nest of wasps. Hunters were everywhere, dressed in formal attire and waltzing around the ballroom like they'd personally taken control of the world single-handedly. Foreign ambassadors and former presidents from all the states were there, but it was obvious none of them wanted to be. They were Rachel's pawns now, forced to use their power to do her bidding. She had truly taken control of all of Crescentia. Dylan scanned the room until she found the Red Huntress. Rachel was sitting on a large wooden chair that was ornately carved, with a back that went all the way to the ceiling. She was wearing a blood-red ball gown and decorated mask, smiling triumphantly as she gazed at all she owned before her. You won't have that smile on your face for long, Dylan pledged. Viveka was standing next to Rachel, his hands behind his back and obviously looking for trouble. Rachel's black tomcat sat on her lap, looking extremely bored. How are we going to get near Rachel with Viveka around? Devin whispered to his friends. We just have to get close enough to hear what she's planning. It can't be that hard, Enfys said.
What if they don't talk about their plans and we're stuck here all night? Jenna said.
I guess we're gonna have to get comfortable, Enfys said. Jenna, take Devin and try tagging the Red Huntress. Dylan and I will stay on the dance floor and try to serve as a distraction.
Righty, Jenna said.
She began dragging Devin down the staircase toward the Red Huntress. Dylan glanced at Rachel again, but Enfys turned her head to the side with a few fingers, saying, No, lass, you need to look at me. She'll suspect us if she catches you staring. Dylan scowled. I'm only staring in wonder at the overlord known as our Great Red Huntress, she said with disgust. A growl formed at the back of her throat as they made their way down the staircase. Not here, Dylan. Keep your tigress under control. Dylan huffed. It wasn't easy staying in human form when hunters were swarming everywhere. To make it worse, her outfit was practically falling off of her. Her top sagged against her breasts and she let out an angry noise as she pulled it up, grumbling. I swear this thing is useless. If it falls down one more time, I'm gonna let my boobs show and be done with it. That would be an adequate distraction, lass. For who? The enemy or you? Enfys smiled coyly. I have a better idea to get everyone's attention, but if you prefer your plan, I'm all for it. I'm sure you are, she grumbled. What's your plan? Just follow my lead. Enfys took her by the hand and led her to the dance floor, cutting into the middle of the crowd and grabbing her by the waist sharply. The orchestra began playing a new song, one that was provocative, with a quick beat that sounded seductive and tempting. Enfys grabbed her one hand and she placed her remaining on his shoulder, feeling awkward. Enfys, I told you already, I can't dance. Of course you can, he said, and he moved her backward as the drums began to pick up. You're athletic, flexible, and can do the most complicated of offensive maneuvers without blinking an eye. Dancing will be like second nature. As Enfys moved her around the ballroom, Dylan felt herself growing warm. This wasn't like the wedding, when he had danced politely and gently with her. This was a dance filled with passion, with sharp movements that were precise and elusive. Dylan's feet moved so fast she wasn't sure she knew where to put them. Somehow, she managed to match him step for step. At one point, he grabbed her thigh, hitching it all the way up to his hip and exposing her long legs. Every part of this interaction between them was intimate in a way Dylan hadn't known before. She couldn't rip her eyes away from his face, but it wasn't out of enchantment, but desire. He dipped her backwards, brushing his lips across her exposed neck before lifting her back up again, twirling her around until her legs were hitched across his waist. As he put her down, Dylan began to feel extremely dizzy, though not from the spinning. Keep your mind on the mission, sister, Saffron scolded from far away. Now isn't the time to be concerned with boys. She was right. Dylan tried to pull away from Enfys, but he drew her closer, so their bodies were moving as one as they danced. Cut it out. You'll attract attention, she murmured under her breath. That's the idea, Enfys whispered. Like the wedding, people had begun to clear out of their way to watch. Gasps of pleasure and amazement were made with each move. The orchestra picked up the pace, and Dylan saw out of the corner of her eye that Rachel was watching them intently. Dylan began to dance more proudly, her head held high. Rachel smiled as she got up from her throne and trailed out of the ballroom like a wisp of smoke, her black cat tailing her heels as she went through a grand door. Viveka carefully went behind. Jenna and Devin slipped out from the shadows and followed her. The song ended and the crowd burst into enthusiastic applause. Enfys held her close, took a deep breath, and said, See, you did fine. No worries. No worries, she said breathlessly, trying to keep her head. Now, what do we do? We wait for Jenna and Devin to come back, Enfys said, taking her hand and slipping away from the crowd, toward where drinks were being served. It's time to disappear. Oh, really? How do you suppose we do that? Dylan asked, adjusting her mask. I have my ways.
Enfys and Dylan weaved through the massive amounts of people until they were in a private hallway vacant of hunters. They came to a locked door and Enfys held her tightly, pressing his body to hers. He turned them both into shadow, smoke sprinting underneath the crack. They were in a large library, with a gigantic window that looked over the entire city. In the distance, she spotted Saffron sailing under the light of the moon. She was so high up, anyone looking skyward would assume she was a small bird. "Keep the lights off," Enfys said. "We don't want anybody to know we're in here." "Dylan," she heard Devin say in her mind, "you've got to hear this." Enfys caught the look on her face and she said, "It's Devin. He and Jenna must be listening to the Red Huntress." She sat down on a large armchair and closed her eyes so she could concentrate. She found her brother's consciousness instantly. He and Jenna were tucked into a wardrobe in the south ward of the mansion, in what she supposed must be some sort of conference room. The clicking of the Red Huntress's heels could be heard as she glided around the room. Through Devin's mind, Dylan could hear everything. "So Tavanna is queen now, is she not?" the Red Huntress said airily. "It's about time. I was sure she'd back out." "Yes." Viveka was there, and although the hunter appeared arrogant when he had met Dylan, he was anything but now. It was clear that Rachel terrified him, so clear that Dylan could hear it in his voice alone. "Though it's a shame we won't have Oduchan on our side to fight." "I'd rather have him out of the way. I was going to kill him the minute Rhodi was rubble under my feet," Rachel said dismissively. "Of course you were," Dylan whispered to herself angrily. "You'd never share any of the power, would you, Rachel? Oduchan was too stupid to realize that." Viveka shifted uncomfortably in his spot. "Is the plan still sound?" "Why wouldn't it be? In 3 days, when the sun rises on the far east, I'll have control of all of Crescentia, including Rhodi," Rachel said triumphantly. "No one will stand in my way, and all the Rhodi will be dead." 3 days! Devin screamed in his mind. "That doesn't give us any time!" "Devin, be quiet," Dylan ordered, trying to listen more intently. "We shouldn't waste our resources," Viveka insisted. "Huntress, this ordeal is risky." "Do you think our original plan is too foolish to work?" "No, my mistress," Viveka said. "The other night, I only meant that—" "I know what you meant." Rachel's steps were sharp and biting. "Don't lie to me, Viveka. I can sense your fear. You've always reeked of it. You think my plan is far-fetched, that no hunter has ever wielded such power, and that they will never be able to. You think that it won't happen." "No, my mistress, I've never said—" "If your craft wasn't so useful to me, I'd kill you for your ignorance," Rachel said with a light laugh. "No hunter in the world has ever obtained so much power until now. I am the most powerful warrior in Crescentia. Not even Tavanna will be able to stand up to me now, and with the help of the dream state, I'll not only kill the Rhodi, but destroy them completely. I'll erase every trace of evidence they ever existed. In 100 years, the Rhodi will be less than a myth, a curse word in our world. They'll have never lived at all." "What does she mean?" Devin said, and Dylan could feel the gears in her brother's brain working. Dylan had no idea. It seemed that April May had been right. Rachel was planning to use the dream state in order to crush the Rhodi, but Dylan had no idea how she could. It wasn't like they were going to be sleeping on the battlefield, after all. The black cat began hissing. Dylan felt her brother panic, and Rachel said slyly, "I hope that Tavanna's student will be glad to take this information back to her. That is, if I don't kill him first." "Oh no," Devin said. "Abandon the mission. They know we're here." Jenna and Devin burst out of the wardrobe, breaking the connection. Dylan felt her brother flee her mind the moment the library door erupted, throwing shards of wood everywhere as dozens of hunters flooded into the room. Knowing she couldn't fight in heels, Dylan took them off quickly. A hunter rushed forward with his fists ready, bearing down on her with a cruel smile. Dylan brought back the heel and stabbed it into the eye of one of her attackers. He fell back with a moan, holding his face.
"About time these were used for something," Dylan said, throwing the heels aside.
More hunters charged toward her, but Dylan began fending them off, knocking over several hunters with a few short kicks before starting in on a few more, using her ability and small stature to duck around their hits easily. Enfys wasn't fast nor very good at fighting, but despite this, he grabbed a hunter and threw him at the group of others, slamming the entire fray into the ground effectively.
"Saffron, now would be a good time,"
Dylan shouted in her head. Dylan and Enfys ducked, covering their eyes as the large window behind them shattered. Saffron came in with a primal cry, her wings spread wide and a ravaged thirst for blood in her eyes. She was carrying Dylan's katana, and threw it to the girl once she spotted her. Dylan jumped up and caught it, charging toward a particularly large hunter. "Disarm, don't kill," she remembered, thinking of Taladin's words. She rolled on the ground and slashed the area behind his knees, ruining the tendons. The hunter fell to the ground with a loud scream, and she rolled to a fighting stance, holding her blade high. The other hunters began backing away, holding their weapons in front of them in fear. Saffron threw Devin's bow to Enfys. The boy caught it, slinging it over his shoulder.
"Where's Devin and Jenna?"
he asked Dylan.
"I don't know. We have to find them," she cried back. "It's that crazy griffin that killed Victorienne,"
a hunter said, pointing to Saffron. "I'm going to enjoy destroying all of you," Saffron cried savagely, before barreling straight toward a hunter, sinking her beak into his throat. Several hunters jumped on top of her, but she threw them off, digging her talons into each and every one. Dylan hadn't seen her like this since they were enemies. The insanity was back in Saffron, the barbaric need for blood and carnage devouring her with each kill.
"Saff, stop,"
she said, throwing a hand out.
"You're not that person anymore."
Saffron's head jerked up, her beak covered in blood. "Perhaps not," she said,
"but I will not show mercy to those who try to hurt my sister."
Devin and Jenna arrived, sailing over the broken door and joining the fight. Enfys threw Devin his bow. The Rhodi began shooting down every hunter in his path, making his way over to his sister.
"She's on our tail. We have to go." "Over here,"
Saffron said. She flew out the window and the teens poised at the edge, glancing below. A large river ran under the mansion, though it was a significant drop to the water. The only way out was to jump.
No way, Jenna said. "I'm not doing that."
"We don't have a choice," Devin said, grabbing her arm. "Jump!" They all leapt in unison, screaming as they fell toward the rushing water. When Dylan hit the icy-cold river, she gasped, inhaling a large gulp of water. She swam toward the top and spat it out, her head burning as she saw stars. Once she felt like they'd swam for some time, she headed toward shore and pulled herself onto the bank, reaching down to help Enfys out of the water. Jenna was screaming her head off, splashing water around like no tomorrow and acting like she was drowning. Devin pulled her out of the water and she started sputtering, shaking her wet curls out of her face. Saffron touched down, covering them with her wings against the blistering wind. "I think we lost them," Devin said, looking upward. "We've swam a good distance away." "Yeah, well, I don't want any surprises," Dylan said, pointing to the sky. "Saffron, make sure nobody follows." "I'll do my best," she said, taking off into the sky once more. As they got closer to the border, they finally became able to talk to Davana again. The Queen spoke to them using the mind speak, her voice faint and far off. "Well, how did it go?"
"We got the information we needed. Rachel's going to attack at sunrise in 3 days," Devin said grimly. "She also said that she's going to use the dream state to defeat us, though I have no idea what that means."
"I don't either, but we don't have any time to figure it out." Tavanna sighed. 3 days. I was hoping we'd at least have a week. These Rhodi are nowhere near ready.
"We would have gotten more intel, but we had about 20 or 30 hunters we had to fight off," Devin said. "We blew our cover, Tavanna. I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry. When you first became Rhodi, neither of you could defeat a single hunter, and now you're taking on dozens at a time," Tavanna said. "I couldn't be prouder of you." Devin's face absolutely glowed. Tavanna's attention fleeted for a moment, then she said, "Get back as soon as possible. You're needed here." They came to the border, peering behind a large rock. All of the guards were gone but 2, and these were both hunters. Enfys opened his mouth to sing, but Devin lifted a hand to silence him and said,
"Dylan, do you recognize that man?"
Dylan looked closer. At first glance, she had no idea who he was, but then she looked closer. Memory served her. It was the same guard that had been on the border of Marceleno 3 years ago, on the day of the accident that had killed their parents. It was the strange guard, the one who was overly creepy and had held them up on their way out of the state. Her stomach slithered when she saw him, but she said, "So what? It's weird that he's here, but what difference does it make? Let's go."
"Hold on," Devin said quietly.
He leaned forward to listen closer, and the teens fell silent, the only sound of the night being their intense breathing.
"I don't know why we have to sit here and guard the stupid border while everyone else gets in on the excitement. No one's coming,"
the other guard complained. He was quite young, and obviously a new recruit to the guild. He didn't look like he'd been in a fist fight, let alone a real battle. He laid his spear on the side of the wall and sank to the ground in a pout.
"You'll get your chance soon enough to spill blood," the old guard said.
His voice was raspy and slimy, just like Dylan remembered, and he shifted his long limbs as he leaned against the wall. Dylan held back a gasp as she realized the old guard was a hunter. Probably had been all along.
The young man laughed and said, "Yeah, right. When have you ever killed someone, old man?"
"Plenty of times," he said. He cracked his neck, and the spear lying on the side of the wall jumped to life. It began swatting at the air of its own accord, hacking away at some unforeseen enemy as if an experienced warrior held it in his hands.
"Wow," the young man said. "I can't wait until I get my craft."
"It's something else, isn't it?" The old man tilted his neck again, and the spear fell to the ground, lifeless. "I can manipulate any object I want to just by looking at it. They never see me coming."
"Coward," Dylan thought murderously, glaring at the man.
"What's the hardest thing you've ever had to manipulate?" the man said eagerly, looking upward at his companion.
The old man said, scratching his disgusting beard. "That's a hard one. I'd say the bigger they are, the harder they are to move. I think the toughest thing I've ever moved on my own was a car."
Dylan and Devin froze. Enfys stirred beside them and whispered,
"We need to go. Come on, guys."
"Devi," Jenna whined, but Devin didn't move a muscle. Dylan felt Tavanna enter her consciousness again, surveying the situation quickly. She said something, but the twins weren't listening.
"A car?" the young man said. "Why would you need to move that?"
"The Red Huntress had a bounty out," he said. "A price on the head of a Far Eastern woman, and extra if you took out the whole family. I recognized the woman the instant she and her family tried to cross the border."
"What did you do?"
the young man asked in a hesitant tone. "I let them go, and once they were a few miles down the road, I manipulated a car to come careening at them head-on. The man laughed cruelly. It took all my crafting ability to get the car to go that fast, and it was hard to steer it toward them so they'd all be dead, but I managed to do it. Rachel paid me handsomely for it. Dylan put a hand to her mouth, forcing back a scream. Rachel had given the order to kill Killam and her family, but this man was the one who carried the order out. When the accident happened, they were almost out of Marceleno and on their way to Eros, to Taladin and to Vanna. A few more miles and they would have been safe. Her mother and father would be alive today if it wasn't for this sick man in front of them. The best part of it was, the old man said, laughing harder now, I went back to retrieve the bodies and the husband was still alive. He was begging for his children. I don't know what happened to them. Couldn't find the bodies. The little brats must have ran off to die in the wilderness. But he looked me in the eyes and begged, My children, my children! I couldn't take it, the old guard said, smacking his knee. I watched him die, then took the bodies back to Rachel while they were still warm. Devin leapt up. He grabbed an arrow from his quiver, notching it in his bow and pulling back. The others jumped to their feet, and Enfys whispered, Devin, stop! You'll blow our cover! Devin wasn't listening. His whole body was shaking with rage, tears freshly wet on his cheeks. Tavanna burst through and said, Devin, stop! Put the bow down! That's an order! Devin still held the bow tight. He was aiming right at the old guard, who still had that awful, twisted smile on his face. It was a clear shot. There was no way he would miss. Tavanna prodded gently at him again and said, Drop it, my son. Please, don't do this. The young Rhodi swallowed, the bow quivering with the force of his tremors. Dylan crept behind him and said, Devin, it's okay. It's over now. We have to go. Her brother paused. Then he slowly let the bow down, casting his face away and looking defeated. His shoulders drooped as he appeared to be lost, completely broken. Dylan turned to leave, but before she could climb the fence, she heard the sharp twang of the bow and the hiss of an arrow as it flew through the air. The guard let out a strangled noise, foam bubbling from his mouth as he leaned backward to pry the arrow out of his heart. Unable to do so, he fell back on the ground, dead within seconds. Enfys was the only one that leapt into action. He knocked out the young guard with a quick punch before he could cry for help. Through the connection, Dylan could feel Tavanna's sadness radiating off of her in droves. Devin walked toward the old guard coldly, yanking the arrow out of his body and placing it back in his quiver. He didn't look at the others. Enfys was the first who dared to break the silence. We should move the body, he suggested. Otherwise we... No, Devin said coldly. Leave him there. The teens walked through the border, no one saying a word. At the staircase back to the underground train, Saffron landed, looking sympathetically at Devin as she changed. I would have done the same, she confessed. Though I'm not sure if it was the right thing to do. Doesn't matter. One less hunter to deal with, Devin said cruelly. He began making his way down the staircase, and the others followed solemnly. Dylan felt sick to her stomach, knowing that there was more death to come. In one day, both she and her brother had taken a life. The thing that bothered her the most was that Devin had watched the light leave the old hunter's eyes and smiled. Chapter 24. Miracles Before Sunrise. Tavanna met them at the gates of the palace when they got back. She glanced at Devin first, but then nodded to each of them in turn. Good job, everyone. I can't say it went off without a hitch, but we got what we needed. That's all that matters. How are we going to prepare for the battle? Saffron asked, already poised at attention. I think you all deserve to rest. We'll think about the battle tomorrow. Taladin wants to see you in his room, by the way, she added, looking at Dylan. There's someone he wants you to meet. Devin, come with me. She gently took Devin by the shoulder, and the student and master walked into the streets of Rhodi. Devin was looking down at the ground once more, dragging his feet. Dylan hoped Tavanna would be able to help him. He really needed her right now. Jenna yawned and said, Yep, good job for all of us. Now I want to get these clothes off and get into bed. Same here, Enfys said sleepily as they began climbing the stairs to the palace. You all right, lass? That was a bit of a bombshell back at the border. I'll be fine, Dylan said. She was a bit shaken up, but not as badly as Devin. Her parents were gone. Whether it was Rachel's fault because she'd gave the order, or the guards because he'd murdered them, it was all the same. She tried not to think about her father, begging for her and her brother minutes before his death. That had been too much to bear. She'd remember it after the battle, when she was allowed such precious things as to grieve. She took her mask off and threw it aside when she reached the door to Taladin's room. Taladin was standing outside, grinning from ear to ear when he saw her coming.
Dylan, you're not going to believe this.
He stopped talking to her as he noticed her dress, his mouth dropping open.
By Desmondre, what are you wearing? Please tell me Tavanna didn't let you go out like that. Tavanna bought it for me, actually. Sorry, I forgot to change, she said, making a reminder in her head to never tell Taladin how she danced with Enfys at the masquerade. What did you want me for? Sounds important. He grinned again. This?
He opened the door slightly, and the soft coo of a baby drifted out. Leanna was lying on the bed, looking exhausted but happier than she'd ever been, a tiny infant in her arms. Tito was sitting on the bedside next to her, staring at the child in amazement. Dylan looked at her master and said, You had the baby!
Leanna went into labor shortly before you left, Taladin said. He's simply perfect. Come see.
Leanna shifted her arms, revealing the face of the sleeping child. It's a boy, she said. He has Taladin's eyes. The baby was so cute. He was incredibly small, with lightly dark skin and jet black hair. Dylan stroked the baby's forehead with one finger, amazed at how soft the skin was. What's his name? We don't have one yet, Taladin said. We had a few picked out, but once he was born, nothing quite seemed perfect enough.
Don't ask me, Tito said. I don't have any ideas either.
Would you like to hold him? Leanna asked, looking at Dylan. Dylan swallowed. She'd never held a baby before. She was afraid she'd drop him. Taladin was looking eagerly at her, however, so she nodded. Leanna placed the sleeping newborn in her arms. The baby yawned, snuggling closer to her body and smiling. Dylan felt her heart do a little flip-flop. He's pretty cool, isn't he? Tito said. Pretty soon he's gonna follow me everywhere. Fat chance, Dylan said. I'm gonna be his favorite. What? I'm his big brother. He'll totally look up to me, Tito said. Yeah, well, I'm his big sister, and I'm a lot cooler than you. I think he already knows it, Dylan said sassily. All right, that's enough, Leanna laughed. You both can be his favorite. Dylan held him closer. I have a name if it's all right, she offered. We're all ears, Taladin chuckled. We've been trying to think of something for hours and nothing fits. Well, Dylan said slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. My dad's name was Yeshua. If you translate it from Far Eastern language into modern Crescentian, it becomes Joshua. She looked down at him. I kind of think he looks like a Joshua. Joshua, Taladin said, thinking. I really like that. Our Josh. It's absolutely lovely. Joshua Taladin Sorrowtear, Leanna said, holding her arms out for the child once more. Dylan handed Joshua to her. She held the newborn to her chest tightly, letting out a little hum. There was a knock at the door. Tavanna and Devin appeared, peering around the corner. May we come in? Savannah asked.
Of course, Taladin said. I'm not the only one who's going to be changing diapers around here.
Queens don't change diapers, Savannah said, walking over and looking down at the child. Though, for this little cutie, I think I would.
He is quite adorable. What did you decide to call him?
I named him, Dylan said. Joshua. Devin's expression wavered. It's a good name, he whispered, before quickly glancing away. You guys sure picked the right time to have a kid, Savannah said with a small laugh. Rachel's coming here in 3 days. We don't have much time to prepare. Better late than never, Leanna said, and she kissed Joshua tenderly on the forehead. He has no idea how long I've waited for him. Though 3 days didn't give them much time, Dylan found that she wished Rachel had planned to attack sooner. Being in a battle this large of a scale seemed terrifying, but what was worse was the wait. During the day, Dylan found herself so busy that there was no time to think about the impending doom circling in on the city. But at night, she was unable to sleep. Her mind kept going over and over what it would be like to die, wondering how painful it would be before she met her end. You need your rest, she told herself. But that didn't solve anything. The next 2 nights were full of fitful and anxious sleep, with nightmares of Rachel closing in and killing off the Rhodi one by one until she was the only survivor left. The last day before the battle, the teens found that there was little left to be done. They'd strengthened the city, and they'd received their battle orders from Tavanna. They'd been instructed by the Queen to save their strength and avoid training for the day. All there was left to do now was wait.
This is torture, Devin said.
He walked around in circles in the empty palace arena, firing off arrow after arrow at targets he'd already hit 1,000 times. Nellie swung her feet back and forth on the edge of a balcony as she watched him, biting her nails. Dylan flipped her katana in the air, catching it endlessly, while Jenna continued to babble on nervously to Tito, who wasn't listening. Enfys was picking at his ukulele, but he didn't seem interested in playing. Saffron was the only one not moving. She was poised like an eagle next to Nellie on the balcony, her eyes staring out at something none of them could see, though her expression seemed thoroughly hopeless.
Ugh!
Tito said, throwing his fedora off his head and to the ground.
I just want to get it over with. I don't see what you're so worried about. You and Nellie are going to be underground with all the other people who are too old or too young to fight, Dylan said. Listen, if they get through to you, they get to us, Tito said, pointing to his chest. And I don't want to sound like a chicken or anything, but I know that there's no way I could take on one of those guys, let alone an entire army.
They're going to do fine, Nellie snapped. Leave them alone. Devin stopped firing arrows and laid down his bow.
I've been thinking, he said. There's one thing we haven't done yet, something that April May pointed out. There's no use trying to figure out how Rachel's going to use the dream state. We don't have any clues, Dylan said restlessly. Not that. About how Rachel might use our crafts against us, turn us against one another, Devin said. She did it with April, and if she captures one of us, she might force us to fight each other.
So what do we do?
Jenna asked. The only thing we can do is teach each other our weaknesses, Devin said.
So what? You're saying we should teach everybody in this room how to kill each other?
Jenna said. Devin nodded. If it comes down to it. I'm not killing my friends, Dylan said instantly. We might have to. Let's face it, Rachel's far more powerful than we are, Devin said. We need to know. I'm willing to sacrifice myself if there's a chance we can win.
Me too,
Jenna said meekly. Aye, Enfys mumbled. Dylan sighed. I am too, but don't expect me to kill any of you if I have to. That's my weakness. If you can turn my emotions against me, I'll have no chance. That's easy. We just have to piss you off, Tito said. Noted. Dylan shot him a glare. Jenna scuffed the ground with her shoe and said,
I'm easily distracted. I can't keep my mind on one thing. If you get me surrounded, it'll be easy to take me down.
Devin leaned against the balcony under Nellie's feet. You have to keep me pinned down somehow. I'm no good at wrestling, but if I'm on my feet, I'll be gone. You all know that already. Enfys shrugged. I'm not very fast or strong. Everyone knows they can beat me in a fight. But if I'm singing, they'll be asleep before they even touch me. You have to keep my mouth closed to stop me. Saffron jumped down from the balcony, landing on her feet and strolling around the room. I wish I could tell you my weakness, she said. But I honestly can't think of one, and I'm not trying to be mean or proud. If you get me mad or upset or confused, I'll only become more bloodthirsty. I don't see anything when I'm out on the battlefield. All I have is a taste for destruction. You do have a weakness, Saf, Dylan said. You've never noticed, but you get cocky, and you like to gloat. Saffron blinked. Really? Yes. It got rather annoying when we were enemies, Dylan said. You like to toy with the people you fight instead of just finishing them off and getting on with it. That's your weakness. Oh, Saffron shook her head. I suppose that makes sense. I can't do anything but be extremely ridiculously good-looking, Tito said with an arrogant shrug. And that's pretty much useless around here. Beauty obviously comes after brawn in this situation. The majority of the room rolled their eyes. Nellie coughed lightly and said, I can't fight either, but if I had to pick something, I guess that I can convince myself of anything. If I get an idea in my head, I don't question it, I just run with it. I'm good at getting myself into stupid situations. Like I didn't know that with the golf cart. Devin smiled up at her. Things should be fine as long as we stick together, Enfys said. We already know that Dylan and Devin are going to be in the middle of the fight with their masters, and Jenna and I are going to be with the searchers. Saffron's going to do whatever Saffron does. Destroy, Saffron said simply. Yes, that. The searchers don't have to fight, Dylan offered. You guys can hide underground with Nellie and Tito. Enfys stared at her, raising an eyebrow. If I hid underground while you fought for my freedom, lass, I'd consider myself the lowest coward Dundee spat out. I'll be a coward, Tito said, raising a hand. Thanks, Enfys, Dylan whispered. But at his response, she wanted to scream. She wished Enfys would stay underground. He was a great spy, but he couldn't fight very well. He was one more person she'd have to worry about while on the battlefield. Nellie jumped down from the balcony. Devin caught her, putting her gently down on the ground. I want you to make me another promise, she said. Promise me that no matter what it takes, no matter what you have to sacrifice, you'll win. I promise, Devin said. No matter what, we'll win tomorrow. For you. Nellie gave him a tiny kiss. Tito stuck out his tongue and said, Yuck, you guys are gross. I guess that's it then, Enfys said, sighing. I've got a few more things to take care of before we face off with hell tomorrow. Agreed, Jenna said. She grabbed her brother's arm. Let's go see Mom and Dad. They're probably wondering where we are. Jenna and Enfys filtered out. With them, everyone else seemed to leave too. Nellie and Devin walked off by themselves, and Tito strolled away, murmuring to himself. Dylan and Saffron were left alone in the training arena, the sun filtering in on the girls through a small window at the top of the ceiling. Dylan walked over to the girl, right into the circle of light, and said, You know, since you're fighting with the Rhodi, don't you think that you should be a Rhodi as well? I could never be a Rhodi, Saffron said, shaking her head. Rhodi are good and kind people. They fight for justice, for faith, and for love. The only thing I've ever fought for is myself. That's not true. These past couple months, you've been amazing, Dylan said. You've been fiercely protective of me and all my friends. You're loyal to Devana, to all of us, and you're a great fighter. No one should be a Rhodi more than you. I was a hunter, Rachel's apprentice, Saffron protested. There's no coming back from that. I was a hunter too, after the accident.
But in my heart, I was always a Rhodi more, Dylan said. Do you believe that no matter what, good should always win, and we need to fight for what's right until our deaths if we have to? Saffron thought. There was a time when I believed being good and fighting for good was foolish, because there's so much evil in the world. I believed it was too hard to press back against it. But now I see that it's the only thing worth fighting for. Yes, I would die for it if I had to. Saffron knelt in front of Dylan. Dylan held her head high and spoke proudly the same vows she took 3 years ago. The ones she had once taken so carelessly at first, but were now written on her heart. Saffron, do you swear upon your life that you will be a Rhodi until your dying day, sacrificing everything in order to bring about a free Crescentia for all, no matter what the cost? I do, Saffron said. Her entire body glowed with the purple light of her craft, a fragile air to her words. Then so be it, Dylan said. Arise, student of Rhodi. Today you begin your training. Saffron got to her feet, tears in her eyes. Thank you so much, Dylan. I never thought this day would come. I never thought that I'd have a home again and that I'd belong somewhere. I thought I'd be alone forever, but now I have a sister. I know your parents weren't exactly the best, Dylan said, grabbing her shoulders lightly. But I want you to know, no matter how badly they treated you, you are worth something. Can't imagine why. I still can't figure out why you saved me from those hunters in the woods. I was so cruel to you. I nearly killed you so many times. It was my life's goal for so long to end you. Saffron whispered. I saw something in you that could be saved. I couldn't give up on you, Dylan said. I guess that's another one of my weaknesses too. I can't give up on people, even the people who hate me. That isn't a weakness, sister. I thought it was, when the Griffin and the Red Huntress ruled me. But now I see it as a strength. Your love and compassion for others creates allies even in the darkest of places. No one could save me where I was. But somehow, you did. Saffron embraced her. Dylan hugged back tightly, truly glad she had saved the life of a beautiful creature she had considered less than human only a few months before. I thought you needed me when we were enemies and we were trying to kill each other, but I needed you too. We're the same, Dylan said. I just thought you should know that. We are more alike than you know, sister, Saffron said, stepping away. She pulled back her sleeves, and Dylan's mouth fell open as she stared at dozens of scars, Dylan whispered. She'd never noticed before because they were so faint, but Saffron had thin lines on her arms. They had faded among the years, nearly transparent against her skin. Dylan pulled back her own sleeve and put their arms side by side. She and Saffron's arms matched, small lines of sadness that mapped where each girl had grown fed up with life. Why, Saffron? You teased me for it endlessly, Dylan said in confusion. Saffron hesitated. It began in the asylum when I couldn't find a way out. I thought that if I could make fun of you for it, I could convince myself to stop. I hated you. I didn't want to be like you. In some twisted way, seeing you suffer made me feel better about myself. She pulled down her sleeve again. Mirror images. Dylan hushed, her eyes growing wide. Saffron, do you know what this means? Saffron stared at her, slowly catching on. Yes? But sister, are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything in my life, she said, grabbing Saffron's hand. She ran throughout the palace and burst into Taladin's room. He was rocking Joshua in his arms. The small baby giggled at Dylan's entrance, his small fingers wriggling in the air. Dylan, I'm trying to get him to sleep, Taladin scolded, but it was clear Joshua had no intention of sleep. The baby was wide awake and seemed to get more and more excited as his father grew more agitated. Taladin, Dylan breathed. Make me and Saffron partners.
What?
Taladin turned around and placed Joshua in his crib, where the child continued to coo.
Are you crazy? Absolutely not. Out of the question.
Taladin, please, Dylan said. I know what I'm doing.
This seems like a very irrational decision,
Taladin said, putting his hands on his hips.
Where exactly did this all come from?
April May told me that when the time came to defeat the Red Huntress, I would find my bonded partner, a mirror image of myself, Dylan said quickly. Don't you see? Saffron and I, we're a lot alike. We have our differences, but I completely understand her and she understands me. Taladin looked at Saffron. She brought her shoulders back and said, It's true. I would give my life for my sister. I consider her my truest friend, more family than blood. I'll make a blood vow upon it if you want me to.
I believe you,
Taladin said shortly. He turned to Dylan.
Are you sure this is what you want? I can tell you from experience having a Rhodian partner isn't easy.
Absolutely, Dylan said. I know this is what's right.
Can you wait until after the battle?
We might not have after the battle. If we don't do this, we won't fulfill April's prophecy and we might mess everything up. It's what she would have wanted, Dylan said. Taladin ran a hand through his hair.
I don't want to go against April's wishes, and her visions have never been wrong about the future before. But this is a big decision.
Bonded partners are always stronger than regular Rhodi, and with Saffron backing me up, I can't lose, Dylan said. You're the one that needs to do it, Taladin. You're my master. It can't be anyone else.
Taladin sighed. I can never stop you from doing anything, can I?
A part of me is always going to be that sad, lost little girl who didn't know what a Rhodi was and who needed a father, she told him softly. But a part of me is a warrior too, one who needs Saffron. Taladin nodded, his black hair drooping in front of his eyes. He motioned to them.
All right, join hands.
The girls did so. Taladin put his hand over theirs and said,
By the power vested in me as a master of Rhodi, I now declare you bonded partners. Forever you will be linked to one another through your crafts and your hearts. Love and care for one another forever, as you have cared for the art of Rhodi.
The light of their crafts had started to glow between them. Dylan's orange glow and Saffron's purple shine merged together, twirling around their arms in an infinite circle. Neither girl could let go, and as the light began to fade, Dylan realized that she was no longer just in her own mind. She was both with Saffron and without Saffron, able to see through her eyes and feel through her body, yet she was still herself.
You're going to feel a little funny, Taladin said. Your personalities might merge for a while, but that should go away by tonight. I hope so, Dylan said.
She was already beginning to feel more impatient than usual, and her thoughts seemed to flit from one thing to the next uncontrollably. She also had a strange craving to rip someone's head off. She hoped that wasn't permanent. Saffron was gazing at Taladin with the utmost admiration and respect. I think I love you, she said groggily, appearing hazed.
That's what I'm talking about, Taladin said. I hope you don't, love me in a few hours. With practice, you might be able to bounce off of each other's crafts, but obviously there isn't time for that. Because your crafts are merged, you'll be able to gain strength from one another and fight a lot better. But be careful. If one of you gets hurt tomorrow, the other will be able to feel it if you don't do your best to block it off. It's just like cutting off the mind speak.
I can't believe you let us do this, Dylan said, some of Saffron's brutal honesty breaking through.
I can't either.
Taladin walked over and picked up Joshua again, bouncing him in his arms. Saffron broke into tears, curling into a ball on the floor and crying, I love that baby. I love everything. Why do I feel everything so much?
Oh boy, Taladin said, shaking his head. I hope she gets a hold of herself. We need vicious Saffron back for tomorrow. Don't worry, Dylan said, picking Saffron up off the ground. She'll be fine.
Chapter 25. The Song Enfys Wrote. The night before the battle was the absolute worst. Dylan laid in bed, sleep refusing her, and stared up at the ceiling. This is it. Tomorrow I'll either defeat the Red Huntress, like April May said, or I'll die. It was an alien concept. She had no chance against Rachel. She was a student, not a master, and besides that, Tavanna couldn't even handle Rachel. If Tavanna had tried and tried to end the Red Huntress and she never could, what hope was there for her? She got up from bed, opening the windows to get some fresh air. Saffron's personality traits had long worn off, but Dylan wished she still had them, could harness Saffron's steely resolve and determination the night before the end. She could feel Saffron sleeping, her steady breaths coming in and out from several rooms down the hall. Being joined to a partner was weird, but at the same time, it seemed natural. Dylan was more in tune with Saffron than she'd ever been with another person. She finally understood what it meant when the Griffin said her soul had many doors. Her mind was endless, going in and out of itself, and Dylan thought she'd get lost for hours trying to sort everything out in there. Saffron's head was an abundance of colors and light, and it never ended. One day, if she survived this battle and Saffron let her, she wanted to explore it. A soft tune drifted through her window from the balcony above. Curious, Dylan got dressed and headed up to the roof. The only light surrounding the area was the soft lanterns, reflecting off the pool. There was Enfys, playing away on a violin with all the emotion of the world vibrant on his face, eyes closed as he caressed the strings tenderly. Dylan recognized the tune he had played on the piano in the wedding hall, the one he had told her was her song. Enfys had told her that she'd truly understand what the song meant when he played it on a violin. But as she listened, she realized everything Enfys put into the notes had been clear as day, from the second their eyes met for the first time. The song was sad, it was strange, and it was vibrant, going into the world and taking what it owned without compromise. Enfys played faster, and the song turned into something beautiful, something the piano had robbed it of, fashioning it into a song that reflected her own soul. The song was majestic and noble, and the song was hers. Enfys ended the song on a soft note, dropping the violin to his side and slowly opening his eyes. He stared at Dylan, then put the violin back in its case, saying, "There, now do you understand?" She swallowed. "I know what the song says. I don't know what the person playing it is trying to tell me." There was a long bout of silence, in which Enfys seemed to be struggling with a massive decision. He looked away, biting his lip and forming his hands into tight fists. Then he broke whatever was holding him back, looking directly into her eyes. "I love you." Her heart skipped a beat. "Do you hear me?" he asked. He walked up to her, grabbing her by the shoulders. "I adore you, lass. There. I've said the thing we've both know has been on my mind for months. I love you and care for you, and I'll be damned if I don't let you hear it now. I am utterly, completely head over heels for you, in every way a man can be. Every part of you is beautiful, and I want it. I want to be with you." Her tongue wouldn't move. It felt useless in her mouth, completely floppy and tied into knots. She struggled to get a single word out. "Enfys, you can't mean that." "I do," he said. "You're everything I've ever wanted. If I am the moon, you are the stars, shining brilliantly above me. My heart's desire and the love of my life. I've waited too long to tell you that." "No, Enfys, you're wrong." Dylan turned away. "I'm absolutely right about this, and you know that," Enfys said. "Why can't you give in for once? Do you really have to be so stubborn? I'm in love with you. All the things, good and bad, no matter what they are. You haven't counted up the cost, she whispered. Not really. Who could love a girl with scars on her arms? I could, Enfys said, grabbing her hand and pulling her to him. And I would for a long time. Get real. She pulled her hand away and crossed her arms tightly over her body. You don't like me. You like chasing after me, like you did with Sorsha. But I do like you. More than that, I love you, he said. You can't mean that. I knew I loved you the moment you walked into my inn that night nearly 2 years ago. I looked at you and thought that I had to have you. And you have given me a damn hard time trying to convince you of that. Tito wanted me. Then he wanted Jenna, Dylan argued. Tito never loved you like I do. Never treasured you like I have every single night since we met. You've driven me half mad trying to get you to accept me, to even look my way. I haven't begged for you on my knees all this time, only to not tell you how I feel the day before our deaths. Enfys took a step toward her. His eyes were pleading, crazy with longing and want. You don't understand, Enfys. I've been through too much in my life to even try to love. She shook her head, face falling into her hands. There's nothing left of me to give you. I want to be with you, but I don't know if I can. You can. I know you can. I know you love me, Dylan. You've denied it and tried to ignore how you feel, but you love me too. It's been too hard to miss lately. It's not. Everyone has noticed, Enfys pleaded. Trust me. I wish I could make you understand, Dylan moaned. The love I would give you is broken. It's nothing you want. It's nothing I want to hurt you with. Someone's got to heal you, Enfys said. You've got to let someone try. He put his arms around her, wrapping her in his tight, protective embrace. Dylan felt a warmth run through her, a soft glow she hadn't felt since before her parents died. All at once, she felt at peace. It was too late. He had her. She put her head against his chest. What do you want me to say, Enfys? I don't want you to say anything. I want you to stop pushing me away just for a moment and let me do this. He bent his head down and kissed her, softly brushing her lips to his. She returned his kiss, holding back nothing and giving all the emotion she had in her over to him, sacrificing whatever was left inside of her. Enfys kissed her even more passionately, picking her up off the ground. She wrapped her legs around his waist and took him in, trying to absorb each inch of Enfys she could. This was flying, soaring over Crescentia and rising up into the clouds, never wanting to come back down, needing Enfys to be there and be her everything. She cupped his face as they kissed and he stroked her hair, and Dylan wondered idly if the meaning of life had, all along, been wrapped up in Enfys' smile. He was her blood, pounding through her body, and she wanted to keep him inside her skin and never let him out, never do anything to hurt him. She'd waited for so long to kiss him, to be with him. Now that she had it, it was nothing like her wildest dreams. It was 1,000 times more beautiful than she ever could have imagined, and nothing in the world could take him away from her. He was hers in this moment, forever. Enfys wasn't something she could lose. She'd always had him all along. When they finally stopped, he put her down and smiled at her. Now, was that so bad? No, she breathed. Something she had never felt before was coursing through her veins, stronger than her craft, and filled with more power. She looked into Enfys' sparkling eyes and found herself completely lost. I love you too, Enfys. I've been in love with you for months, but I never wanted to admit it to myself. I was too scared. Is it so scary now? He asked, tweaking her nose lightly. She gave him another kiss. No, it feels a lot like falling, but I want to fly forever. You were right, Enfys. I want to be with you. I guess I was wrong about trying to push you away. Well, what do you know? You can even tame a tigress. He laughed lightly. She smacked his chest playfully. They crawled into the hammock, cuddling into each other's arms and gazing at the stars. Dylan realized that she'd never been happier in her life. She placed her head on Enfys's chest and closed her eyes as he played with her hair, humming a little tune. "What are you thinking about?" he murmured as he kissed her head. "For once in my life, I'm not thinking about anything," Dylan whispered. "Right now, all I want to do is pretend we have forever up here." Enfys gave her another deep, loving kiss, clinging her tightly to his body, wherever it is. Together, they fell asleep under the shimmering, war-torn sky. Chapter 26. Faithfully Forever. When dawn was beginning to peek over the horizon, Dylan gave Enfys a goodbye kiss and began to sneak off to her room. But before she even made it to the bottom of the steps, there was her master, leaning against the wall and looking at her with a stern frown. "Taladin," she said, looking down at the ground. "I was just—" Her words fell flat. There wasn't an excuse she could give. Expecting a lecture, she traced the designs in the carpet, biting her lip anxiously. "You love him," he said simply. She didn't say anything. Taladin made a sarcastic noise and said, "Out of all the boys in the world, my daughter has to pick a searcher." She found her eyes welling up with tears. "I don't know what to do, Taladin. I do love him. I've tried not to, but I still do. But I'm afraid if we're together, I'm going to break his heart or he's going to break mine." "Ah, little thunderbolt," he said, pulling her close and embracing her tightly. "I don't think that boy could hurt you, even if he was forced to." "But look at me. I'm a walking mess," she said, pulling away and wiping the tears haphazardly off her face. "I have good days and bad days. My mood's never stable and it's never going to be. I'll never be normal." She gave a deep sigh. "Enfys chose to chase you after all, flaws and all, even after I tried to run him off," Taladin said. "He would swim through a tidal wave if it meant the chance to have you. The only question you have to answer is if you think he's going to make you happy." Taladin shrugged. "Not that I care what you choose either way. Personally, I think you're doing pretty well for yourself single." "You're only saying that because you're my dad," Dylan laughed before her smile fell. "Not that any of this matters, because we probably won't be alive at the end of the day. We're going to make it through this, all of us," Taladin said firmly. "Then you can decide if you want to date the ginger or not." He ruffled her hair. "Don't worry yourself over it, Thunderbolt. That boy loves you, and love is a powerful thing. It's what'll get us through today." He grabbed her shoulder, leading her toward the palace armory. "Come on, the others are waiting. It's time for us to suit up." Tavanna and Devin were waiting at the armory. It was surprisingly deserted. All the other Rhodi must have been fitted already. Tavanna and Devin were wearing their suits of armor, complete with shoulder pads, arms and leg guards, and breastplates. The armor was square and flat, similar to what the palace guards wore. Tavanna's armor was intricate, with Rhodian runes throughout, light pink in color. Devin's armor was an emerald green, the patterns within the metal seemingly without end. "What took you guys so long?" Devin asked. He was obviously nervous. His glasses kept slipping down his face, and he pushed them up over and over again nervously as he surveyed the two Rhodi. "Never mind that. Where's our stuff?" Taladin asked. In a matter of minutes, Taladin and Dylan were outfitted with armor similar to that of their companions. Taladin's a light blue and Dylan's a vibrant orange. Saffron came around the corner, wearing purple armor with shoulder plates that looked like wings. She appeared fierce and terrifying, and had painted the area around her eyes to appear even more so. "You look inspiring, sister," Saffron informed her. "Why aren't we wearing helmets?" Dylan asked. "It messes with the mind speak," Tavanna said. "And the last thing we want is to be unable to communicate in battle." Tavanna passed a small vial of orange paint to Taladin. Dylan looked at it wearily, asking, "What are you doing?" "It's Rhodian tradition for warriors to paint their faces before they go off to war," Taladin said, sticking his finger in the paint and drawing thin lines along the area underneath Dylan's eyes.
It shows that they're not afraid, and that they believe their souls will be reborn in the life after once they die in battle.
Are we going to die? Dylan asked softly. Taladin took a small vial of blue paint from Tavanna, slicking lines across his cheeks.
Someday, but not today.
The 5 Rhodi walked to the staircase that led to the top of the city walls, which were lined with soldiers. Rhodian's borders were thick and impenetrable, but Dylan knew that wouldn't stop Rachel. The plan was to take down as many hunters as possible, using the high walls of the palace before they breached the city. If the guild managed to get inside, they were done for. All of the Rhodi had been fitted with their own suits of armor and chosen weapons, but they appeared frightened. None of them looked like they had any idea what they were doing. Tavanna opened her wings and took to the sky. Her servant stood below her, projecting her voice across the city so all could hear. "Warriors of Rhodian," Tavanna cried, "today is your day. Will we allow Rachel and her hunters to storm our home, take what is rightfully ours, and destroy everything we've held dear for centuries?" The entirety of Rhodian roared in reply. Tavanna flew higher and screamed, "Then show them what we are made of! Today is the day the Red Huntress learns what it means to live with honor." The army cheered. Tavanna touched down to the ground and took her place above the gates in the center of the city, where Rachel would most likely be focusing her attack. Her companions stayed close to her, and Taladin handed Dylan a large box of throwing knives.
"Here,"
he said.
"I know we're no good with bows, but we should be able to slow them down with these from up here. The plan is, we don't move until Tavanna gives the signal, okay?"
"Okay," Dylan nodded. She looked across the horizon, but there was no one among the vast desert sands. Dylan thought Rachel was quite dumb to make her army walk across an entire desert just to face Rhodian. By the time they got here, half of her forces would be too exhausted to fight. But that's Rachel. She has to have it her way, Dylan thought. "This armor is too heavy," she heard a familiar voice complain, and she turned to see Jenna and Enfys coming up the steps. "And it's ridiculously hot out." "You won't be complaining when it saves your life," Enfys scolded. He saw Dylan, and without another word, he walked over to her silently, placing a light kiss on her lips. Dylan returned to the kiss, slightly surprised, and Enfys took his place beside her. Although Taladin had seen, he didn't say anything.
"Tavanna,"
Taladin said,
"my wife and kid are in those tunnels. I'll be damned if I let them over these walls."
"They might be your wife and kid, but they're also my best friend and my nephew," Tavanna responded. "Rachel isn't going to touch them." Dylan swallowed. She had people she cared about underground too, Nellie and Tito. She'd do everything she could to make sure the hunters wouldn't reach them. "I want you two to know something," Tavanna said, turning to the twins. "No matter what happens out there, we're a family, and we're going to get through this together. The best thing that ever happened to the Rhodi was when the two of you broke into our house that night almost 3 years ago."
"You two have made all the difference,"
Taladin said, nodding at them.
"We wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. I'd most likely be dead, and Tavanna would be rotting away in some prison cell. You two have been the turning point in this war, and I'm glad that we're the ones who got to be your masters. We might have saved your lives at one point, but I think more than anything, you guys saved us."
"Families stick together," Devin said, giving Tavanna a tender look. "It's what we do." As the time lengthened on the wall, the army began to get anxious. It was already long past sunrise, and there was no sign of a single hunter on the horizon. Something wasn't right. Then it happened. There were screams coming from inside the city. The army seemed to turn simultaneously, watching as the old and young Rhodi who had been deemed too weak to fight flooded out of the many doors that led underground, being cut down by hunter after hunter. The guild poured out of the halls that had been used for the refugees, slaughtering whoever got in their path. It wasn't just the guild. People from all over Crescentia had been forced to fight for Rachel, and they too attacked the innocent, terrified that if they didn't kill, they would be killed. "They found our underground train! They're using it to get into the city!" Tavanna screamed. She leapt over the wall and onto the city streets. Thousands of Rhodi followed her, belting out their rage as they fell from above and onto the many hunters that seemed to sprout from everywhere. It was chaos. The twins fell into the fight and began dueling with everything they had in them, but they didn't know where to begin. With all the people milling about, it was hard to tell who was a Rhodi, who was a hunter, and who had been hiding underground. This had been Rachel's plan: to cause complete mayhem instead of sending her soldiers out to fight the Rhodi face to face, the noble way.
"Leanna!"
Taladin screamed.
"Leanna, where are you?"
"Nellie!" Devin cried over the scramble. The two Rhodi searched, but neither one of them spotted their lover in the destruction that was slowly engulfing Rhodianne. Buildings caught fire, and Dylan shrieked as blood began running down the cobblestone streets, covering her shoes in gore. When Dylan took down her third enemy in less than a minute, she realized something terrible. Rachel was sending in soldiers from the other states to weaken Tavanna's forces. The experienced hunters, Rachel's best stock, wouldn't come out until later when the Rhodi were all exhausted. It was only the start of the battle, but already it felt like Rhodianne was doomed. Dylan turned on the spot and realized that she was completely alone. All of her friends and family were gone, scattered from the ambush. Abandoning care, she sheathed her weapon and transformed into a tigress, leaping upon a large group of hunters and taking them down at once. She roared her fury and bit into the leg of a hunter, tossing him up in the air as her claws lashed out at another. The hunters saw her coming. The ones who could began firing arrows and small throwing knives at her. Several landed in her side and she cried out in pain, yanking them out with her teeth before starting in on the ones who had tried to kill her. She spotted her brother out of the corner of her eye. He was moving faster than he ever had, firing arrows and dueling hand-to-hand with hunters who never saw him coming. He was merely a blur in the crowd. Dylan knew she'd never be able to keep up with him. A hunter on the wall aimed his bow at her brother, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Dylan changed back into a girl, grabbing a throwing knife and tossing it toward the archer. It landed in his heart, and he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. A harsh cry sailed above her, and she looked up. Tavanna was flying through the air, throwing hunters across the sky so they collided into others on the ground. Dylan tried calling out to her, but the master wasn't listening. Someone pushed her down. She turned to see a familiar hunter, bearing down on her with an evil grin. "Going somewhere, girlie?" "Viveka," she whispered. She pulled out her katana and leapt to her feet. Viveka parried it with a sword of his own, a burning ball of fire in one hand. "Your little chicken isn't here to save you now, is she?" he snarled. He cast a fireball at Dylan and she lunged aside, rolling on the ground. She jumped forward to get a good swipe at Viveka's heels, but he threw another fireball her way, igniting the very stone where she stood. Backed against the city wall, Dylan looked this way and that, but there was no way out. "I'm going to enjoy watching you burn," Viveka snarled, and he raised his hand. The biggest fireball Dylan had ever seen grew large in his palm, burning with all the heat of the sun itself. She gasped and closed her eyes, but Viveka let out an angry growl. She opened her eyes again to see Tito holding Viveka's arms behind his back, the fireball vanishing in thin air.
"I'm not sure if this is brave or stupid, but I don't want to find out! Saffron, now!"
Tito shouted. Dylan glanced upward to see Saffron letting out a triumphant cry, sailing toward Viveka with her talons outstretched. She grabbed Viveka's head and pulled. At the last second, Dylan looked away, but it hardly mattered. Through her and Saffron's connection, she not only saw everything, but felt everything exactly how Saffron did. "Ah!" Tito said. He was covered in blood, and Viveka's headless corpse lay at his feet. "This is disgusting! Did you really have to do that?" Saffron landed. She changed back into a human and grabbed a short sword at her hip, tossing Viveka's head to the side. "I wanted to make sure he was dead. Now I'm sure." "Tito!" Dylan rushed forward to her friend, feeling relieved. "Mom took the baby and ran. I don't know where they are, but I think they got out," Tito said quickly. "I'm not sure where Nellie is, though. There's nowhere to go." "Yes, there is." Dylan gave a small throwing knife to Tito and then motioned to Saffron. "You're going to have to get on her back. Saffron, fly him out as far into the desert as you can. Then we'll come get you when everything's done." No," Tito said, as Saffron became a griffin once more. "There's no way I'm getting on that thing." "That's perfectly fine," Saffron said, and she swooped down to enclose her talons around Tito's arms. The boy screamed as Saffron carried him higher and higher into the sky, away from Rhodi and all its dangers. As the battle wore on, Dylan found that more and more experienced hunters were coming out to fight. There was no time to seal off the doors to the underground, and the Rhodi were getting tired. "There's just too many of them," Dylan thought as she finished off yet another hunter. Losing count of all the foes she'd struck down, bodies were beginning to pile up on the streets, making even less room to fight than there had been before in the already close quarters. The carnage made her sick, but there was no time to feel queasy. Every second another hunter bore down on her, and the more enemies that came to attack her, the closer they got to taking her life. She was covered in small bruises and cuts. Dylan transformed into a tigress once more and yowled, using brute force to crush the ones who dared oppose her. It wouldn't last for long. She'd been fighting all day, and the afternoon was high. Her strength was wearing thin. She knew her brother was still alive, as the sound of his arrows exploding in the background kept resonating through the air every few minutes, but she wasn't sure about anyone else. There was little time to worry. If she didn't focus solely on herself, she'd be killed out there. Dylan felt something lash through the muscle of her right leg. Crying out loudly, she fell to the ground, her knees slamming against the stone. She looked backwards to see what had got her, but found her leg completely clean and free of injury. Her mind overflowed with confusion until she thought, "Saffron." She reached her mind out into the expanses of the battle, searching for her partner. "I'm all right, sister," Saffron said. "A hunter ran his sword through my calf, but I killed him. Will you be able to fight? My very limbs could be ripped from my torso, and I would still battle more ferociously than 10 hunters." Saffron said ravenously. "This wound gives me strength. Turn your attention back toward your foes." Saffron broke the connection, though Dylan still felt the pain of her partner's punctured calf, making it nearly impossible to fight. The sword must have created a small hole through Saffron's leg. Though she felt the griffin only grow enraged by her pain, Dylan found herself distracted. Maybe Taladin was right, and it was a terrible idea to have become partners with Saffron right before the battle, but that couldn't be helped now. Eventually, the aching in her leg dulled to a sting, and then disappeared completely as the connection grew farther and farther away. When the sun was starting to set, both parties seemed to be exhausted. There was a call for ceasefire. The hunters began backing away into the southern part of the city they had conquered and set up barricades. The remaining Rhodi grouped on the north side, setting up their own walls to keep any stray hunters out. When Dylan walked past the first barricade, it was chaos. Warriors were lined up in rows on the ground. Some of them weren't corpses. Many were Rhodi that were still alive, with wounds too gruesome to account. wailing as loud as their lungs would permit. It made a haunted, miserable chorus that hurt Dylan to hear beyond reasoning. Many Rhodi had burns rippling over skin, or gaping holes where organs and bones poked out from injuries dealt by crafts. Limbs had been blown or torn off, while others were hanging by a thread. Dylan was sickened. She had never imagined the magic of her soul, something so beautiful, could be used to hurt someone so terribly. She suppressed a cry behind her mouth when she saw the unrecognizable visage of a human being who'd had his face blown to bits so nothing more than mottled flesh remained. More Rhodi than she could count were bleeding out from the injuries given by a sword or spear, and since no healer could keep up without exhausting themselves beyond reason, warrior after warrior slowly perished in their own puddle of blood, which eventually mixed with all the others. She knew war was terrible, but in her darkest nightmares, she never imagined how much so. Even though she wasn't hurt physically, Dylan knew some part of her would never recover from this. She now understood what Taladin had meant when he told her Rhodi had to make sacrifices to keep Crescentia safe. To go to war was to lose a piece of yourself, to summon a beast inside of you that would never feel sane or safe again. Some of the injured Dylan saw were not Rhodi, but hunters. They cried out the same way the Rhodi did, clawed for life and screamed when the light began to leave their eyes. The healers offered their help to the hunters with no bias, as if they were their own kind. Most of the hunters behind the barricades died. The ones that survived shivered under bloody blankets, as if they did not care they were within enemy territory or if Rachel won, only that the agony stopped. Somewhere, Dylan knew there was a hunter, maybe even a few, that were dying or dead because of something she did, bleeding out from a tiger bite or struggling to put their flesh back together from the gashes provided by claws. In battle, she'd done what she thought was right, but now she was sickened by her actions. Here. A healer Dylan didn't know grabbed her hands and forced them into a man writhing on the ground. Hold him down. Don't do it, please! The Rhodi wriggling underneath her was young, around her age. Dylan almost let him up until she saw that there was a strange, dark magic from a craft crawling up a vein in his leg, killing him. The screaming the boy gave as the healer sawed off his leg was torturous. Dylan closed her eyes, trying to concentrate on holding the boy down as he struggled to get away, tears streaming down her face. Bandages were thrown into her hands by healers whose craft were failing them. She did her best to wrap the boy's leg, who had passed out from shock, before she washed the wound of the warrior so a healer could stitch it up. Dylan did whatever was needed without comment, carrying the injured on stretchers from one place to another, removing pieces of broken blades from flesh. There was no time to feel sick or unsure, no matter how gruesome the task. She just did it. More Rhodi died than lived under her care, and she closed the eyes of each of those who she watched go still, feeling like a rather useless makeshift nurse. They couldn't save every soldier. They couldn't even save half. When the last healer told her there was nothing more she could do, Dylan went out in search of her friends. Her whole body was shaking from exhaustion and the trauma of battle. She didn't know how she was going to continue to fight. She'd battled bravely enough today, but after seeing the faces of the dying hunters without the illusion of evil they hid behind, she didn't know if she could hurt anyone else. To Dylan's relief, she found Devin, Taladin, and Tavanna huddled against a wall against the furthermost barricade. All of them were filthy, covered in muck and blood. One of the lenses in Devin's glasses were cracked. She couldn't imagine she looked any better. She ran to Tavanna. "Hey, what's going on?" "It's getting late," Tavanna said. "Rachel and I have made a truce for the night to regroup and collect our dead. The fighting will resume in the morning."
Rachel called for a ceasefire just because it's getting dark? That doesn't sound like her, Dylan said.
We can't fight forever, and neither can she, Savannah said. We've held up better than she thought under their siege. She needs time to make a new plan. Taladin was fidgeting against a wall, his eyes bloodshot. Dylan touched his arm. He jumped, staring at her. It's okay, she said. I saw Tito. He said Leanna and Joshua got out. Taladin seemed to relax at her words.
Maybe they did. I didn't see them in the head count we took.
He shook his head.
How did they figure out a way into the city? The underground train is too well hidden for them to just walk in.
Does it matter now? Savannah asked. I'm only hoping there aren't any more surprises. Taladin laid down on the ground.
I am exhausted, and I know you kids are too. You should try to get some sleep.
Dylan's very limbs were shaking. Yeah, sounds good. Taladin was already out of it. Savannah glanced at him and said, I need to search the perimeter and make sure we're protected. Stay here with Taladin.
Aren't you tired? Devin asked.
A queen is always tired, she said with a sad chuckle. She then took off, weariness weighing her wings down. All Dylan wanted to do was collapse on the ground and try to sleep, but Devin peered around the edge of the barricade and said, I've got to find Nellie. She wasn't in the head count, and nobody has heard anything from her. She's out there somewhere. Devin, we need to stay with the group, Dylan said tiredly. I don't know where Enfys is either, but he's probably with the thousands of people here. Enfys can take care of himself. Nellie can't, Devin insisted. Devin, we're soldiers. We're in the middle of a war, and we have orders to follow. You've never been concerned with following orders. Yes, but you always have. Just stay here, she pleaded. I can't. I have to know if she's okay. It's driving me nuts, Devin said. Dylan let out a short sigh. Okay, but if we don't find her soon, we come right back, all right? Fine. Dylan followed her brother back into the empty streets of the destroyed city. Parts of Rhodian were still burning, and there were several bodies lying about that hadn't yet been removed from the streets. Dylan glanced at the setting sun and thought how beautiful it might be if it wasn't bathing the world in a blood red that matched the ruined cobblestone. We're not getting anything done this way. We need to split up, Devin insisted, pointing down an alley. I'll go this way and you go that way. Dylan felt like splitting up was a horrible idea, but she was too tired to argue and knew Devin wouldn't listen. Sure. The mangled streets were eerie. She wished she'd insisted to Devin that they should stick together. This is pointless, Dylan thought as she searched vacant alleyways and abandoned buildings. No one is out here. The tiredness fled from her body instantly as she saw a thin, frail figure lying on her side, blonde hair tossed over her face. Nellie, Dylan thought. She ran to her friend's side, falling to her knees. Nellie? Nellie, are you okay? Can you hear me? Nellie moaned. Dylan picked her up and cradled her in her arms, holding her close. Nellie turned her body. Dylan saw that blood seeped from a gaping wound on her side. Her face was pale, and her eyes drooped. Dylan? Nellie whispered. You shouldn't be here. What happened? Dylan choked, tears brimming in her eyes. A hunter got me, she said. Cut me across my stomach. I never saw her coming. Hold on, we're gonna get you some help, Dylan said, looking around. Someone? Please! Dylan, stop. Nellie begged weakly. I've been bleeding out for hours. I just want some peace. Dylan's voice wavered. I can carry you to a healer. The camp isn't far. It's too far for me, and we both know I'm not going to make it there, Nellie said. All I wanted was somebody to be here, so I wouldn't have to die alone. Please don't go. I'll never go, she said. She tried reaching out to Devin, but she couldn't find him anywhere within her consciousness, so she just held Nellie tighter and said,
"It's going to be all right. No matter what you tell yourself, everything's going to be okay."
"Dylan," Nellie whispered, Do you think your brother loved me? He never told me." Dylan smiled through her tears. "Yes, Nellie. He told me himself he did. He was only afraid of saying the words." "Tell him when you see him that I love him too," she said. "I never said it either, and I wish that I had. I just want him to know." Dylan heard footsteps clattering behind her. She hoped it was a healer, but instead, Enfys knelt next to her, Jenna at his side. Enfys gasped when he saw Nellie's wound. "Oh no," he whispered.
"What are you two doing here? You should be safe, back at the camp," Dylan choked out.
"We were looking for you. We saw you leave. We didn't want you to go alone," Jenna hushed. She had her hands over her mouth and was looking at Nellie like she couldn't believe she was dying right in front of her eyes. "I'm happy they're here," Nellie said. I'd much rather go with friends." "Give her to me," Enfys said gently. Dylan moved Nellie so she was in his arms, and Enfys began to sing in a soft, gentle voice. "Hush now, my child. It's safe here for you. So tender, so mild, and so gentle too. You cry in the night, a lost bird taking flight, but calm now, it's okay, if you can trust me. I know that you don't understand, but I'll make it so you can. Know that it's just life's way. Everybody goes away. The white snow that used to sparkle so perfectly now shows red from the loss of purity. Don't be afraid of falling asleep. It's something we all have to do. I'll wake you when the storm is over, because I'm always here for you. You must trust in me, despite your pain, and walk with me through all your dreams. Remember the sand between your toes and shells that you lined up in rows. And I know you've given up the one small piece of you that you wish you still had, but trust in me." Nellie's eyes slowly closed. Her pained gasps turned to small shudders, and soon she was breathing lightly, taking fewer and fewer breaths. Finally, she gave a soft, simple sigh. Her head rolled onto her shoulder, blonde hair obscuring her face, as she died. Dylan began to sob, wails of grief rising from her chest and echoing through Rhodi Ann's devastation. Jenna began crying too, and the two girls clung to each other as Enfys gently placed Nellie's body on the ground. After she'd cried for what seemed like forever, Dylan's tears stilled. She wiped her face, giving a loud sniff. What you did was nice, Enfys. I'm glad you thought of it." I thought it would be better if she was asleep," Enfys said, "so she wasn't in any more pain. She'd already suffered so much." Dylan wondered what she was going to do, and how in the world she was going to tell her brother. But before she could decide what to say, her heart dropped as she saw Devin round a corner, his face falling as he saw Nellie lying still on the ground. There had never been an expression like that on her brother's face before, not even after the accident. Pain, agony, it was all there. But there was something new, something raw and terrible that seemed to uproot the very earth and cause everything to turn gray. Dylan thought that for her brother, nothing would ever be right again in the world. From now on, everything for Devin, always, was ruined. The young Rhodi ran forward, slamming to his knees and grabbing the girl. Nellie, wake up, Devin said, shaking her lightly.
"What's wrong with her?"
"She's gone," Dylan said softly. "She passed away just before you got here. A hunter stabbed her. She didn't have time to escape." "No," Devin said. "You're lying." He took Nellie in his arms and shook her again. "Nellie? Nellie, it's me! The fighting stopped! You could stop pretending to be asleep! I'm here!" None of them bothered to say anything to him, for there wasn't anything any of them could say. Dylan watched her brother, feeling more broken than ever, and Jenna started crying harder. "Nellie, don't do this," Devin pleaded. He put his face to her chest and began sobbing, his shoulders shaking as his words became nothing more than muddled cries. "Don't leave me here alone!" Enfys reached over and grabbed Dylan's hand. She held it tightly, because it was the only thing keeping her tethered to this earth. She wished that she could take her brother's pain away, that she could feel it so he wouldn't have to. But he kept crying, begging Nellie to wake up and come back. His voice, quiet as it already was, sank into a whisper. "Nellie, please. I love you." Chapter 27. Resurrection. Darkness covered Rhodi. Tavanna would be looking for them by now. They'd sat here for a long time, looking at each other and at Nellie's body, which Devin refused to let go. The young Rhodi wiped his face and then stood, carrying the young girl in his arms. "I'm taking her back to camp," Devin said quietly. Jenna stood to follow him, but Enfys grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Devin carried Nellie like she was lighter than air, but his very spirit seemed to have sunken deep into the earth, into a black pit where there was no sort of refuge nor return. "Is he going to be all right?" Jenna asked innocently. "No," Enfys said, shaking his head. "Something about him is never going to be all right ever again." "Is he going to keep fighting?" Jenna said. "He's not going to be able to fight," Dylan said. "Not now. If anything, he'll get himself killed out there." She stood. "I don't believe that Rachel called a ceasefire. It's not possible. She's got something else up her sleeve." "You know me better than I thought, Tigress." The group whipped around to see Rachel standing there, a host of hunters behind her, and Tristan's gauntlet around her wrist. Rachel flicked her hand and the hunters ran forward, grabbing Jenna and Enfys. "Let them go!" Dylan cried. She charged toward Rachel, transforming into a tigress with her jaws wide. Rachel waved her hand again, and Dylan let out a yowl as that same terrible, awful pain she'd felt in Desmodondre's castle filled her veins, raking down her innards and causing everything she'd ever known to fade into muddled pictures. The torture, the pain, it was blinding. "That's better," Rachel said as she flung Dylan to the ground. "Now hopefully you'll behave." The girl transformed again, gritting her teeth. "Your hunters killed my friend. You killed my friend," she hissed. "I've killed a lot of people," Rachel shrugged, "though I thought it would have been harder to lure you out here." "Taladin and Tavanna won't come after you to save me. I won't let them," Dylan vowed, struggling to get up and failing. "Please, do you really think I went through all of this to get to them?" Rachel asked. "It's him I want." She pointed at Enfys, and the boy looked at her in absolute confusion. "Him?" Dylan said, fear filling up her voice. "What are you going to do with him?" Rachel smiled. "When I heard that Tavanna was keeping a searcher who had the power to put everyone to sleep through his song, I wondered why she wasn't using him. A craft like that could be deadly if used right. But of course, none of you thought of that. You all pushed it off as some silly spy trick, instead of utilizing it as a weapon." "I won't sing for you," Enfys said viciously, struggling against the hunters holding him. "Not ever." "Oh, really?" Rachel raised her hand. Dylan hovered into the air, holding her aloft. Her eyes flickered over to Jenna, and a hunter brought out a knife. pressing it to her throat. Jenna whimpered, her eyes growing large with fright. "I believe your mother told you to keep your sister safe," Rachel said slyly. "And if that's not enough inspiration, I'm sure a few more rounds of torture on your new girlfriend will be enough to convince you to obey." "Enfys, don't do this," Dylan begged. "No matter what she does to me, don't sing for her." Rachel snapped her fingers. The pain was back again, tearing her muscles, searing her skin, burning the very core of her. Dylan couldn't help it. She screamed and twisted in Rachel's grasp, unable to escape the torture. From far away, she heard Rachel ask, "Should I start on your sister next?" "No, don't," Dylan heard Enfys say, and the torture ended, bringing her back into the world. I'll do it." Rachel was wearing that same terrible, triumphant grin she always seemed to own. "Good." She waved her hand again, and the motion threw Dylan towards some more hunters. They dragged the group up a staircase, onto a large rooftop that looked over the entire span of Rhodi. Rachel cast her hand over the city, her face deep in concentration. Dylan knew she was projecting her craft through Tristan's gauntlet, so all of Rhodi would be able to hear Enfys sing. "Go on," she said. "Start this song." "I don't know which one you're talking about," Enfys said, glaring at her. "You know it," Rachel said harshly. "Cornelia's cradle song. Sing it, and only for the Rhodi and not my hunters. Do it." The hunter holding Jenna pressed the knife into her throat, and the girl began to bleed. Enfys closed his eyes and reluctantly opened his mouth. He began to sing a gentle, soothing lullaby, the same lullaby he had used to lull Nellie to sleep only a little while before. "Hush now, my child. It's safe here for you. So tender, so mild, and so gentle too." Dylan tried fighting off her drowsiness, but she couldn't help it. Every syllable, every note that poured out of Enfys's mouth made her more and more tired. As Dylan's eyes began to droop, she saw, one by one, her Rhodi companions within the city slump to the ground, lost in a deep sleep that was enveloping her as well. Dylan woke up in a field of black ash, the sky dark and ravaged with lightning. Rain was pouring down, making things hard to see. Dylan turned on the spot, her clothes in rags, and she realized that this was what was left of the dream state. "I can't believe it," she said in horror. This was it. This had been what Rachel meant when she swore to not only eradicate the Rhodi, but erase them completely. Something about that song, paired with Enfys's craft, made Rhodi fall into the dream state without any way to wake up or fight back. If Rachel killed them all in the dream state, whether through the dream dogs or in the real world by her warriors, their souls would be stuck here when the dream state collapsed. Every Rhodi soul would vanish, as if they were never a part of the world. Dylan was usually alone in the dream state, but now screams lit up her once perfect world as she saw Tavanna's army fighting back thousands of dream dogs that were howling in victory each time they struck down another Rhodi. Dylan looked for a place to run, for somewhere to go, but there was nowhere. They were all trapped. The ground rippled beneath her feet. She watched with terror as the ground split in half, creating a cavernous hole in the middle of the land. Several people fell in, and the cavern continued, capsizing the earth and making the crater larger and larger. This is it, Dylan thought. She looked around for her masters, for her brother, but she didn't see them anywhere, even though they had to be here. Dylan turned on the spot, looking for a way out, praying she wouldn't have to die in the same place that had once been her sanctuary. She slapped a dream dog across the face as it tried to bite her leg, before she ran searching for any sort of escape. The ground rippled underneath her and rose upward, sending her sliding backwards. She grabbed onto the edge with her hands and hung on as the earth tilted inward on itself, falling back into the great cavern that was now everything. Dylan held on by her fingertips, seconds from falling into the gaping mouth of death. Dylan was jolted back to life, lying on the ground in Rhodi as she came around slowly. Enfys had stopped singing for 1 meager minute, allowing Dylan some spare time to wake up. He stared defiantly at the Red Huntress, who strode forward and slapped him across the face. "What are you doing? Keep singing," she screamed. Those few seconds were all Dylan needed. She pulled out her katana as she leapt upward and slit the throats of the 2 hunters standing over her. She then ran to Jenna's aid, stabbing the man holding her. He stumbled backward and she pushed him over the edge of the roof, changing into a tigress and charging at the rest of the hunters standing there. Most turned and fled, screaming for their lives, and the ones that stayed, Dylan fell easily, her actions full of malice and rage. She stood there, breathing heavily, looking menacingly at the woman who had destroyed all of Crescentia, simply so she could claim it as her own. "I won't allow this to happen," Rachel screamed. She went to grab Enfys, but the searcher dodged her, coming to his sister's side. "Enfys, get Jenna out of here," Dylan said, prowling toward the Red Huntress so they were no more than a few feet apart. "I can handle this." "You don't have to alone, sister." Dylan looked up and saw that saffron was descending from the sky, a bandage wrapped around her hurt leg, with Tavanna behind her. Taladin appeared on the staircase with Devin, agony and revenge ravaging her brother's face. "How cute," Rachel said, looking at all of them in turn. "You're all working together. Is this after you discovered one of your own helped me into the city?" "What?" Dylan thought, looking around. The others seemed just as confused as she was. Rachel put her head in her hand and laughed lightly, saying, "Of course you don't know. You Rhodi are always 2 steps behind." "Out with it, Rachel," Tavanna ordered. Rachel smirked. "We found the entrance to your precious underground when we discovered one of our hunters lying dead at the border. On close investigation, we found his heart had been pierced by a Rhodian arrow. Naturally, we knew that those who had so rudely interrupted my masquerade couldn't have gotten far, so we decided to do a little poking around. And look what we found," Rachel said, spreading her arms wide. "No!" Devin cried out in agony, and Dylan winced in sympathy for her brother. Now they all knew the truth. If Devin hadn't killed the hunter at the border, Rachel would have never found the underground trains where the refugees were hiding. Devin's mistake had cost him Nellie's life. The young Rhodi's face crumpled, and Dylan knew that her brother would never forgive himself. "Enough of this," Tavanna said. "You're beaten, Rachel. You've lost." "You think you've got me cornered," Rachel said, giving a little laugh.
"Surrender, Rachel. You're outnumbered,"
Taladin said. She raised an eyebrow. "Or I could just take you one by one as you come to me. I'll start with the girl." Rachel threw her hands up, and the entire group, save for Dylan, was pushed back as invisible walls sent them sailing toward the edges of the rooftop. The group got up and began pounding on the walls, but it was no use. Dylan looked around and saw that she was inside a huge glass cube, with nothing more than her and the Red Huntress inside. She ran to one of the walls and began slamming herself against the glass, but it was no use. She couldn't get out, and they couldn't get in. She was trapped. Rachel was staring at her, pure bloodlust rippling from her eyes. "I hope you all enjoy watching your precious tigress die." Chapter 28. Desmodondre Incarnate. This was it. It was time for April May's prophecy to come true or fail. All of her training over the past 3 years had led up to this moment. She only hoped it would be enough. Dylan got into a defensive pose, the first one she ever learned as a Rhodi. If she was going to die, she was going to die a warrior, not trembling on her knees and begging Rachel for mercy. Let the Red Huntress have her way. Dylan would fight her until the very last breath. Rachel moved toward her with rapid agility. Dylan tried to dive out of the way, but ended up clumsily making a defensive maneuver as Rachel crashed against her side. Neither one of them were using weapons, merely dueling with their fists. For all her crafting power, Rachel didn't need anything to help her win. Her arms smacked against Dylan's body with such ferocity that she bruised instantly. The Rhodi had to bring both of her arms up at once to stop Rachel from raking her long nails across her cheek, and the Red Huntress used the opportunity to throw Dylan onto her back. The Red Huntress raised her foot to bring it crashing onto Dylan's face. Dylan rolled out of the way and swept her leg underneath the Red Huntress, trying to trip her up, but Rachel wouldn't fall for such easy tricks. By the time Dylan had gotten to her feet again, Rachel had delivered several sharp blows to her middle. Rachel was unbelievably fast. She countered every move Dylan could think of with a devious smirk, a glint in her eyes that sparkled with each hit. Her laugh was loud and sharp, teasing Dylan as the Rhodi feebly attempted to defend herself. There was no offensive maneuver she could try to stop Rachel. Every move Dylan performed was to stop Rachel from delivering a fatal blow. She was able to prevent Rachel from killing her outright, but she was getting tired, and the moment she let her guard down, she knew the Red Huntress would snap her neck. She was only buying herself time.
Rachel!
The screeching cry of an eagle shattered the air as Saffron stepped through the shield. Transforming into a griffin as it melted away at her touch. Saffron couldn't break the veil enough so the others could get in, but she could step through it herself. The new Rhodi stood challenging Rachel, her talons clenching as if she desired nothing more than to run them through Rachel's throat. "You?" Rachel cackled. "I'm surprised you have the gall to show your face to me again." "I am no longer afraid of you," Saffron snarled. "I have no love or loyalty for you anymore, Rachel, and I will rip your organs from your insides before you have the chance to hurt my sister." Saffron sprung forward, and the distraction gave Dylan just enough time to grab her katana. While Saffron was battling Rachel from the front, Dylan used her craft to set her katana aflame and charged from the back. Her flaming blade nearly met Rachel's neck, but the Red Huntress spun out of the way, and Dylan had to sidestep in order to avoid slicing Saffron across the shoulder. Rachel opened her hand, and a blade of her own materialized out of thin air, longer and thinner than Dylan's. Dylan didn't have time to wonder how Rachel had amassed such power. The Red Huntress swung her katana over her head in an arc, and Dylan lashed up her flaming blade to meet it, arms vibrating with the blow. The two women went back and forth fiercely, Rachel paying no attention to the fire lacing up Dylan's blade, even as it singed her skin. Saffron tried to take Rachel on from the sides, but the Red Huntress had no trouble fending off Dylan's blows and avoiding Saffron's as well. In one fluid movement, Rachel simultaneously batted Dylan's katana away, wrenching the blade out of her hands and throwing it past the barriers of the veil, while kicking Saffron in the stomach. Through their connection, Dylan felt the blow and put a hand to her stomach as Saffron curled upon the ground. She did her best to try and break off the link, but their partnership was still so new that disconnecting herself altogether was impossible. Without a weapon, Dylan bunched her hands into fists, trying to find some sort of weakness. Rachel raised her hand, and Dylan felt a funny feeling rush over her, some sort of spell sliding down her skin. She was forced into her tigress form, left with no option to change, but nothing else happened. Letting out a confused growl, she changed back. Rachel's face, for the first time, was overtaken with surprise. You can't change us into animals permanently and trap us in those forms. That won't work, Saffron said victoriously, rising from the ground with a hand on her stomach. We are already the griffin and the tigress. There is nothing your crafting power can do to change that. You're such a traitor, Saffron, the Red Huntress hissed. I was foolish to consider you as my second in command. I am now true to myself, Saffron said. The Rhodi have become my family, something neither you nor my parents were ever able to do. It is something you will die for. Saffron changed, talons lengthening, face mutating into a beak that was sharp and thirsty for blood. The griffin took a leap into the sky, wings spread wide, as she reached for Rachel's throat. Dylan thought for a moment that it was all over, until Rachel reached out and grasped Saffron by the neck. The Red Huntress was so powerful, she caught Saffron in mid-air and slammed her onto the ground. Rachel put her hands around the griffin's throat, eyes mad, and said, I should have killed you long ago when I had the chance. I will not make the same mistake again. Saffron let out tiny squawks as the breath left her body, unable to change. Through their shared connection, Dylan felt her own head swimming with the lack of oxygen, and their visions combined, Dylan's clear and sharp, Saffron's growing dark. Mouth curling into a snarl of rage, Dylan jumped onto Rachel's back and used what energy she had left to pull her off Saffron. One of Rachel's hands left Saffron's throat, but as she was being pulled back by Dylan, the Red Huntress threw the griffin past the borders of the veil. She changed back into a girl, struggling to get off the ground. Saffron's craft was failing her. She didn't have enough power left to break through the veil again. Rachel hadn't even been fazed by the joint attack. She elbowed Dylan in the face and climbed elegantly to her feet. Dylan held her nose, which was dripping blood from Rachel's strike. The Red Huntress reached down and grabbed her by the hair, forcing her to rise. Your kind has plagued me for the last time, girl. Rachel smacked her across the face. Dylan fell against one of the walls of the veil with a cry, slamming against the glass barriers. It's time I put an end to the Rhodi, once and for all. Her family was gathered just outside the barrier. Dylan put her hand to the glass, watching the hysteric expressions of the people she loved. They'd stopped trying to get through the barrier, and were merely trying to get as close as they could to her, desperately pressing against the glass. She couldn't save them. After she died, Rachel would close them in one by one inside the veil and slaughter them. She'd failed April May's prophecy. She'd failed Rhodi Ann. She failed everyone. Enfys's desperate eyes caused her to lose all sense of hope. She wished she'd told him sooner that she loved him. She'd wasted so much time trying to protect him, when really, their fate had been forever sealed. She should have let him in, trusted him to take care of her, before she succumbed to her imminent death. It was too late now. Their love story had been sentenced to one short, simple night, the best night of her life. They couldn't even be together in the life after, for Rachel wouldn't allow him to die. She'd keep Enfys alive, use him as a weapon until the usefulness of his craft ran out. She'd only had Enfys as her own for a few precious hours, and now he was being torn away. Dylan rose to her feet. Regardless of the tragic love story that was her and Enfys, she wasn't going to die a coward. Dylan stumbled to the middle of the rooftop, facing the Red Huntress. Her head swam with exhaustion and pain, though hers or Saffron's, she couldn't be sure. Rachel was tired of waiting. She flew toward Dylan, her arms outstretched. Dylan heard her family calling for her through the glass. Though it was all happening so quickly, for Dylan, Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Rachel moved toward her at a minimal speed, creeping toward her with eyes that sought murder. Just as Rachel's fingers grazed her throat, Dylan closed her eyes. There was a great flash, and everything turned into a white light. Dylan stood on the sandy shores of a crystal beach that seemed to go on and on. A vibrant, shimmering moon hung in the sky, and the stars that sparkled above it trickled down to an ocean of dark, luminous royal blue. Dylan had never seen such a sea, but she got the impression it was very large and wide. Although it looked like nighttime, Dylan felt that somehow it wasn't. The life after, she thought. Had she really been killed that quickly? She couldn't remember dying. Maybe that's how it was. The wind whispered to her right. She turned to see a dense jungle, enticing her to walk in and prowl within its shadowy depths. She longed to weave within the tangled knots of the plants, her soul desperate to do nothing but roam the jungle's endless depths forever. Involuntarily, Dylan purred lowly in her throat. Perhaps, finally, she'd truly get to become the tigress she'd always wanted to be, and have some peace. The night seemed to fade away, and the moon vanished. The jungle disappeared. The only thing left was the sandy, starry shores, and the ocean washing up on the beach. A gray fog settled around her, and everything became that same bright, white light. "Diliana," a voice said, "don't be afraid." She froze in place. "Mom?" Dylan looked everywhere, but couldn't see her. She turned around in a circle, asking, "Where are you?" "You can't see us, dear," another voice said, and her heart clenched. "But we can see you." "Daddy," she whispered. "Why can't I see you?" "Because it's not meant to be, Diliana. Not yet." Killam hushed. "You are not dead." "Why am I here if I'm not dead?" she asked. "You've left your body temporarily," Killam said. "In a few minutes, you'll return." "What? No," Dylan said, reaching her hand out to something she couldn't touch. "I want to stay here with you." "You don't belong here. Hold on to yourself, Dylan," her father said from afar. "We will always love you." "Hold on to myself? What does that mean?" Dylan said. "Please don't leave me again." "We'll never leave you," Yeshua said. "We'll be there, fighting by your side. Don't forget who you are, my beautiful child. Remember to hold on, to never let go of who you are." The voices faded into the distance. Dylan turned and was met with a girl her age. The young woman had curly black hair and fragile paper skin. The amethyst eyes the girl possessed were the same ones Dylan had stared into more times than she could count. "Who are you?" Dylan asked. "I'm Corsetta," she said. "That's the name my parents gave me before they lost me. I'm Taladin's daughter." Dylan swallowed. "Why are you here?" "Only to tell you not to let go," Corsetta said calmly. "Yeshua sent Taladin to you because you needed a father, but I sent you to Taladin because he needed a daughter. In a few seconds, you're going to feel funny, like you're floating in a different place. No matter what happens, you have to hold on to yourself and refuse to give in. Do not let yourself dissolve into shadow, no matter how much you may wish to." "Why do you and my parents keep repeating that?" "Because holding on and never letting go is the most important thing you can do. My father needs you. Your family needs you. Remember not to fade into the dark." Corsetta put her arms around Dylan, and the entire universe vanished. Rachel's hands enclosed around her neck. The Red Huntress gave a triumphant battle cry, but Dylan swatted her away with no effort whatsoever. The Red Huntress fell back in surprise, and the glass walls vanished. As Rachel hit the ground, she stared up at Dylan, her mouth dropping open. "Desmond-Andre." It was then Dylan remembered everything. A Crescentia that had known nothing but war, founding the Rhodi from the depths of a barren society, forming the states, calling for peace, building the first Rhodian, training the first masters, and helping them train their first students, reigning over all in a golden era of prosperity and harmony, born from nothing, yet rising up to be a queen. At that moment, she ceased to be Dylan, although she looked like her. All the memories from her current life fled from her mind as the young woman rose up, glowing with a white light that shone around her. "It's her," Tavanna whispered, tears in her eyes. She knelt on one knee, and the others copied her lead, not daring to look at the spectral being. The Red Huntress shivered under Desmond-Andre's presence, staring up in horror. "Rachel," Desmond-Andre said, and the voice she used was not Dylan's voice, but a softer, kinder one that seemed to know all the wisdom of the world. "You have used your craft to destroy Crescentia, so you may control it for yourself. As your craft turns fear into power, so my craft turns love into strength. With my light, I shall remove the pain from all hearts and turn it into compassion. My love shall cure the world of hate, and my light shall become a beacon that all of Crescentia will follow." Desmond-Andre lifted her hand, and from her palm that same white light began gleaming, hovering over Rachel. The Red Huntress gave a small squeak. She then laid against the ground, gasping and sputtering. Desmond-Andre's light grew larger and encompassed the entirety of Rhodian. As the light touched each hunter, they fell to the ground, coughing and gasping just as Rachel was. The Rhodi awakened from the dream state, confused as they watched their foes spasm on the battlefield for no apparent reason. They looked up and pointed with amazed expressions, stunned by the white light that was brimming from the hand of what looked like no more than a student incapacitating Rachel's army. The light reached the walls of Rhodian and shot into the sky, rising with the dawn that was brimming over the horizon. The white light began to shrink back into Desmond-Andre's hand slowly. As it did so, Rachel shuddered. Her eyes opened up wide once, back arching, before she went limp on the ground. Some hunters died along with her, but many more awoke, rising to their feet and looking around with a shocked expression. Nobody dared to fight. When the light was gone, Desmond-Andre stood over all, her hair blowing behind her and her head held high. The group behind her didn't move until brave little Jenna crept forward, holding her hands together nervously. "Dylan?" Desmond-Andre turned. She looked at Jenna and said, "I don't know who you are, little girl. What is it?" Jenna swallowed. What did you do to them?" "What I said I would do," Desmond-Andre said. "I used my craft to remove all the fear, the hatred, and the pain from every hunter in Rhodian. Some people, like Rachel, had nothing left in themselves, and so were left as shells to die peacefully." She gestured to the body of the Red Huntress. "But most of them were left with love and compassion in their hearts, and will continue to live on. There will be no more fighting. The Hunters Guild is defeated, now and forever." Desmond-Andre strode away, carrying herself elegantly. "Come, everyone. We must return to the palace." She floated by the group without looking a single person in the eye. They followed her meekly, too stunned to say anything. When they reached the throne room, Desmond-Andre threw the doors open, striding to the balcony and overlooking Rhodian. "They should be coming any second now," Desmond-Andre said. At her word, Yuki hurried into the palace, looking harried.
Queen Devana, we've won! There are hunters outside the palace. They say they want to be sworn in as Rhodi. His words stopped as his eyes caught Desmondandre's, and he knelt to the floor, saying, My lady. See that all the hunters who wish to join us are sworn in as Rhodi, and the ones who want to leave can go in peace, Desmondandre said. Tell them that Desmondandre has returned. Yuki nodded quickly. He fled the throne room without another word, shutting the door behind him. Devin stepped forward and said, Dylan, I know you're in there. Can you hear us? Can you come out? Desmondandre looked at him blankly. Then she said, Go in, before turning her attention to Saffron, adding, Setsuna. Saffron and Devin's mouths dropped open. It's been a long time since my siblings and I have all been together, Desmondandre said, casting an arm out wide. Unfortunately, your memories won't return as mine will, but that doesn't matter. I'll always remember the times we shared together when founding the Rhodi. I remember the times we spent together recently, Devin said. I'm Devin, and you're Dylan. She stared at him. I know this will come as a terrible shock, but the girl you knew is gone, Desmondandre said. After all these centuries, I've finally recovered my memories and have returned to Crescentia. It's my responsibility to stay here and rebuild the nation. It can't be, Enfys said. He stepped forward, shaking his head. That's not possible. Desmondandre's eyes hovered on him the longest before she spoke. I may have loved you before in another life, but I have a duty to bring all of Crescentia under one flag and unite the states in peace. My job is to end the suffering of Crescentia's people, and I've finally returned to do it. It's come at a cost to you, but I know she would have wanted it this way. The one you knew as Diliana Fersen is no more. Taladin started crying uncontrollably. Devana placed her hands on his shoulders and said, Is there any other way? There is no way, Desmondandre said. Dylan has vanished forever, and I am here to take her place. Devin looked down at the ground. Saffron came to hold him, and for once he let her, hanging his head on her shoulder and letting 2 small tears leak out from behind his glasses. He'd lost the love of his life and his sister, all in one day. Taladin crumpled into Devana. Jenna stared at the floor, all the bubbliness drained out of her. No, Enfys said adamantly. You're not gone. You're here, you're real, and I'm going to prove it to you. Enfys strode forward and grabbed Desmondandre's face, placing a passionate, fierce kiss on her lips. As he did so, memories began flooding into the woman's mind, and she had to hold on to the man kissing her so she could be steady as visions ambushed her consciousness. Dylan and Devin, do you swear upon your lives that you will be Rhodi until your dying day, sacrificing everything in order to bring about a free Crescentia for all, no matter what the cost? We do, she said alongside her brother, truly believing every word. If there was anyone on this earth who was born to be a Rhodi, it's you, Dylan, and I'm proud to call you my student. He paused, and if I may, I would be prouder than any man on earth to call you my daughter. I'm Enfys, by the way, a red-headed boy said, his blue eyes shimmering from across the table. Who are you? Her limbs were lengthening, skin turning to fur as her teeth turned into fangs, and her fingers morphed into sharp claws. She was a tigress, now and forever, and nothing was going to stop her. She screamed as Desmondandre's tower lurched under her, falling hundreds of feet while her master was still on her back, trapped underneath the stone. The man smiled at her like he'd been waiting for her all his life. Hey there, Thunderbolt.
She flung herself into his arms, never letting go and never wanting to. A griffin was captured on the ground, struggling against her ropes and looking terrified. She knew that she should leave, but she couldn't, and so she sprung out to save the griffin, roaring her fury. The girl with the caramel-colored hair smiled brightly. "Does this mean I can call you sister?"
"I threw it away," she said. "It's gone. I don't want to do it anymore."
The red-headed boy was playing a beautiful song on a violin. He ended the song saying, "There, now do you understand?" "Don't forget who you are, my beautiful child," her father said from a place far away. "Remember to hold on." And Dylan did. Desmondandre vanished and Dylan returned. And as she did so, she kissed Enfys just as fiercely as he kissed her, grabbing onto him and giving him nothing but passion in return. Enfys finally pulled away, and the group looked at Dylan anxiously, frightened. "I'm back," she said. The group gave a cheer. Everyone ran forward to embrace her. Suffocated in a mass of kisses and tears, Dylan pushed them away with a laugh and said, "All right, guys, I get it. Give me some space." Taladin ruffled her hair lightly. "My little thunderbolt," he said affectionately.
"Desmondandre incarnate. I can't believe it."
"You can't believe it,"
Jenna said, hopping up and down.
"This is just too crazy. I mean, Dylan is more powerful than all the other Rhodi, and none of us knew it. Did you know it? Because I didn't. This is just insane, and I absolutely can't believe that my best friend is actually a Rhodian queen and—"
Jenna babbled on, and for once, nobody stopped her. Devin gave his sister a light embrace. "I thought you were never coming back." "I wouldn't leave you. You're stuck with me," she whispered, before she gave him a kiss on the head. She looked at Saffron and said, "I'm harder to get rid of than you thought, huh, Saf?" "You always were, sister," Saffron said, "and I'm so grateful for that." "It was the right decision to have you as my partner," Dylan said. "You bought Desmondandre enough time so she could summon her craft and defeat the Red Huntress. If you hadn't been by my side, Rachel would have killed me before she could have emerged. Desmondandre or not, I would have done the same thing regardless," Saffron said. "I am proud to fight by my sister's side." "There's only one thing that bothers me," Tavanna said, a finger to her lips. "I don't understand how April could have gotten it wrong. I was always supposed to become Desmondandre. She saw it in her visions." "I don't think she got it wrong. I think she got her visions mixed up," Dylan said. "When she foresaw you as queen, she saw you becoming queen of Rhodian, not Desmondandre incarnate, though she assumed that's what you would become. She had no idea Rhodian still existed. When she saw me defeating Rachel, she thought that I was the secret to bringing down the Hunters Guild. She never thought there was a possibility that I could be Desmondandre, because she always assumed it was you. She also had no idea that Cohen and Setsuna could be taken as a less literal sense as Devin and Saffron, not as herself and Taladin. She had no way of knowing Saffron and I would become allies, let alone sisters." "That makes sense," Tavanna said, nodding. "Desmondandre could come back," Dylan said, and the group stiffened. "I have access to her magic still, as myself. But I know she's in there, inside of me, and I don't have any way of keeping her trapped in my mind. I don't know when she'll return." "She'll return when Crescentia needs her most," Taladin said. "But for right now, I think Crescentia needs you more." There was meowing at her feet. Dylan looked down and saw Rachel's black cat, looking up at her with large eyes and swishing its tail eagerly. "Of course," Dylan whispered, and she waved her hand. At Desmondandre's magic, the black cat began transforming into a tall, stunning man with dark hair and pale skin, stretching his limbs as he rose to his feet. "Damn," he said. "I forgot what it's like to stand on two legs."
"Ray?"
Tavanna screamed. Tavanna tackled the man, leaping into his arms and delivering a passionate kiss. Ray returned the favor and hugged his wife tightly, while Taladin watched in complete astonishment. "I thought Rachel killed you," Tavanna whispered. "Such a gesture was too merciful by her standards. Rachel cursed me and trapped me in a cat's body, so I'd be forced to remain by her side and watch as you went on living without me," Ray said, stroking a thin strand of hair away from Tavanna's face. "I fought for so many years to get back to you, but I couldn't break the curse she had on me. Now that she's dead, I can be myself again and be with you." "Ray, I'm sorry," Tavanna said. "We had a son, but I gave him away. I was too afraid to keep him because I thought Rachel would." "It's all right," Ray said, lifting her chin and giving her a light kiss. "I've been looking out for Harmony when Rachel wasn't paying attention. He's grown beautifully, and I'm proud of the hard decision you had to make. It was the right thing to do."
"I can't believe it. This is all too crazy,"
Taladin said, shaking his head. "With our family, nothing is unbelievable," a voice added, and they turned to see Lyanna enter the castle, Tito at her side and baby Joshua in her arms.
"You survived!"
Taladin yelped. He ran to Lyanna's side and looked down at his child, stroking the child's forehead lightly.
"It wasn't easy," Tito grumbled. "You didn't have to go back into the desert again."
"So what do we do now?" Dylan asked. "Now that it's all over?" Tavanna said, "I'll spread the word that we've won and that we need to start rebuilding Rhodi. I'll send out invites to all the state leaders and ask them to come to a meeting tomorrow. I think they'll be a lot more interested in hearing what we have to say about all this. Now that Ray's back, I'll have him crowned king in front of the people, and of course, I'll have to choose an heir." "So soon?" Devin asked weakly, looking at Tavanna wearily. She gave him a sympathetic look. "I suppose so. The leaders of the states will want a true monarchy if they're going to agree to follow us." "Will they follow us?" Dylan asked. "I suppose we'll have to wait and see," Tavanna said. "For now, we'll start cleaning up the city and honoring our dead by giving them a proper burial. I think we all deserve a rest and the chance to be with the people we love." She gave Ray an adoring smile. "I second that," Taladin said. He looked at Dylan. "You going to be okay, Thunderbolt?" "Yeah," she said. She gazed at her brother, who was currently staring over the balcony at Rhodi. I need some time alone. I'll meet up with you guys later." Everyone took that as a sign to leave. The various members of the group filtered out, until Dylan was left with her brother, Jenna, and Enfys. Enfys looked at Dylan longingly, but she grabbed his arm lightly and said, "Hey, I know there's stuff we need to talk about, but I have to help my brother. He needs me, and I'm pretty sure your parents are looking for you." Enfys nodded. "I understand. When you get the chance, I'll be here." He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, leaving with Jenna to go find their parents. Dylan came to her brother's side. He was leaning over the balcony and looking over the devastated ruins of the battle. He was the only one who still seemed completely miserable. Dylan knew there was no point in asking if he was okay, so she simply stood beside him. Devin sighed and said, "Looks like everybody got their happy ending. Everybody but me." "Where did you put her?" Dylan asked quietly. Devin gestured for her to follow. She walked with him up to Nellie's room, where he opened the door quietly. Nellie was lying on the bed, her hands crossed over her stomach. It appeared like she was sleeping. The blanket that was draped over her lower body was stained red with blood. He sniffed when he saw her, tears falling down his face again. "I wish I had told her," he said. "I was afraid it sounded too much like goodbye, but I should have told her that I loved her when I had the chance. Before she died, she asked me to tell you that she loved you," Dylan said. "She was afraid to say it too." Maybe we both knew we were doomed from the start, Devin said. Don't say that, Dylan insisted. You guys would have made it if I hadn't been so reckless, Devin said, cutting her off. If I'd let Tavanna talk me out of killing the hunter at the border instead of taking revenge, Nellie would still be here now. You don't know that, Dylan said. No matter what happened, it happened. It's over now. It might be over for everyone else, but it'll never be over for me, Devin vowed. I killed my best friend, the love of my life. I'm going to wake up thinking that every morning until the day I die. Dylan sighed as her brother turned away. She wished there was something she could do, no matter how small, to comfort him. It seemed like such a terrible waste of life, war. Nellie's life had been a sacrifice none of them had been willing to make. Even though she'd beaten her cancer, the life after was determined to have her anyway, and so it had taken her. A sacrifice that goes beyond the sensibility of life, she thought, recalling April's words. Seemingly not of her own accord, she hovered her hand over Nellie's body. A white light grew from her palm, spreading over the wound from which Nellie had perished. She was terrified that Desmondandre was coming back, but she remained herself as Nellie levitated off the bed slightly. The white glow from her palm faded, and she dropped her hand slowly as Nellie touched back down. What did you do? Devin asked, staring at her. I'm not sure, Dylan said. She began to back away from the bed. Do you want me to stay here with you? Devin shook his head. I just want to be left alone right now. She exited the room, closing the door with a quiet snap. She searched for Enfys but couldn't find him anywhere, so she simply went back to her room. She took her armor off and set it aside, taking the longest shower she'd had in a long time. I'm Desmondandre, she thought in amazement. She couldn't believe it herself, but it was true. Every Rhodi in the city had to know by now. She was astonished that nobody was coming in to bother her, but she figured Tavanna must have ordered quiet for the entire hall. She was glad of that. She had no energy to begin explaining or understanding things, not until tomorrow. She'd put on some baggy shorts and a tank top, taking out her father's old ball cap from one of the dresser drawers. She hadn't worn it in years, but she still carried it with her. She looked at it with a vague, reminiscent smile before putting it on backwards, slumping onto the couch. For once, she felt like herself again. Not a Rhodi, not a sovereign, not even a tigress. Simply a tomboy who wanted nothing more than to sit around and relax. There was a knock at the door. Tavanna entered, and she was alone. Hey, she said. I just wanted to see how you were doing. I'm fine, Dylan shrugged. Better than Devin, anyway. He's beside himself, Tavanna said. It's going to take a long time for him to heal from the pain. He doesn't want to see anyone, not even me. Give him a few days and he'll want to see you, Dylan said. He'll be all right, somehow. Tavanna sat beside her. I never believed that I was Desmondandre, not even when everyone else did. No matter how hard they tried to convince me, it never felt right. I believed you were, Dylan said. You're such a good leader. I might be a good queen and a powerful Rhodi, but I'm nowhere near as powerful as you. You proved that today, Tavanna said. You're truly the greatest Rhodi of us all. I am not, Dylan scoffed. Desmondandre is. I'm just a student. Without Desmondandre's powers, every Rhodi is stronger than me. You are Desmondandre, because Desmondandre's craft is to love beyond all reasoning, Tavanna said, taking her hand. That is your power, Dylan, and it always has been. I don't know how to feel about it, Dylan said. It feels like I'm torn between two different people, and I have no idea who I am. I struggled with being called Desmondandre, and I wasn't even the real thing, Savannah said. I have no idea what you must feel. It's different now, Dylan said, and she closed her eyes. Devin's changed by Nellie's death, and I'm changed by what I saw as Desmond. I saw all the pain and suffering and hurt of the world all at once, and it made me different. She paused. But what I did see is that love can change the world, no matter how dark it is, and no matter how much sadness there must be in it. Even the smallest drop of compassion can stomp it out. That's very wise, Savannah said. Perhaps you could teach others that here in Rhodi. Some of the former hunters could use it. I'm afraid, Savannah, Dylan said, and she turned to her master. I'm afraid of Desmond coming back and losing myself again. I want to be her, but I want to be Dylan too. I can't be one or the other. I have to be both. I need Desmond to rebuild Crescentia, but I need myself in order to stay sane. No matter what, you'll always have us here to pull you back, Savannah said. I'm still reigning as queen for quite some time now. That gives you plenty of time to finish your training, to become a master, and to fall in love. Perhaps even start a family. I just want to be me for now. Savannah stood up. You have the spirit of a queen, the soul of a Rhodi, and the heart of a tigress. I'm so glad we met you, Dylan. You saved us all. You guys saved me first, Dylan said. Don't ever forget that. That night, within her dreams, Dylan awoke in a field of paper flowers. She leapt to her feet and looked around, a gigantic smile on her face. The dream state, it was alive. She let out a triumphant laugh and twirled on the spot, looking at the purple sky, the vibrant sun, all of it. There were no more dream dogs, no black hole, and no cracks in the ground. It was just as she remembered it, a perfect imaginary world. Somehow, they had saved it. She looked over and saw her brother. He was clinging onto a spectral of light, a being that was made completely of sun, in a billowing yellow dress with a face that seemed so familiar. Nellie. Chapter 29. Dawn of a New Crescentia. Dylan didn't awaken until late afternoon the next day. Someone was pounding on her door. She sat up groggily, mumbling, "Come in." Jenna bounced in and Saffron trailed behind her, holding a large dress bag. The red-headed girl ran to the bed and began jumping up and down on it, screeching, "Come on, Dylan, come on! You're going to miss the ceremony!" "Ceremony?" Dylan grumbled. "Savannah has to crown Ray king and announce an heir," Saffron reminded her. "Have you forgotten?" "Oh, yeah." Dylan threw the blanket over her head. "Can I sit this one out?" "No," Saffron said. "Everyone has to be there." Saffron pulled out a huge orange ball gown from the bag, decorated with diamonds that ran all along the skirt, and long sleeves that were embellished with sparkling sequins. "Another dress?" Dylan complained, looking at it warily. "Just put it on," Saffron snapped, throwing her the gown. "I'll do your hair, but you're fixing your own makeup this time." Dylan sighed and did what she was told, slipping on the dress hesitantly and doing her makeup with care. She hoped the ceremony would be done and over with quickly so she could go back to bed. When Saffron had curled her hair and stuffed her into those offensive high heels, the other girls went to change into dresses themselves. The girls hurried over to the throne room. It was absolutely packed with Rhodian citizens and representatives from all the states, all looking their best. Dylan glanced into the crowd and was thrilled to see a black-haired boy around her age who looked unquestionably like Ray, standing next to two people who appeared to be his adoptive parents. "It's Harmony, Savannah's son," she thought in excitement. "Her family can finally be together." Dylan's friends and family were all gathered on the steps before the throne. Tavanna was wearing a sparkling tiara on her head, with Ray at her side, who wore a golden crown.
"Oh, darn,"
Jenna said, and she actually sounded disappointed.
"We missed the crowning of the king."
"It doesn't matter. Just get up there," Saffron said, pushing the younger girls forward. The three girls began walking up the steps, trying to avoid attention as Tavanna delivered yet another speech. "Hey," Dylan whispered to Enfys as she passed him. "How do I look?" "Like you could rule a kingdom," Enfys said, winking at her. She rolled her eyes and laughed, shaking her head as she went to stand next to her brother. "This is a great day for Rhodi, Tavanna stated, and she threw her arms wide. "The leaders of the states have unanimously voted that we should all join together as one nation under my leadership as queen. For the first time in over 1,000 years, we shall have a unified Crescentia." "What?" Dylan thought. "That's amazing." The states had finally come together. Applause rang throughout the hall, and Dylan realized that Tavanna was no longer just the queen of the Rhodi, but now over all of Crescentia, just as April had predicted. I wish April could be here, Dylan thought. She'd be so proud. "My first decree as Queen of Crescentia is to have all slavery abolished. From this point on, all slaves are to be set free and given equal rights," Tavanna said. Applause continued, and there were several cheers that went up throughout the crowd. Tavanna held up her hand, and the crowd went silent. "Now it is time to name my heir," Tavanna said. A servant puddled up to Tavanna, holding a golden crown on a velvet pillow. "I hereby decree that the heir to the throne of Rhodi, of Crescentia and all its domains, shall be Desmodondre incarnate and my brother's student, Diliana Grace Fairson." Dylan's mouth fell open. Everyone was looking at her with huge smiles on their faces, and the crowd was roaring loudly. Not knowing what else to do, Dylan lifted her skirts and walked to Tavanna, trying to appear confident. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you before," Tavanna said softly to her in the mind speak. "But I've only now decided, and I know in my heart you're the best I could ever give Crescentia. Will you accept the crown?" Dylan took a breath to refuse it, to say that she didn't deserve it, that it belonged to Devin or someone else more worthy than her. But then she realized Tavanna understood that Devin was broken. He couldn't accept the throne and never wanted to rule. She, however, would do whatever it took to protect her people, sacrifice everything she had in order to make Crescentia a better place, no matter what the personal cost to her. That's why Tavanna had chosen her as heir, to rule Crescentia after she was gone. She nodded, adding softly, "Yes, Tavanna, I'm ready." Tavanna smiled. She took the crown off of the pillow, placed it onto Dylan's head, and stepped back. "All hail Princess Diliana," Tavanna cried. She knelt her head, and the entire room began to bow until all of Rhodi was kneeling before her. Dylan glanced at Taladin and saw that he had tears in his eyes. "I'm so proud of you, Thunderbolt." "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Daddy," she whispered. Taladin wiped his face quickly, and her attention turned to her brother. His face was a combination of both shock and relief. Jenna and Saffron gave each other a high five, jumping into the air. They knew all along, Dylan thought, shaking her head and laughing. Enfys didn't look at her any different. Rhodi, Desmodondre, or Queen, Enfys always gave her that same sly, lopsided smile. Dylan couldn't help it. She changed into a tigress, letting out a triumphant roar at her victory over not only Rachel, but the demons she had faced for years. She was now champion over her suffering and had come out stronger. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Dylan let out another roar, shaking the walls with the sound of her triumph. The battles, the scars, it didn't matter now. She had won. Afterward, she met him on the rooftop of the palace, long after the feasts had died down and everyone had stopped congratulating her on her coronation. Enfys was playing away at his violin, sitting on the edge of the rooftop and watching the sun go down. Dylan came and sat next to him, glad to be out of her stuffy dress and into some normal clothes. Normal felt good. Enfys put the violin down.
I wasn't sure if you'd meet me up here. Thought you'd have too many princess duties to bother talking to a commoner like me.
Keep talking like that and I will stop associating with you, peasant, Dylan teased, before she shook her head. I can't believe it. 3 years ago, I was starving to death on the streets. Now I'm heir to all of Crescentia. Funny how life can turn on its head in an instant, Enfys said.
Maybe in a few years, there will be more surprises.
No more surprises, please. Not for a while, Dylan laughed.
I don't think anyone will have any energy for surprises. There's too much to be done, and not just rebuilding-wise. We have to restructure our entire government, Enfys said.
There's a lot of work to do, Dylan sighed. But hopefully, if we start now, Crescentia will be up and running again soon. Things are going to be a lot different around here now that the states are unified. Yes, but it's all for the better, Enfys said, taking her hand. And I am more than willing to follow you into the new world. She kicked her legs. Were you scared when I was Desmond?
Scared out of my mind. I thought we weren't going to get you back, but I couldn't show it. I couldn't even think that it was a possibility until I was sure we'd lost you for good.
Dylan looked away. You know there's a chance she could come back and you could lose me again.
Yes, and I don't care,
Enfys said, wrapping an arm around her and drawing her close. I have you now, and that's what matters. I've thought about it, and Desmond or no Desmond I want to be with you for as much or as little time as we have. You're my most precious treasure, lass. I won't throw away a diamond and go looking for a rock just because the diamond could be stolen away. She snuggled herself into his shirt. No matter what it takes, if I have a choice, I'll come back to you. I never want to be without you. Enfys began fiddling with her bracelet, twirling it on her wrist. Devin told me the dream state was fixed.
How? He mentioned you had something to do with it.
I still have Desmond's power in me, Dylan said. I used it to repair the dream state and to break the curse on Ray. How did you know Ray was cursed, by the way? Enfys said. None of us had any idea. I overheard Tavanna and Taladin arguing one day. He told her they never found his body. I didn't think anything of it because there are a lot of people Rachel killed that were never found. Later, Saffron told me that Rachel had expanded her craft and had obtained the ability to curse people and turn them into animals. Saffron mentioned insects and lizards, but not cats. I didn't realize Rachel had put a curse on Ray until I saw him standing at my feet after I became Desmond. She shivered. Ray told me during the feast tonight he spent as much time as he could in the dream state, waiting for Tavanna so he could tell her the truth, but she never came. He was forced to leave it permanently once it started falling apart. That's another thing. I don't understand how you fixed it, Enfys said. The dream state, I mean. April May said that the only way to fix the dream state was to provide a sacrifice that went beyond the sensibility of life, Dylan said. Taladin told me once, a long time ago, that Desmond used the spirit of a girl to create a peaceful place for Rhodi 1,000 years ago. The girl had been innocent, needlessly killed in war. When I saw Nellie, I realized that her death had been so pointless, because she'd finally gotten better and there was no need for her to be gone. Like the girl who'd been used to build the dream state, this wasn't her fight. So I used Desmond's magic to restore the dream state as it once had been. Dylan stared at the skies, thinking intently. I wish I could remember what I did, or how I did it, but it was all a blur. I think the part of me that's Desmond took what's left of Nellie, the memory of her and everything that was beautiful and wonderful about her, and used it to remake the dream state. Now that it's been repaired, her death won't be in vain.
So Nellie is the dream state, basically, Enfys said, but it's not like she's still alive.
No, her spirit is in the life after, so she and Devin can't be together. I almost feel worse about it. Devin can go into the dream state and see her, but it's not really her. It's constantly reminding him of someone he can never have.
Devin understands, Enfys said, putting a hand on her shoulder. He does. Trust me. He shrugged. Though in this case, I don't know why Desmodondre didn't just bring her back to life.
Desmodondre isn't a god. She can't wake the dead, and even if she could, she wouldn't, Dylan said. The life after is a place of peace and happiness. Desmodondre wouldn't take that away from the dead to bring them back into a world that's broken and suffering.
Yes, but the world's a little less broken because of you.
He kissed her affectionately. Enfys put his forehead to hers and said,
This may seem a little pointless after all we've been through, but I wanted to ask you something. Do you want to make our relationship official and be my girlfriend?
She blinked. Girlfriend? It felt like such a strange and unusual title, one not befitting her. She'd been crowned princess, declared Desmodondre, and defeated the Red Huntress, so such a small word shouldn't have made her real, but it did. She would have been too afraid to say yes to him before. But she was nothing like the person she used to be. Yeah, I'd like that very much. Does that make you my boyfriend?
Unless you want me to stay single, Enfys said, his blue eyes sparkling. I know there are plenty of feisty lasses running around Rhodi.
Dylan punched him in the arm. Yes, but none of them are the princess. She grabbed Enfys by the front of his shirt and kissed him again. They broke apart, giggling like little children. Things were still in ruin, but right now, everything was wonderful in the world.
So, girlfriend, Enfys said, leaning back, what do you want to do?
Exactly what we did the other night, Dylan said. Pretend we have forever up here. He smiled. Forever it is. Enfys held her close, and Dylan listened to his gentle lullaby as the sun set over Rhodi. The end. Dylan begins her reign as princess in Rhodi Forever, the Rhodi Saga, Book 4. Thank you for reading the Rhodi Saga. For more fantasy and magic, find other books at meganlinsky.com. This has been Rhodi's Lullaby, the Rhodi Saga, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Music by Ali Moore. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Copyright 2016 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2024 by Megan Linsky.